Because of his sharp tongue and habit of provoking others, this young man was kicked off the 5th floor by a classmate, only to transmigrate and acquire a system that absorbs rage points. He grows stronger by constantly irritating others, a perfect match for such a chaotic system. Upon waking up, Jiang Bei was forced into a blind date by his father, only to find his match was a massive woman weighing over 100 kilograms who looked like a beauty only from a distance. Up close, she was as hideous as a monster, prompting him to immediately cancel the arrangement since no one would want to marry a pig, and following that harsh rejection, Jiang Bei quickly earned 300 rage points, though his father gave him a beating for the embarrassment. That evening at the Pavilion, during a welcoming event for Miss Yan Lan, a young man with a fan stepped forward to recite poetry, whom Jiang Bei recognized as Chen Ju, the original body's enemy. Just as the fellow prepared to recite flowery verses to woo the lady, he was immediately interrupted by the protagonist, who mocked him for being a lowly toad dreaming of swan meat. Ignoring the man's fury, Jiang Bei continued his verbal assault, mockingly questioning if the name Chen Ju was actually a reference to a chrysanthemum flower. He wondered if the man's father had been suffering from hemorrhoids when he named him, causing the crowd to erupt in laughter, while Chen Ju's eyes bulged with rage from the public humiliation. Consumed by anger, the young man considered attacking the protagonist, but ultimately restrained himself to maintain his refined image in front of his crush. However, our protagonist had no intention of letting him off easily, so when Chen Ju recited a line about a peony blooming as a world wonder, Jiang Bei immediately countered with a line about a strange newcomer calling him father, and though the young man was bitter, he endured it and continued his poem about the fading colors of the floral path. Jiang Bei instantly delivered the finishing blow, comparing the man's words to filth spraying from a chrysanthemum, making the entire poem reek to everyone listening. This caused the audience to spray their drinks in laughter, driving Chen Ju to completely lose his mind and prepare to risk his life against Jiang Bei. Yet the protagonist was faster, unleashing a devastating ultimate move that made the young man shriek like a slaughtered pig. With Chen Ju utterly humiliated, Jiang Bei gathered a large amount of rage points, and his antics unexpectedly caught the attention of Miss Yan Lan, who gently asked if he would recite a poem for her. He boldly leaped onto the window frame to face Yan Lan, declaring that composing simple verses about flowers was beneath his concern. Jiang Bei gazed at Yan Lan and recited his poem, claiming no flower could match the lotus, as even peonies and roses paled in comparison to its beauty rising from the mud. He spoke of its elegant and radiant colors, comparing it to a rare blossom that preserves its fragrance for the world, a purity that moves both heaven and earth. As he finished with lines as fragrant as Buddhist sutras, Yan Lan was stunned by Jiang Bei's talent, believing him to be a true connoisseur of flowers. Truly moved, she hurried her maid, Huan-er, to transcribe every single word of Jiang Bei's poem without missing a single character. She then stepped forward and expressed how deeply his words had touched her, inviting him to join her for tea and conversation. However, Jiang Bei flatly refused the tea and poetry, suggesting instead that he stay the night, which left Yan Lan stunned and blushing with embarrassment. Behind her, Huan-er angrily labeled him a lecher, while Chen Ju and the other young masters below exploded in rage, warning the scoundrel not to cross the line. They shouted that Miss Yan Lan was beyond the reach of a lowly toad like him, while the system continuously announced rage points collected from Chen Ju, Lu Reni, and Jia Jinkai. Yan Lan felt a hint of disgust at his behavior, but Jiang Bei was actually just exhausted and wanted to rest, leaving her feeling deeply embarrassed once she realized her misunderstanding. The men below cursed in frustration upon realizing he literally just wanted to sleep, earning him another 30 rage points from Chen Ju. After gaining 20 points from Lu Reni, Jiang Bei woke up the next day still yawning, only to be rushed home by his servant, Pang Hu, before encountering a familiar face on the road. It was the obese Shangyuan Mingzhu, who was as cruel as she was ugly, currently tormenting 2 village children just because they had accidentally spilled water on her dress. Unable to tolerate such cruelty, Jiang Bei immediately delivered a flying kick to her face before stepping forward to gently comfort the 2 children. The boy fearfully explained that Shangyuan frequently came to their village to physically abuse them, and that their father had even been blinded just for looking at her for too long. Jiang Bei was shocked by the woman's sheer malice, while she, enraged at being exposed by a child, prepared to strike out and punish the little ones once more. But with Jiang Bei present, he wouldn't let her do as she pleased. He gripped Shangyuan Mingzhu's shoulder and slammed her down, causing the ground to tremble violently. Yang Bei then delivered a series of slaps to the woman, insulting her appearance while scolding her for being a fat pig who bullied others. He berated her for abusing children and being an eyesore, causing his system's rage points to skyrocket until Shangyuan Mingzhu's face was swollen like a pig's head. Finally, Jiang Bei coldly warned her that if she ever did it again, he wouldn't show any mercy. After she was driven away, the children and the village chief expressed their deep gratitude. Recognizing the villagers' plight, he used his modern knowledge to improve their lives, starting with digging irrigation canals to ensure a steady water supply for their crops. Secondly, he purchased various seasonal seeds to guarantee year-round harvests. And thirdly, he established a merchant caravan to sell local fruit and increase their income. Furthermore, he planned to reduce taxes to support the village. But suddenly, 3 men appeared behind him, led by Liang Hexuan, who was at the 9th stage of qi condensation. He frowned and questioned Jiang Bei's authority to lower taxes, though Jiang Bei had no idea who he was, earning 66 rage points from Liang Hexuan through the system. It turned out Liang Hexuan was a close friend of Chen Ju and had come for revenge, just as Jiang Bei was looking for a chance to test his new battle technique with a fireball. Jiang Bei launched a lightning-fast strike, but Liang Hexuan managed to dodge it just in time, shocked by how rapidly Jiang Bei's strength had progressed. Suddenly, a scream erupted nearby as a young boy covered his sister's eyes, telling her to look away from the scandalous sight. It turned out Jiang Bei's previous attack had torn a hole in the crotch of Liang Hexuan's pants. Jiang Bei laughed mockingly while Hexuan roared in fury. Liang Hexuan accused him of doing it on purpose, but Jiang Bei nonchalantly picked his nose and asked why he had moved while the technique was being unleashed. The system notified him that he had successfully collected 388 rage points from Liang Hexuan, who was losing his composure but lacked the strength to retaliate. Liang Hexuan tried to retreat, claiming they should just go their separate ways, but Jiang Bei quickly blocked his path, refusing to let his opponent leave so easily. He mocked Hexuan for backing down after threatening him earlier, and as Jiang Bei brought up the tax issue again, Hexuan's temper flared even further. Jiang Bei laughed at his threats, calling himself the man's father while secretly delighting in the 158 rage points the system collected from Liang Hexuan. As they argued, Jiang Bei suddenly grabbed Hexuan, who looked on in confusion, stammering that Jiang Bei certainly wasn't his father. Jiang Bei darkened his expression and declared he would teach him a lesson on his father's behalf before delivering a thunderous slap to Hexuan's cheek. Jiang Bei enthusiastically rained down blows and insults, while up on a nearby roof, Butler Du and Wan Guan watched the chaotic scene unfold. Butler Du stammered to his master that the young master had not only increased his cultivation, but had also mastered a soul palm technique, while Hexuan screamed below. Wan Guan stared in disbelief at his son's progress, amazed that the boy had gone from a mere mortal to the Qi realm in just a single night. As Jiang Bei continued his relentless assault, Butler Du worried that the young master was causing trouble again, which is why they had rushed to the scene. Master Jiang agreed, admitting he hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise from his son, as they continued to observe Jiang Bei's combat moves. Butler Du prepared to intervene, fearing the second young master of the Liang family couldn't take much more, but Master Jiang quickly held him back. He told him to wait as someone else approached. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei kept hitting Hexuan, mocking him for falling asleep in class as his face swelled near a manure pit. From a distance, an old man roared for the beast to stop, and Jiang Bei immediately felt a powerful, majestic aura approaching him. The system then announced that he had collected 888 rage points from Liang Wangqi, who quickly pulled the battered Hexuan away from Jiang Bei. Guessing the old man was Hexuan's father, Jiang Bei boldly greeted Uncle Liang, claiming he was just helping him discipline a nephew who didn't know how to speak properly. Liang Wangqi glared at him, warning the young master that even if his son was rude, it wasn't Jiang Bei's place to teach him, but Jiang Bei calmly insisted he was being reasonable. If it were just a common argument, I wouldn't have acted, but this lesson I'm giving is actually just self-defense. Liang Wenqi's face suddenly filled with resentment, his brows furrowed as his temper nearly exploded, roaring with a force that made Jiang Bei brace himself. Kid from the Jiang family, don't push people too far. The system notified him again that he had successfully collected 888 rage points from Liang Wenqi. Jiang Bei felt a surge of energy in his mind and couldn't help but be amazed. This uncle's roar is terrifying, If I hadn't raised my cultivation, my internal organs would have shattered, but this master's rage points are incredible, so I'll provoke him one last time before leaving. Thinking this, he waved his hand mockingly at Wen Qi. I am bullying him, so what? Are you going to hit me, uncle? Butler Du noticed that his young master was becoming increasingly bold. Cold sweat drenched his back, making him incredibly anxious. The young master was truly too arrogant, daring to confront a powerful expert without any fear. Jiang Wanguan helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead, thinking he'd let the boy suffer a bit to learn a lesson, but he turned out to be even more of a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Liang Wenqi heard Jiang Bei's tone. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. How wonderful, more system points, as 888 rage points were successfully collected from Liang Wenqi. After laughing, he grew serious and summoned a fire eagle, coldly warning, "You're dead meat," as Wenqi unleashed the mysterious eagle palm technique. This startled Jiang Bei, but Wenqi didn't let up, shouting, trying to run, as he continued to manifest the mysterious eagle palm to aggressively attack Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei's eyes widened in shock at the shameless old thief's persistence. Losing his patience, he decided to flee and get out of there. Suddenly, a slash from Jiang Bei split the mysterious eagle palm in two. When Qi was stunned, thinking to himself, he broke my mysterious eagle palm in just an instant. There must be a stronger master nearby. Jiang Bei checked his body in surprise, realizing he was unharmed, while Jiang Wanguan descended from the roof and quickly suppressed his aura. Jiang Bei wondered if the danger was over and if his old man had arranged a master to protect him. But before he could fantasize further, Wen Qi interrupted, saying if he apologized to his son today, the Liang family would let it go. Liang Huchuan stood aside indignantly, asking his father how that could be possible and what about his dignity. But the old man ignored his son and cut him off. Jiang Bei, do you really think this old man doesn't dare to touch you? While the spirit beasts of Jiang Bei and Wen Qi roared as they clashed. Jiang Bei crossed his arms provocatively, saying, "So you know you're useless. I'm standing right here, so do whatever you want if you want to play." Liang Wenqi stammered in confusion, while Butler Du couldn't hold back and wanted to rush in to save the young master. But Jiang Wanguan quickly stopped him, saying it wasn't necessary as the real danger had just passed. Since he had just released such intense killing intent, Jiang Bei was now safe. Wen Qi must have felt the cold, murderous aura permeating the space from the rooftop. Wen Qi cursed silently, fearing that if he harmed the boy, the Liang family would have no peace, while Jiang Bei smugly continued his verbal assault. "What's wrong? Are you intimidated by my grandfather's aura?" Wen Qi suppressed his anger and turned to leave, telling himself he could still endure it. Suddenly, Jiang Bei reached out and grabbed Wen Qi, shouting for him to wait since he hadn't been dismissed. Without fear, he grabbed Wen Qi's collar and yelled, "Do you know who you are to dare touch me, you damn old geezer? You can't even speak now but want to act cool. I see you as if you're already in a grave," he spat, his saliva flying everywhere while his limbs remained as stiff as firewood. "You think you're Lu Bu on the battlefield, but you're actually just a wretched turtle," he mocked, as the system announced another 888 rage points collected from Liang Wenqi. Seeing his son's heartlessness, Jiang Wanguan nearly fainted while Butler Du called out in panic. Jiang Bei, satisfied, prepared to leave, telling the man he could get lost now. "Don't lose your mind from anger, not to mention that stepping on the grass ruins the scenery here," he thought happily, delighted by the massive amount of rage points he had gained this time. Suddenly, Wen Qi's eyes flashed as he ground out each word. "Very well, then," and with a thunderous roar, the system notified him of 1,888 rage points collected. Jiang Bei turned back to tease him, asking why he was screaming so loud. Butler Du quickly threw a silence charm to seal his mouth and respectfully pleaded for mercy, asking old Master Liang to overlook the young master's wrongdoings today. Liang Wenqi calmed down and said he wouldn't touch him today but would remember this, then warned that he had already sent word to the other families via Messenger Eagle. He informed them of Jiang Bei's actions through the Flying Eagle transmission so they could seek justice for the Liang family. Butler Du stood there awkwardly as Wen Qi and Liang Huchuan departed. Jiang Bei opened his mouth to mock them, yet he still complained like a child. It was truly shameless, wasn't it, old Du? Butler Du sighed with a headache, suggesting the young master change the subject. "Did you suddenly appear to bring me 50,000 silver taels?" Jiang Bei asked, but Butler Du produced a length of rope, stating that was all he had brought to the kitchen. A chaotic scene unfolded as Jiang Bei was hung upside down like a criminal awaiting execution. He felt a surge of panic and deep regret for ever trusting old Du. With a face flushed red, Wan Guan cursed Jiang Bei as a rebellious son, shouting that he had ordered old Du to bring him back, yet he had dared to flee. Jiang Bei narrowly dodged Wan Guan's first whip strike as the man roared, demanding to know how much trouble he had caused this time. "Father, please don't be angry, I'll confess everything," he pleaded. The system announced the successful collection of 58 rage points from Jiang Wan Guan, who then sat down and signaled for Jiang Bei to explain himself. Jiang Bei recounted that after escaping the previous night, he went to Yun Duzai Tower and met Chenju, where they exchanged a few poems, though Wan Guan remained skeptical. "Then why did I hear that you humiliated him in front of everyone?" Wan Guan questioned, to which Jiang Bei continued, explaining he had met Miss Shangyuan at Kaian Lai Manor this morning. When Wan Guan asked if there had been a minor scuffle, a sweating Jiang Bei admitted he had struck her. Butler Du quickly restrained Wan Guan as he moved to draw his sword. Wan Guan bellowed that in less than a single day, the boy had managed to offend multiple prominent families, but Jiang Bei tried to justify his actions. "I didn't intend for it to happen, but they were simply too wicked," he argued, prompting the system to report another 158 rage points gathered from Jiang Wan Guan. Subordinates suddenly rushed in, shouting that the Leang, Shangyuan, and Chen families had all sent invitations for the master and young master. Wan Guan's eyes widened in worry as he realized they had already come knocking. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei seemed amused, thinking to himself that this revenge squad was about to be hit by a massive tidal wave of rage points. Elsewhere, Chenju was so shocked by the appearance of He Chuan and Ming Zhou that he spat out his tea, asking if Jiang Bei was responsible for their current state. Ming Zhou wailed that he had ruined her legendary beauty, while Chenju sipped his tea, inwardly amazed that Jiang Bei possessed such formidable literary and martial skills, glad he hadn't clashed with him. When Qi clenched his fists, his cold eyes filled with fury as he declared that he would force that scoundrel Jiang Bei to kowtow and apologize today, or else. A dark figure behind him suddenly spoke in a mocking tone, remarking that he looked like a handsome man bitten by a dog. No one had noticed Jiang Bei sneaking up to whisper in Wen Qi's ear. "You animal, who do you think you're trying to bully?" Jiang Bei's sudden appearance startled everyone in the room, causing a chorus of screams to erupt. A second later, Wan Guan struck Jiang Bei so hard his head nearly spun, then tied him up and dragged him away in frustration, despite the boys' attempts to use their family bond. "Father, don't make me apologize to those three bastards," Jiang Bei pleaded, but Wan Guan told him to shut up, asking if he would stop causing trouble if his words actually carried weight. He sat down wearily and sighed, admitting he had long since grown accustomed to this, leaving Jiang Bei to wonder why his father would say such things. After composing himself, Wan Guan frowned and told Jiang Bei that since he had caused this disaster, he should be the one to handle the commotion today. As the clamor from below grew louder with people demanding an apology, Wan Guan glanced at Jiang Bei and decided to let him resolve the matter personally. Jiang Bei couldn't believe it and started to ask for clarification, but before he could finish, a powerful force sent him tumbling forward. It turned out that an angry Wan Guan had kicked his son hard. Jiang Bei struggled to stand while nursing his pain, grumbling about whether the man was truly his biological father. Suddenly, screams rang out as in Ping, and Ming Zhou furiously questioned how he dared to beat their family's precious gem into such a state. Jiang Bei nonchalantly brushed the dust off his clothes and mocked her, questioning if she could even be called a flower when she was worse than a common beast. Two notifications appeared simultaneously, showing 333 rage points collected from Shangyuan and Ping, and 444 rage points from Shangyuan and Ming Zhou. Without a hint of fear, Jiang Bei pulled out a portrait of Ming Zhou and asked them to compare her former appearance to how she looked now. He joked that it felt like the work of a highly skilled plastic surgeon, a sentiment that even Chen Ju seemed to silently acknowledge with a stroke of his chin. Ming Zhou erupted in a rage, screaming, "Brat, do you want to die?" Her father agreed, letting out a huff of annoyance left completely speechless. Ming Zhou was fuming and pouted at her father, seeing that Ping was no longer fit to fight when Qi stepped forward to argue with twisted logic. "Then what about my son?" when Qi demanded. Jiang Bei retorted, "And what about you? If you have no business there, you shouldn't be showing up in the slums. Pretending to make clothes while hiding your wicked intentions." Jiang Bei raised his middle finger toward the Liang family. "There is a severe drought this year. Instead of helping the farmers, you come here to bully the people. You two are nothing but animals, absolute trash." He successfully gathered more points, collecting 333 rage points from Liang Wenqi and 33 rage points from Liang Hechuan. Yang Bei suddenly turned to Chen Ju and said, "And then there's you." Chen Ju quickly denied it, saying, "I have nothing to do with this, there's no grudge between us." Yang Bei seemed to be thirsting for more rage. "Hey, don't be like that. Since things have come to this, don't you have anything to say?" Chen Ju coldly turned away. "No, nothing at all. I had no intention of provoking you." Jiang Bei excitedly chased after him, shouting, "Brother Ju, let me brew you a pot of genuine chrysanthemum tea." Chen Ju fled in a hurry, bluntly refusing. "I don't want it. Stay away from me." Standing to the side, Jiang Guan watched and silently praised him. This brat might seem shameless on the surface, but his heart isn't wicked. Moreover, he remains completely unfazed even when facing so many people. Liang Wenqi was furious but couldn't vent his anger on Jiang Bei, so he turned to Jiang Guan. "Master Jiang, why are you staying silent?" Wan Guan replied calmly. "What exactly do you want me to say?" His nonchalant attitude made Wenqi's blood boil as he screamed, "Master Jiang, your son changed the taxes on his own. Do you still intend to protect him? What do you take our three families for?" Wan Guan remained composed. "Brother Liang, you are overthinking this. The decision to change the taxes was something I ordered a Bei to do." Jiang Bei, who had been causing a scene, suddenly stopped to listen to his father. Wan Guan continued, "As for the children fighting, I won't interfere. They need such conflicts to mature." Jiang Bei was surprised, thinking to himself, "Is the old man actually protecting me?" Wen Qi pointed at Ming Zhou and his own son with sheer indignation. "Look at my son. All his teeth have been knocked out. You call this a mere conflict? And then there is the young lady of the Shangyuan family." Jiang Bei didn't wait for his father to respond. He spoke up, "It would be quite unsightly for the elders to intervene in a dispute between us juniors. How about this? I have a proposal. Both of you come at me at once. Let's have a match. I'll fight you both together. What do you say?" He Chuan avoided his gaze and refused, saying, "I don't think that will be necessary. This was just a minor misunderstanding." Ming Zhou also hurriedly backed away, knowing she was no match for him. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from the entrance. It was a subordinate reporting, "Master, a report." The three family heads were startled to hear that the men from the Earth Spirit Mansion have already reached the city gates. Wen Qi frowned in disbelief. "What? The Martial King's men have arrived?" Outside, a contingent from the Earth Spirit Mansion was already arrayed and waiting. Yang Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? Who exactly is this Martial King?" Wan Guan realized the situation was dire. He quickly grabbed Jiang Bei's arm. "If you gentlemen have nothing else to say, I shall take this rebellious son of mine home." Wen Qi hurriedly pulled him back. "Wait, the Martial King's generals have made a sudden visit. Aren't you going to join us in welcoming them?" He stopped and turned his head to ask, "What if I go and what if I don't?" Wen Qi nervously stroked his chin. "The Martial King holds immense power and status. We are merely residents of Liu Yun City, so we must take the initiative to greet him." Wan Guan still firmly refused. "You all can go ahead with those superficial formalities. There is no need to concern yourselves with this old man." The members of the other three families rose up and shouted, "Jiang Wan Guan! Do you have no respect for us or the Martial King?" Wan Guan's eyes blazed with fury as he prepared to retaliate. "You fools! Do not dare accuse me with such baseless claims." Without hesitation, he struck the ground with his staff, forcing the three family heads to leap backward. Witnessing the terrifying power of Elder Jiang, Jiang Bei praised him in awe. "My old man is truly impressive, taking on three at once." Jiang Bei looked over and saw He Chuan helplessly helping his father up, and he began to mock them. "Hey, Liang Hexuan, with your head on the ground and feet in the air, you'd better be careful or your uncle will be reporting to the Western Heaven." Hexuan lost his temper and chased him away. "Get out of here, you Jiang brat." Jiang Bei successfully gathered more rage points, collecting 100 from Liang Hexuan and 50 from Liang Wangqi. Once outside the city, Jiang Bei chirped happily beside Wan Guan, asking what that incredibly powerful move was called and begging his father to teach him. Wan Guan calmly stated that he could only learn it upon reaching the Yellow Realm, leaving Jiang Bei confused while Wan Guan thought of the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow levels. He explained to his son that martial arts consisted of 4 major realms, starting with the Yellow Realm, and noted that his eldest brother was a second-stage Earth Realm expert. Since Butler Du was a Heaven Realm expert, Jiang Bei was stunned to realize the old man was a hidden master, his eyes gleaming with eager curiosity. He asked his father if he was in the Heaven Realm, but Wan Guan mysteriously walked away, saying he would find out later, leading Jiang Bei to silently mock him since there were only 4 realms. Wondering why he was being so secretive, Jiang Bei was about to depart when a servant panted as he rushed over to call out to the young master. The servant informed him that Lady Yan Lan had sent something, and Jiang Bei shyly asked if she was the girl who had paid for their room previously. He took the note from his subordinate and questioned why she would send it, but his eyes widened in shock as he read the contents. Startled, he saw that Yan Lan had written, "Save me," on the paper. Meanwhile, at the Wendo Purple Tower, onlookers wondered why royal soldiers were surrounding the building. Someone mentioned that the person the martial king sought was inside, while Yan Lan waited anxiously, wondering why young Master Jiang had not yet arrived. Her servant brought her back to reality, reminding her that she had only met the young man once by chance, and should not expect him to come to her aid. She was told to focus on escaping instead, but a sudden loud crash interrupted Yan Lan's train of thought. Jiang Bei's landing was far from graceful, but he arrived just in time and cheerfully greeted her, noting that they had met once again. Relieved that he had finally arrived, Yan Lan grew worried when she saw Jiang Bei wiping blood from his nose and asked why he was bleeding so heavily. He dismissed her concern, saying he rushed over because she was in danger and had helped him before, then told her to prepare to escape through the hole in the roof while returning her handkerchief. Yan Lan looked at the soiled cloth awkwardly as the system reported gathering 5 rage points from her, before she softly began to explain its significance. She mentioned that her mother, who loved lotuses, had given her the handkerchief, making Jiang Bei realize why she was upset that he had used it to wipe his nose. As childhood memories flooded back, Yan Lan softly explained that her mother hoped she would be like a lotus and possess her own independent thoughts. Her mood darkened as she clutched the handkerchief, and seeing her sorrow, Jiang Bei's heart sank as he searched for a way to comfort her until an idea struck him. He excitedly decided to recite the remaining half of the lotus poem for her, and Yan Lan suddenly heard his voice ringing out. He recited that while the chrysanthemum belonged to the recluse and the peony to the wealthy, the lotus was truly the flower of a gentleman. Yan Lan blushed, realizing it was the rest of the poem from before, as Jiang Bei passionately asked if anyone else loved the lotus as much as he did. She leaned into his arms and softly called his name, but a soldier suddenly burst in, shouting at Jiang Bei for being disrespectful toward Lady Yan Lan. Chief Fan pointed at Jiang Bei, claiming he saw him refusing to let go of the lady, while imagining Jiang Bei taunting her with a wicked expression. With a flushed face and heavy breathing, he pointed and yelled that Jiang Bei was a scoundrel who clearly harbored ill intentions toward Lady Yan Lan. The princess stepped forward to tell General Yang he was mistaken, while Jiang Bei wondered if the soldier was the real creep, as Yan Lan explained they were friends from Liu Yun City. She said he had come to visit after hearing of her upcoming wedding, and Qi Fan nodded, though he reminded her that she was the martial king's precious daughter. He suggested she avoid associating with commoners, leaving Jiang Bei wondering at his audacity before he turned his attention back to Yan Lan. "I never expected Lady Yan Lan to be a princess." Hearing this, Qi Fan said disdainfully, "You didn't even know that? It seems your relationship with her isn't very deep. If you leave now, I can pretend I never saw you." "Now get lost." Seeing Yan Lan clutching his arm in worry, Jiang Bei deduced that this man intended to take her back to the martial king mansion. Judging by her expression, she clearly didn't want to return, so he sighed silently and then spoke with a dignified air. "Unfortunately, since Lady Yan Lan considers me a friend, I must involve myself in this matter." Yan Lan's eyes widened as she cried out, "Young Master Jiang." Just then the system displayed a notification. Rage System Identity. Jiang Bei Cultivation Level. First stage of the Profound Realm Upgrading. Cultivation Method. Rank 1 Profound Grade Heaven Swallowing Technique. Battle Skill 9th layer of the Rank 1 Profound Grade Soul Heaven Upgrading. Rage Points 2,333 Consuming. Looking at the data, Jiang Bei smiled to himself. He had accumulated many unused rage points, and after upgrading, he was ready for a fight. He then spoke up. "The princess and I met at a poetry gathering. Let me ask you a question. The first line is, 'A paper tiger roars upon the mountain leaves.'" Chief Fan replied angrily, "What? We are battlefield warriors. How would we understand such things?" Jiang Bei raised a finger and said indifferently, "Listen closely. The second line is, 'Your mother's relationship.'" Understanding the insult, Chief Fan drew his sword in a rage. "You brat, how dare you insult me?" The system then notified. successfully collected 288 rage points from Yang Qifan. Qifan charged forward, swinging his blade repeatedly at Jiang Bei with the mortal slaying blade technique, but Jiang Bei easily evaded the attacks with his agile movement. At the same time, he said nonchalantly, "This isn't an insult, it's a lesson. Since you're an uneducated warrior, let me teach you some fine phrases." Feeling humiliated, Qifan grew even more furious, and the system notified, successfully collected 88 rage points from Yang Qifan. Jiang Bei happily continued to dodge and shouted, "The east isn't bright, but the west is. Both sides are like you, and you are the same." This sentence even left the translator baffled as to its meaning. Qifan swung his blade down, shattering everything in the vicinity. Jiang Bei dodged, calculating that the man's blade technique was unique and his own combat experience was lacking, so he had to end this quickly. Suddenly, he picked up a stray piece of wood. Listen to the final line. "With the golden cudgel in hand, I'll strike down this ruffian." With a single strike, he sent Qifan flying into the distance. Qifan tumbled to the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Bei approached and used a series of strikes to pummel his opponent. "The staff grows small and large while my hands strike in and out." The system notified, successfully collected 88 rage points from Yang Qifan. Before long, Qifan was knocked through the window, unable to resist any further. As he lay on the ground, clutching his chest, a man stepped forward and shouted, "Little Yang." This was the Imperial Guard of the Liuzhou Department, Great General Yang Lei-Ting. Seeing his uncle arrive, Qifan trembled and cried out, "Uncle, please avenge me," before he could finish his sentence. Jiang Bei stepped out from inside, laughing mockingly. "In broad daylight, what are two men doing hugging each other? Have you no shame?" This was a play on words, as avenge and embrace sound similar. Lei-Ting looked at Jiang Bei and questioned, "Who are you and why have you struck him so severely?" The system notified, successfully collected 166 rage points from Yang Lei-Ting. Jiang Bei's face immediately darkened as he countered, "You truly have no manners. Before asking for my name, why don't you announce your own lineage?" Yan Lan gently tugged on Jiang Bei's sleeve to warn him. "Young Master Jiang, you shouldn't provoke him. General Yang Lei-Ting is my father's most valiant subordinate, known as the Thunder King of the battlefield. He once wiped out hundreds of evil cultivators in Liuyun City." Hearing this, Jiang Bei swallowed hard. "He's quite something. I've hit a wall this time." Looking at the man with the heavy axe and fierce expression, he remarked, "It might be too late for us to run now." Lei-Ting released a surge of pressure around his body and growled threateningly, "I will give you one last chance. Do you want to leave or do you want to die?" Jiang Bei clapped calmly in praise. "As expected of a great general, your chest is full of thunder, yet your face remains as calm as a still lake." Lei-Ting hoisted his axe onto his shoulder. He complimented him, "This kid has some literary flair. I'll only break your legs into 3 pieces instead of taking your life." But Jiang Bei, a man who feared no one, replied, "Big brother, don't get too sentimental." "There are so many generals, I never said it was you," he remarked, looking up with a nonchalant, mocking expression. "With chicken feathers on your chest and a face like a chamber pot, you really reek." Hearing this, Yang Lei-Ting gnashed his teeth and roared, "How dare you say that?" Simultaneously, the system announced the successful collection of 266 rage points from Yang Lei-Ting. He swung his sword, unleashing a flying serpent as he shouted, "A mere profound realm brat dares to be so arrogant." "I cannot let you live today," the system chimed again. "Ghostly steps, profound grade level 1, currently leveling up." Jiang Bei skillfully evaded the serpent. Watching him dodge, Yang Lei-Ting offered a faint, praising smile, noting that the boy's movement technique was exquisite and even faster than his lightning python. However, the old general had calculated every possibility, proving that experience outweighed youth. He then shouted, "Take this, soaring lightning tail whip." The lightning python's tail struck down immediately, but Jiang Bei dodged, leaving only a roadside tree damaged. However, the serpent's head suddenly appeared behind him to strike. This time he couldn't dodge. Taking a heavy blow, he spat blood and cried out, clutching his wounded arm and back. He thought to himself, as expected of a veteran of the battlefield, "His shifting tactics are overwhelming." Qifan laughed arrogantly. "Now that you've been beaten so miserably, do you finally realize how powerful my uncle is?" Despite his bloodied lips, Jiang Bei remained defiant. "Go take a leak and look in the mirror. You pig-headed fool were beaten far worse by me." Enraged by the insult, Qifan gnashed his teeth. "This brat certainly has a mouth on him. Uncle, give him a beating so he can never open that foul mouth again." Yang Lei-Ting was also provoked and raised his hammer. Fine. Just then, Yan Lan's voice rang out. General Yang, please stop. She rushed forward, grabbing his arm with tearful eyes. I will go back with you, just please stop fighting. Seeing the chaos, Jiang Bei wiped his mouth and pointed a finger, shouting, Don't beg him. He's just a wicked 100-year-old turtle who sired a rotten egg. Hearing this, Yang Lading lost all patience. He swung his hammer and roared, Do you want to die? The system chimed, announcing the collection of 366 rage points from Yang Lading. Jiang Bei focused power into his legs and lunged forward. He kicked a water jar aside and shouted, Even if I die, I'll take your Yang family down with me. As he spoke, Chi Fan and his soldiers were struck down. Jiang Bei watched them fall, feeling secretly relieved. Having escaped just in time, he was unhurt. A second later, and he would have been finished. Seeing his nephew struck down, Yang Lading cried out in agony, Little Yang. Jiang Bei took the chance to mock him. I never expected a biological uncle to be so brutal. You truly are a piece of work. In the heat of the moment. Only Jiang Bei remained fearless. It was you caused all of this. Yang Lading roared as the system sounded again. It announced the successful collection of 366 rage points from Yang Lading. Jiang Bei raised his hand, gathering energy while teasing, Why blame me? Safety first, but you're the one causing the accidents, right? He thought to himself, as all the points were finally added to his soul staff. Let's go, everything depends on this move. Yang Lading stepped forward, swinging his hammer with grand force and declaring, Accept your death. Jiang Bei also struck out with his staff. What was that? I'll give you this bastard strike, he joked, playing on the phonetic similarity between bastard and his soul staff. Seeing the staff, Yang Lading scoffed, HMPH, you're courting death. Do you think that can block my attack? He charged forward, gripping his hammer tightly. I am at the first stage of the Earth Realm, fighting a profound realm brat as child's play. He quickly closed in on Jiang Bei. I'll crush you to death. Seeing the massive hammer about to descend upon him, Jiang Bei's mouth hung open as he thought, this is definitely it. Suddenly an iron ball flew out of nowhere and shattered the hammer. Collapsing to the ground and watching the hammer and ball fall, Jiang Bei wondered, an iron ball. At that moment, someone appeared and corrected him. It's the black iron infinite mace. It was Jiang Nan, a second-stage Earth Realm cultivator. He used his strength to pull the weapon back to his hand. It's been a long time, my little brother. Jiang Bei exclaimed in shock, Brother, when did you get back? He then thought to himself. In his original memories, Jiang Nan had left home at a very young age to train due to his extraordinary talent. Jiang Nan stepped forward to support his brother, explaining, Father sent me a message saying you've been causing trouble everywhere lately and becoming increasingly lawless, so he told me to come back and keep an eye on you. Hearing this, Jiang Bei dejectedly retorted, I didn't cause the trouble found me. After standing up, Jiang Nan shielded his younger brother. He tossed the hammer back to Yang Lading and said, All right, here is your weapon back. My brother may have offended you earlier, so I hope the general can be forgiving. Yang Lading's heart burned with uncontrollable rage as he pointed and roared. He severely injured my nephew. How can you expect me to let this go so easily? Jiang Bei, stop hiding behind your brother. Come out here and face me. Yang Lading barked, but Jiang Bei just stuck out his tongue and mocked him. Is your brain connected to your gut? Why do you always want to draw weapons? I have a powerful expert backing me up, so I'd be a fool to fight you alone. Jiang Bei retorted just as the system chimed in. System successfully collected 500 rage points from Yang Lading. Growing bolder, Jiang Bei continued to provoke him. If you're so capable, come over here and bite me. Standing nearby, Jiang Nan was shocked to realize his younger brother had reached the profound realm. Yang Lading let out a furious howl. If you give me the chance, I'll fight you to the death. Jiang Bei stepped forward and tapped his own forehead with a smirk. Fine, I'll give you that chance. Hit me right here. The system notification rang out again. System successfully collected 100 rage points from Yang Lading. Without hesitation, Yang Lading swung his axe, shouting, I'll crush you. But Jiang Bei nimbly retreated with a chuckle. Oh, look at that, I stepped back again, Jiang Bei teased. System successfully collected 200 rage points from Yang Lading. He used Jiang Nan as a shield, darting back and forth. He continued his taunts, I'm out again. Try to hit me, you idiot. Now I'm hiding again. System successfully collected 500 rage points from Yang Lading. Jiang Nan covered his mouth to hide a smile, thinking, Father was right. My brother is becoming more of a rascal by the day. Meanwhile, Yang Lading was panting heavily from exhaustion. Jiang Bei seized the opportunity to provoke him further. I didn't say anything. I was just playing with a little puppy. Startled, Yang Lading roared, You dare call me a dog? System successfully collected 100 rage points from Yang Lei-ting. After his outburst, Yang Lei-ting gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was dire. This brat has an older brother who is an Earth Realm expert. If they team up, I won't be able to hold them off, he thought, then signaled his soldiers to retreat. The two soldiers immediately grabbed Yan Lan, ordering her back to the mansion, but Jiang Bei lunged forward with a shout, "Wait!" Jiang Nan watched silently, impressed. "I didn't expect my brother's combat techniques to be so refined," Jiang Nan noted as Jiang Bei punched the soldiers, yelling for them to let her go. Yan Lan was thrown aside, screaming in terror. Jiang Bei caught her by the waist and asked if she was all right. "I'm fine, thank you," she stammered. Yang Lei-ting charged forward, demanding he let go of the princess, but his legs were suddenly snared by the black iron infinite mace. He slammed face first into the ground. Jiang Bei remarked, "If your eyesight is that poor, you should see a doctor. I was clearly saving the princess from a fall." He leaned down and questioned, "You just arrived and already tried to kidnap her. Do you have no respect for your masters?" Yang Lei-ting threatened, "Let me go. If you dare treat me like this, you are making an enemy of Prince Wu's mansion." Yang Lei-ting barked, but Jiang Bei replied coolly, "You're just squirming like a maggot right now." "We are only here to rid Prince Wu's mansion of a pest," Jiang Bei added. System successfully collected 200 rage points from Yang Lei-ting. The man continued his threats. "You dared to seduce Princess Yan Lan, who is already betrothed, and even prevented her return. Prince Wu will never forgive such wicked actions." Before he could finish, Yan Lan stepped forward and interrupted. "General Yang, young Master Jiang did not force me. I am the one who chose to stay here." Yang Lei-ting asked suspiciously if she had been drugged, but Jiang Bei cut him off with an arrogant look. "Drugged? This is what you call my natural charm and personality." System successfully collected 50 rage points from Yang Lei-ting. Jiang Nan stepped forward and said, "The matter is clear now. The princess wishes to stay of her own free will. If you promise not to trouble my brother or the princess again, I will release you both," Jiang Nan offered. Yang Lei-ting glanced at his unconscious nephew and gritted his teeth, realizing the massive gap in power between them. Looking at the two Jiang brothers, he finally relented. "Fine, I agree. Release me, and I will not seek trouble with your brother again." Jiang Nan nodded and reached out to unbind him, praising his decision, but Jiang Bei suddenly stepped in to stop him. "Wait a moment. You might not be looking for me, but I'm not done with your family yet," Jiang Bei said, squatting in front of Yang Lei-ting with a dark expression. "I was struck by your lightning, not to mention your nephew's rumors that caused me mental distress, the damage to the property, and your ugly face scaring people. We need to settle this score properly," he said as the system notified him of 100 rage points collected from Yang Lei-ting. Infuriated by the nonsense, the man cursed, "Kid, don't push your luck." Jiang Bei tossed a stone into the air and asked, "Great General Yang, have you still not realized the situation you're in? Your only option is to accept your punishment. There is no other way," Jiang Bei said, holding out both hands to explain the rules of his game involving a single stone. "If you guess correctly, you just have to sing a little song," he explained, as the system notified him of another 200 rage points from Yang Lei-ting. He continued, "But if you're wrong, you'll get 3 slaps on the rear." The stubborn great general crossed his arms and snapped, "Like hell, I'll play your game." After collecting 300 more rage points from Yang Lei-ting, Jiang Bei suddenly struck, and the general's screams echoed as his kneecap shattered. "I told you you don't have the right to refuse me," Jiang Bei stated. Finally forced to comply, Yang Lei-ting stared down at his own sweaty right hand. "I choose this one," the man muttered. Upon revealing an empty palm, Jiang Bei cheered, "Congratulations to my lucky friend for winning 3 super tests." Shocked by the outcome, Yang Lei-ting shrieked, "What? No, I'll sing for you." However, Jiang Bei completely ignored his pleas. He flipped the man over, pulled down his trousers, and delivered several tests to his rear, telling him to be a good sport, while a weeping Yang Lei-ting yielded 3,888 rage points. After finishing the beating, Jiang Bei turned to leave while loudly mocking him. "Ugh, why do my hands smell like that?" as the system issued another notification. Having gained 388 more rage points from Yang Lei-ting, he added insult to injury. "I regret this. Slapping a man's filthy backside is truly revolting." Yan Lan wondered to herself how he dared to humiliate great General Yang in such a manner, just as she saw her younger brother finish his business. Jiang Nan finally stepped forward to untie Yang Lei-ting, who, while being supported by 2 soldiers, turned back to scream, "Jiang Bei, you just wait. I will remember this grudge." the general vowed, while Jiang Bei cheerfully waved goodbye, shouting, "Fine, just remember to wipe yourself clean before coming back." Seeing Jiang Bei's nonchalance, Yan Lan asked with concern, "Young Master Jiang, aren't you afraid of his retaliation?" To which he responded, "The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. Besides, it is my honor to be able to resolve Lady Yan Lan's grievances." Internally, he chuckled at the massive amount of rage points he had earned today, while Yan Lan stared at him in wide-eyed astonishment. She shyly brushed her hair and stammered, Thank you, young Master Jiang," while wondering why her face felt so hot and her heart was racing. Watching her look back longingly, Yang Lading cursed that Jiang Bei must have cast some sort of spell on the princess, as a soldier tried to calm him down. "General, the princess is." Before the soldier could finish, Yang Lading's face darkened as he threatened, "We have no choice if we fail to bring Princess Yan Lan back. Then you can all go to King Wu to receive your punishment." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, saying, "Wait, I have a plan to help you reclaim the princess." "Who goes there?" Yang Lading shouted as Chen Ju stepped forward with a fan and a sinister expression, introducing himself as Chen Ju of the Liuyun City Chen family. Observing Chen Ju, Yang Lading remarked, "Your cultivation is quite shallow. How do you expect to take anyone from Jiang Bei?" To which Chen Ju replied slyly, "Because I know his weakness." Jiang Bei was ambushed by an evil spirit as a child, leaving him traumatized. He becomes terrified at the mere mention of them, and even a fake one will suffice. Yang Lading's eyes lit up at the prospect of this new scheme, and he praised the man. "Excellent. You are quite clever and ruthless enough to achieve great things." He then asked Chen Ju authoritatively, "What reward do you seek?" And Chen Ju immediately replied that he had always wished to join the royal army but lacked the opportunity. "I shall personally induct you into the ranks once this is settled," Yang Lading decided, prompting a joyful Chen Ju to bow and offer his thanks in advance. Yang Lading laughed with confidence, declaring Jiang Bei a dead man, while that same evening, news reached the Jiang Manor where Jiang Bei was acting like a monkey. He was climbing a pillar to escape as Jiang Wan Guan shouted from below, "I'll beat you to death. Come down here before you ruin the entire Jiang family." To which Jiang Bei fearlessly replied that only a fool would descend. "Dad, why would you choose to be a turtle instead of a human?" The system notified him that he successfully collected 488 rage points from Jiang Wangyuan. Butler Du rushed forward to restrain Jiang Wangyuan, pleading for him to calm down since the young master only acted out of a desire to save a life. Clutching a vase, Jiang Wangyuan replied furiously that his anger didn't stem from the rescue, but from the boy's inexcusable actions. He dared to slap the general's backside today, so there's no telling what he'll do tomorrow. Yan Lan watched the duo's antics and apologized dejectedly. She worried she had caused trouble, but Jiang Nan reassured her, saying his brother had been as mischievous as a monkey since childhood. Yan Lan smiled at the chaos, noting that such a lively family atmosphere was actually quite nice. Jiang Bei dodged frantically, whining for his father to stop stabbing at him because he couldn't afford to lose any of his 3 legs. Jiang Wangyuan grew even more enraged, threatening to break the boy's legs and questioning if he could even protect his own life, let alone his limbs. The system announced another 188 rage points collected from Jiang Wangyuan as he leveled his sword and continued his relentless scolding. He criticized the boy for being so arrogant despite only being in the profound realm, noting that those below the earth realm were merely ants. He warned that an expert would eventually kill him, so it was better to beat him now and keep him home as a cripple. Jiang Bei leaped behind his father to respond. "Dad, I've reached the 2nd stage of the profound realm. How can I be an ant?" Jiang Wangyuan laughed and asked if he was dreaming. Jiang Nan stood aside and explained that the initial stages of qi gathering and qi opening were meant to refine the mortal body. This process strengthens the physical form before one can practice techniques, and only after completing these steps does a cultivator officially enter the profound realm. While it is considered the first level of cultivation, it is only upon reaching the earth realm that a practitioner can truly wield spiritual energy. This allows for significantly higher damage than before. Hearing his brother's explanation, Jiang Bei felt enlightened and realized the truth. Recalling grim possibilities, Jiang Wangyuan added that reaching the next major realm required attaining the 5th stage of the profound realm and mastering 5th-level profound techniques. Furthermore, this stage is difficult, and failure can lead to soul backlash. Jiang Nan agreed, noting he was stuck there for 3 years, leaving Jiang Bei feeling overwhelmed by the complexity. He felt lucky to have the system. Just then, the Rage System panel appeared, displaying his status and current cultivation level. Profound Realm Stage 4 upgrading. Technique, Heaven Swallowing Technique, Profound Level 3 upgrading. Skill, Soul Staff, Profound Level 3 upgrading. Shadow Steps, Profound Level 3 upgrading. Rage Points, 6471, consuming. After reading this, Jiang Bei decided it was time to spend his accumulated points. Suddenly, a light approached as the system transformed into a beautiful girl, announcing his breakthrough to the 5th stage of the Profound Realm before kissing his forehead. As the image faded, he wondered who she was. Simultaneously, Yan Lan gasped in surprise, covering her mouth and asking if he had just achieved a breakthrough. Jiang Wangyuan was equally shocked, doubting anyone could advance so rapidly. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei sat dazed on the ground, wondering if the girl he saw was just an illusion. Yan Lan cried out and rushed to embrace him with congratulations, an action that left Jiang Bei blushing and feeling quite embarrassed. Jiang Wangyuan was stunned, noting that while his elder brother was the fastest among young cultivators, Jiang Bei's progress was even more heaven-defying. Jiang Nan asked how he felt and if he was in pain. Jiang Bei stood up with a bright expression and firmly replied that he felt absolutely fantastic. He felt the abundant spiritual energy of the 5th stage, declaring that he wouldn't fear Chen, Leang, or Shangyuan even if they challenged him together. This immediately provoked Father Jiang, who scolded him for thinking of fighting again. The system then recorded another 188 rage points from Jiang Wangyuan. However, Jiang Wangyuan soon coughed with a flushed face and softened his tone, calling him a good son, since he had advanced so quickly. He urged him to rest and consolidate his spiritual energy, leaving Jiang Bei puzzled by his father's sudden change in attitude. Why was my father being so courteous to me? After stepping out of the room, Jiang Bei stretched his weary body and sighed. Ah, I can finally get some rest. Yan Lan called out to him once more, "Young Master Jiang." She stepped forward and leaned against Jiang Bei, causing him to let out a startled cry. Looking up at him with a face flushed with embarrassment, Yan Lan said, "I wish to ask you something, young master. Our acquaintance is still quite brief." "Why did you risk your life to help me like that?" This question caught Jiang Bei off guard, and he shyly replied, "Does one truly need a reason to help another?" Internally, he thought that while he initially felt he owed her for the room payment, he later simply wanted to farm some rage points from those 2 members of the Yang family. Seemingly unable to believe his answer, Yan Lan asked again, "Is that true? Is there really no other reason?" Shifting his gaze away guiltily, Jiang Bei replied, "That is correct. Could there be any other reason?" This response left her feeling quite frustrated. Yan Lan felt her face burning with embarrassment as she bit her lip, thinking that young Master Jiang had only helped her out of the goodness of his heart, despite what she had assumed. She decided she could not let him see her flustered state, so she boldly stepped forward and pinned Jiang Bei against the wall in a caved-on pose before speaking. "It must be because you harbor improper thoughts about me. How should I handle this?" Hearing her words, he immediately and loudly protested. "That is impossible. I do not need that, so please stop talking nonsense," Jiang Bei said, his face turning red as he raised his hands in a defensive gesture. "Please, princess, this simply cannot be," he pleaded, but Yan Lan handed him a golden pill that left him confused. "Wait, what is this?" "It is a spirit recovery pill. You exhausted a great deal of spiritual energy today, did you not? Consuming this will restore your strength and stabilize your spiritual foundation." Yan Lan then added that she was very grateful for his help before heading to her room to rest, leaving the inexperienced Jiang Bei standing there in a daze. "Right, okay." After returning to his room, Jiang Bei lay on his bed and stared at his hand, wondering why she had to be so physical instead of just giving him the pill, as it had given him false expectations. He then hugged his pillow and rolled around on the bed, shyly remarking to himself that a man truly needs to know how to protect himself when he is out in the world. "Especially someone as handsome, elegant, and imposing as I am," he added, until the system suddenly manifested with an air of indignation and spoke up. "Stop it, I beg the host to cease saying such disgusting things. Have you no shame?" Jiang Bei immediately bolted upright and asked what was happening, to which the system responded crossly. "It is I, the host's rage system. You may call me Zio-En." Hearing the name, Jiang Bei asked in confusion, "Zio-En? System?" in his typical clueless fashion. He had inadvertently provoked the system. "It is me." Remembering the kiss on his forehead from earlier, Jiang Bei exclaimed that he recognized the voice. "I remember now. You appeared when I leveled up, did you not?" The system nodded irritably and confirmed that it had indeed been its manifestation. When the host reaches a critical breakthrough, I will upgrade the system accordingly, the system explained, noting that during the initial phase, we could only communicate through unconscious protocols, such as system pop-ups, but once the host reached the 5th level of the profound realm, my consciousness was activated. This includes verbal communication, visual aids, and a status window. Should the host reach even higher levels, the power of the system will grow accordingly. It will become even more formidable. Jiang Bei was delighted to hear that the system could also level up and asked if it was currently residing within his mind. It seems no one else can see you, he noted. The system replied that they communicated through a private protocol and that it could even read his thoughts. This includes the 10,000 or so adult films stored in your memory. Jiang Bei replied nonchalantly that the system had certainly seen a great deal. In the future, try to have more wholesome thoughts instead of filling your head with such trash. Despite being caught red-handed, he felt no shame. Jiang Bei pointed his finger indignantly and said, "You have already viewed my entire collection, so you are lucky I am not charging you admission. How dare you accuse me?" Suddenly, a noise from outside caught his attention. "Hey, someone is at the door." Zio-En immediately vanished, announcing that the system was taking its leave. As he walked toward the door, Jiang Bei hummed a song he had composed himself about how beautiful the night was, and how some people always stayed awake through it. He wondered if the princess had snuck in this late, so he spoke politely, saying he had been waiting for a long time. Instead of the beautiful Yan Lan he expected, Jiang Bei faced a hideous evil spirit that bared its sharp teeth to threaten him. Dodging the evil spirit's pounce, Jiang Bei exclaimed that he had lived many years but was only now seeing a real ghost. Holding his nose as the spirit tumbled, he watched the filthy slime ooze from it while hurling disgusted insults, telling it to just drop dead. Wondering if the creature had just crawled out of a latrine, he shouted outside for help from his father, Old Du, and his big brother, causing the spirit to look up. It wondered why he was calling for others instead of fighting back, but only silence met his cries for help. Jiang Bei stood dazed, realizing no one cared about him, while the evil spirit grinned wickedly and released a toxic gas from an unknown source. Glancing at the door, Jiang Bei decided that fleeing was the best option, recalling the ancient proverb to fight if possible but run if not. Suddenly, another evil spirit appeared making strange noises, prompting Jiang Bei to swing his soul staff while wondering why there was another one. Watching one spirit leap about and the other hang upside down, he broke into a sweat and wondered if these little demons were related to monkeys because of their speed. Sensing the dire situation, he crossed his arms over his chest in feigned terror and screamed that someone was trying to scare him to death. Thinking he had no choice but to use a diversion, Jiang Bei spread his arms and unleashed his dual soul staff, knocking both spirits to the ground. He mused that these things were quite durable before grabbing the one-eyed spirit's head and spitefully declaring he would give it a new life today as he struck down. The monster shrieked as the system announced he had gained 150 rage points from it, leaving Jiang Bei surprised that such a weeping creature was actually an evil spirit. Realizing they provided rage points, he grinned wickedly at his new way to get rich and stepped forward to chop off the spirit's hair, making it scream in agony. The system suddenly notified him that he had successfully collected 168 and then 188 rage points from the evil spirit. After collecting another 288 rage points, Zio-En summarized that his total current rage value had reached 2,888 points. Overjoyed by the amount, he thought he had struck it rich again and told the spirit that Master Bei would give it a brand new hairstyle. He promised it would be the most radiant being in the ghost realm, provoking the spirit to roar in fury that it could be killed but never insulted. It lunged at Jiang Bei while the other spirit in the room growled threateningly, just as a flash of light appeared with a warning for young Master Jiang to be careful before someone materialized in front of him. Startled, he turned to see a worried Yan Lan asking if he was all right, while Jiang Bei reached out with a look of despair and called out to the princess. He lamented the loss of his point-generating treasures as Yan Lan comforted him, saying she had destroyed the evil spirits so he no longer needed to be afraid. Jiang Bei wept internally, denying his fear and wondering why she had killed them so quickly when he wasn't even finished playing with them yet. He then asked if Princess Yan Lan was also a cultivator, to which she shyly nodded and explained that was how she had easily escaped the Martial King's mansion. Just then, Jiang Nan approached and asked his brother if he was afraid of ghosts, while Jiang Wanguan stood nearby with his arms crossed in disdain. Snorting that defeating a few profound realm spirits was nothing worth mentioning, The father and son stared at each other, both lost in their own thoughts. Yang Bei realized he was right about the lack of guards, as they must have noticed the spirits early on and intentionally chose not to intervene. The father had intended to wait until his profligate son reached his limit before teaching him a lesson, but Jiang Bei spoke first with a mocking tone. He told his father there was no need for praise since the new generation always surpasses the old, and old Jiang would soon be obsolete, making Jiang Wan Guan shout in fury. As the system notified him of 68 rage points collected from Jiang Wan Guan, the father sternly issued an order to punish his son. "Kid, you certainly have a big mouth. I've decided that tomorrow you will go out for training with your brother." The location he announced left Jiang Bei terrified. Their destination was a small den of evil spirits. Jiang Bei immediately clung to his father's legs with tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Dad, I don't want to leave you. Dad, I'm not going. I just want to live peacefully as a wealthy second-generation heir. Big brother can handle the world's problems." Jiang Wangyuan pushed Jiang Bei's face away. His voice was full of irritation. "You little brat, you'd better let go of me before I lose my temper. If I must go, then give me a few tens of thousands of taels for protection, Dad." It seemed this was his true objective. Jiang Wangyuan's voice trembled because eradicating evil was supposed to be a righteous duty. He shouted, "Yet in this brat's eyes there is only pleasure and money. I'm going to beat you to death right now, you spendthrift failure." Jiang Nen quickly approached and held his father back, advising, "Dad, please don't get so worked up." Jiang Bei still tried to argue, "I'm going out to fight monsters." How can someone survive working without getting paid? The system displayed another notification. Successfully collected 88 rage points from Jiang Wangyuan. Jiang Nan stepped forward to advise his younger brother, "Forget it, listen to father. He told us this matter is very serious, so we should leave immediately." But Jiang Bei waved his hand. "Wait, hold on, before we go there I still have one thing to settle." In his heart he thought to himself, "I must deal with the mastermind behind this." Outside the door, someone cried out in confusion. Chen Ju, with a stethoscope against the wall, wondered why it suddenly went silent after Jiang Bei's scream. Thinking of how the boy was scared nearly to death, he covered his mouth and laughed gleefully. That weakling must have been frightened out of his wits. He might even have lost his life. Suddenly, a light breeze and a soft sound made Chen Ju shiver. "What was that? What's going on?" Jiang Bei appeared on the wall and said, "Give me back my life." He successfully terrified the mastermind, who shrieked, "A ghost." Seeing Jiang Bei's shadow, he stumbled away. Jiang Bei wondered, trying to run? Chenju was praying, "He can't see me, he can't see me." When blue flames reached his backside, Chenju screamed, "Ghost fire, it's so hot. Great hero, no, great ghost, please spare my life." Jiang Bei spoke bluntly, "I preferred your arrogant and unyielding attitude from before. I didn't expect you dare to bring an evil spirit to scare me." Hearing the familiar voice, Chenju turned around with tearful eyes. Jiang Bei covered his mouth and laughed, looking at Chen Ju's upturned backside. "This guy is wearing pink underwear, how pathetic." Chen Ju turned around, shielding himself with his hands. He gasped in shock, "Jiang Bei, how are you?" Jiang Bei crossed his arms, his face dark and threatening. "Didn't die at the hands of the evil spirit, did I?" Chen Ju immediately knelt, clasping his hands to explain, "I was just teasing you a bit." Jiang Bei grabbed Chen Ju's head and shouted, "A joke! Then let me play with you too, soul staff." Chen Ju finally felt true fear, breaking into a cold sweat. He stammered, "Brother Bei, I was wrong. I'm a dog, not a human." Jiang Bei leaned close to Chen Ju's face and roared, "Are you a human or a dog? Bark for me." Looking at Jiang Bei's menacing face, Chen Ju thought, This is terrifying. I feel like if I don't do it, I'll be killed instantly." Then he told himself, "Father, mother, your son has brought shame to the Chen family," before turning himself into an obedient dog at Jiang Bei's feet. The system displayed a notification, successfully collected 0.8 rage points from Chen Ju. Jiang Bei looked at the number and scoffed, "Only this many rage points." This night was quite pitiful. Chen Ju sat like a dog with tears in his eyes and barked. Finally, out of a sense of mercy, Jiang Bei said, "Fine, that's enough. I'm warning you, if there's a next time, I won't just burn your clothes off." Being spared, Chen Ju joyfully kowtowed. "Brother Jiang is truly righteous." Turning away, Chen Ju's expression changed. He thought, "It's finally over. It seems I'm no match for him. I don't know how to explain this to General Yang next time." He devised a plan. "Maybe I should take this chance to slip away." However, Yang Lading appeared beside him and shouted, "Where are you going, you worm?" With a fierce face and soldiers behind him, Lading spoke. "According to military regulations, anyone who breaks a promise must commit seppuku to atone." Chen Ju knelt down again, pleading, "General Yang, please spare my life." This failure was because I underestimated Jiang Bei. I offer you the golden saddle, hoping the general will spare my lowly dog life. A soldier reminded him, "This saddle is a top-tier treasure from the previous dynasty. Its value is immeasurable, and it is the property of the Chen family." Lei Ting reflected on Chen Ju's status and capabilities. Considering the manor is currently recruiting, this lad has both the funds and a decent cultivation level. He then gestured for his subordinates to bring something and spoke. "I understand your intentions. Report to the infantry tomorrow." Hearing those words, Chen Ju was utterly stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that true?" "This is wonderful. You are truly magnanimous, General. I am deeply impressed. My admiration for you flows like an endless river." But before he could finish, Lei Ting interrupted him in a fit of rage. "Enough. One more word, and I'll deal with you right now." The following day, everyone from the Jiang family gathered in the courtyard as Jiang Wangyuan finally grasped the whole situation. He suddenly realized that the Chen family was behind everything. Jiang Nan turned to offer praise. "Brother, you used the trace of spiritual energy on the evil spirit's cloth to identify the mastermind. Your growth is truly commendable." Father Jiang agreed. "Not bad, you've made some progress." These compliments made Jiang Bei so smug that his ego began to swell. However, Wang Yuan looked solemnly at Yan Lan and said, "Given the current circumstances, the other families have likely sided with the martial king. The princess probably can't stay in the manor any longer." Suddenly, Jiang Bei chimed in, "I have a great idea. Let her come with us to eliminate the evil spirits." The other three shouted in unison, "Jiang Bei." At that moment, he was sitting on a sedan chair dressed as if he were going to the beach, ordering, "Get 2 more people to carry this. Naturally, my old man will foot the bill." Wang Yuan, who had just praised him, was already fuming again. "Foot the bill, my foot. Get down here right now. I told you to go out for training. Not to go on a vacation, do you hear me?" Jiang Nan added, "Brother, the evil spirit uprising harms both the country and the people. Our mission to suppress them is a serious matter." "It's no joke," Jiang Bei argued back, "but Yaoyan town is definitely not close. Once we leave, only the old man will be left in the manor." "What if the other families band together to cause trouble?" Wang Yuan clapped his hands and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've instructed Elder Du and the others to escort the princess to the Wuji sect. No one will bother her there." At that moment, 3 figures appeared, and one of them reported, "Sect leader, we are the second and third elders of the Wuji sect." Jiang Bei stammered in shock, "Sect leader?" Unable to believe it, he stepped back and shouted, "Is the old man actually the sect leader of the Wuji sect? It turns out I'm not just a rich heir, but the son of a sect leader too." Jiang Nan asked, "That's right, didn't father tell you?" Then a scene of Jiang Bei climbing a pillar, hugging it tightly while wailing, appeared. "As a great grandmaster, why can't you just send 2 people to handle this?" Meanwhile, Wang Yuan angrily grabbed Jiang Bei's collar and barked, "You rebellious brat, didn't you cause this mess yourself?" Just then, Yan Lan approached and gently touched Jiang Bei's hand to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, young Master Jiang. General Tang Xusen from our martial king's mansion is stationed on the mountain. If you run into trouble, go find him." Hearing this, Jiang Bei turned his head. Intending to argue, he said, "Did you hear that, Dad? Someone is already clearing the dungeon. Big brother and I should just stay home and enjoy life with you instead." But Wang Yuan immediately countered, "Isn't it because he couldn't handle the leader of the evil spirits that the riot in Yaoyan town broke out in the first place? Take him away, I don't want to see this brat anymore. He's going to be the death of me." Jiang Nan slung Jiang Bei over his shoulder and replied to his father, "Yes, sir." After setting Jiang Bei down, he scratched his head and complained, "The old man is way too heartless." Just then, Sui Erden's panicked voice rang out, "Wait, Brother Jiang. Are you going to Yaoyan town? Brother Jiang, please save my mother." Jiang Bei looked at the boy and realized, "I remember you, you're the kid from Kaianlai village, right? Your name is Erden, isn't it?" Jiang Nan also spoke up, "I heard that under your guidance, Uncle Du's business in Kaianlai village has been doing quite well. What happened?" Recalling the recent tragic scene, Sui Erden wept as he quickly explained, "Yes, a few days ago, my parents went to Yaoyan town to sell goods but were robbed by bandits. After capturing my mother, they demanded we bring a beautiful young lady to exchange for her." Hearing this, Jiang Nan sighed, "I never would have thought that not only are evil spirits causing chaos there, but the bandits have also become so bold." Jiang Bei blamed himself angrily. "It was my idea for them to go out and trade. I never expected this to happen." Sui Erden continued to cry uncontrollably, "What should I do?" Finally, Jiang Bei reached out to pat the boy's head and reassured him, "Don't worry, Erden. Those bandits who dared to harm my friends will pay a heavy price." A new mission was added, eliminate the bandits in Yaoyuan Town. At Yaoyuan Town, a group of thugs were discussing whether the third leader thought that Brat would bring a girl along. They were certain he would, since they had kidnapped his wife. "Look over there. He had arrived, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Su Erden marched forward aggressively, followed by Jiang Bei, who was disguised as a woman. Upon seeing them, the blue-bearded man acted like a total pervert and remarked, "Oh, he even brought a lady with him. This girl looks quite sturdy, but she seems rather interesting." He then imagined a scandalous scene and wondered aloud how to describe it. Two like-minded lackeys suggested she might be wearing extra layers out of fear, so they should give her a warm welcome before the boss arrived. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Bei suddenly asked in a delicate voice, "Brave warriors, would you like to have some fun with me?" Hearing this, the blue-bearded creep excitedly replied, "Of course." But when he turned around and saw Jiang Bei's ridiculous face, he froze before screaming in terror, "Gah, what kind of monster is this? Someone stop it." However, as he turned his head, he realized Jiang Nan had already taken down his subordinates, who were now struggling to stand. The blue-bearded man cursed as he fled. "This freak actually has an accomplice," Jiang Bei softly replied. "How rude of you." At that moment, a system notification appeared. Successfully collected 188 rage points from the bandit third leader. Jiang Bei was holding two objects that resembled durian shells. With a darkened expression, he claimed to be the belle of Lion City, threatening them if they forgot. He then hurled the objects in his hands at the blue-bearded man while shouting. "I am very angry," the man screamed in pain. After finishing the job and tying up the leader, Jiang Nan walked alongside Jiang Bei and asked, "Little brother, why make it so complicated? Wouldn't it be faster if you just left these bandits to me?" Jiang Bei shook his head and replied, "No, brother." He appeared to be a hedonistic young master on the outside, but he was secretly calculating how many rage points he could harvest from that bandit camp. He couldn't afford to waste a single point. Zio En appeared and warned him, "Host, greed can lead to ruin. Be careful not to fail miserably." Jiang Bei nonchalantly replied, "I'm just here to wipe out a bandit camp, so what's the danger?" The frustrated system began to explain, "Host, you truly do not know your own limits. The leader of this bandit camp has reached the first stage of the Earth Realm. If you continue to act so recklessly, you are simply seeking your own death." Jiang Bei curled his lip and asked, "Aren't you being a bit dramatic? Wouldn't it be better to stay quiet? I'm your god and your only hope after all. You should treat me with more sincerity. Please, show some respect and call me master." Hearing this, the blue-bearded man mistakenly thought he was being addressed and wondered if he meant him. The annoyed system snapped, "Keep dreaming," before vanishing, leaving a frustrated Jiang Bei to complain about its arrogance. Just then, the blue-bearded man's voice rang out, "Master, Black Dragon Camp is right ahead of us." Jiang Bei hurriedly waved his hands and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. I wasn't telling you to call me that." Jiang Nan's face darkened beside him, so Jiang Bei quickly explained, "Brother, don't misunderstand, let's go." They soon arrived at the camp entrance. They were stopped by two guards who shouted, "Halt! What is your business here?" Jiang Bei didn't even bother to answer, simply picking his nose and swearing at them. A system notification appeared. Successfully collected 288 rage points from the guard Lu Renping. One of the guards stepped forward, pointing his spear at them and shouting, "You little brat, how dare you insult me?" The terrified blue-bearded man quickly tried to explain, telling him not to point his weapon like that. The system appeared once more. Successfully collected 288 rage points from the bandit third leader. Lu Renping quickly withdrew his blade and ordered, "That was close. Now release our third leader immediately." However, Jiang Bei firmly replied, "No way. Go tell your chief that my boo is here. If he wants to see the third leader, tell him to wash his neck and come meet me right now." The scene then shifted to the main camp of the bandit leader. Upon hearing the report from Lu Renping, he was so enraged that he cracked his chair with his bare hands. He couldn't believe the intruder's arrogance. An advisor standing nearby spoke up, "My ba, there is no such figure around here." The chief of Black Dragon Camp, Li Dahu, replied, "I don't care who he is. How dare he harass our camp? Does he think I'm some soft target he can just push around?" At that moment, Jiang Bo's group entered the mountain's stronghold. While Jiang Bo waited calmly, a voice rang out, "Die." Li Dahu charged forward, delivering a thunderous punch accompanied by arrogant words, "Accept your death." His strike caused the stronghold to crumble. Fortunately, Jiang Bo dodged in time. Observing the attack, Jiang Bo thought to himself, is he also at the early Earth realm? I must test him. He then struck out with his soul palm, which Li Dehu countered with his divine tiger fist. Jiang Bo appeared to be at a disadvantage. His palm technique surpassed the first level of the Earth realm. He was sent flying back, blood spilling from his mouth. Jiangnan quickly flew up to catch him and shouted. Jiang Bo, sitting on the ground, Jiang Bo coughed incessantly. Li Dehu fiercely declared, you dare to come and disturb my black dragon stronghold. If one of you comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill the pair. Jiang Nan looked at his brother and said, his strength is superior to yours, let me deal with him. However, Jiang Bo remained stubborn and stood up. Despite his injuries, he was determined to crush the man himself. In his heart, he thought, I haven't used the points I've collected before. At that moment, the system panel displayed the data, Rage System. Host Jiang Bo. Cultivation level, 5th level Profound Realm, upgrade available. Cultivation technique, Heaven Devouring technique, 1st level Earth grade. Martial Arts, Soul Palm level 4, upgrading, Shadow Step 1st level Earth grade. Rage points, 1647. Jiang Bo asked Li Dehu, are you the chief of the Black Dragon Stronghold? You're the leader of the bandits terrorizing the area lately, aren't you? Li Dehu crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, exactly. We only go down the mountain to make a living, but while you need money to buy things, what we need are lives. Jiang Bo stepped forward, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch. His opponent sneered, didn't you get enough of a beating earlier? It seems I must show you what true pain is this time. However, as he endured Jiang Bo's flurry of blows, he couldn't help but be shocked. What is happening? Why are this guy's moves getting stronger and stronger? In an instant, the opponent was sent flying backward with a clear handprint on his chest. The system announced the successful collection of 188 rage points from Li Dehu. Although driven mad with rage, Li Dehu knelt and trembled as he pleaded, Great hero, please spare my life. I have realized my mistake. But Jiang Bo did not let him off, mocking him while continuing the assault. How could I? A weakling like you dared to challenge me. You made the wrong choice. You played rock, I played paper, and after a few slaps, I've won. The system repeatedly announced the successful collection of 288 rage points from Li Dehu. Then another 388 rage points were successfully collected from Li Dehu. Next, Jiang Bo gathered his strength and sent Li Dehu crashing through a wall. The winner is king, and the loser gets his mouth smashed, Jiang Bo said coldly. The system rang out again, successfully collecting 588 rage points from Li Dehu. Jiang Bo stepped forward, looking at the defeated man with contempt. As a bandit leader, you only have this many rage points. It's hardly worth the effort. Turning his head toward the distant torches, Jiang Bo ordered, this place has harmed so many people. They must return all their ill-gotten gains. The remainder will be transferred to the fund. Si Erden stood beside his mother and said joyfully, Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my mother. In the future, I will definitely cultivate to become as brave and powerful as you. Jiang Bo smiled and praised him. Well said, I will give you some pointers later. Just then, a person appeared, bowing and saying, Greetings, young sect master. Jiang Bo asked, Who is this? Jiang Nan explained, The nature of these bandits is hard to change, so I asked a fellow Taoist to escort them back. Jiang Bo nodded, You are indeed very thoughtful. A disciple of the Wuji sect spoke up. Young sect master, the yin energy on this mountain is very heavy. Should we head down? Jiang Nan asked in return, Yin energy? The disciple replied, Yes, there are dark clouds at the peak. There seems to be some kind of formation causing a sense of unease. Jiang Bo turned to ask Li Dehu, What is going on with this mountain? Li Dehu quickly replied, I don't know either. The Black Dragon stronghold used to be higher up, but recently many evil spirits have appeared. We were forced to move our camp lower. We even bribed Tang Xusen and a royal general to help contain the evil spirits. Hearing this, Jiang Bo couldn't help but get angry and cursed. The royal army actually dares to collude with bandits. Then he wondered, with so many talented people, why can't they destroy these evil spirits? Suddenly a strange sound rang out, causing him to turn his head and ask, What was that noise? At that moment, a group of evil spirits appeared, accompanied by eerie laughter. Their spiritual power was so strong that Jiang Bo thought to himself, Another delicious treat has arrived. A disciple of the Wuji sect quickly flew up and shouted, Everyone, run away quickly. Jiang Bo realized the situation was dangerous and said while crouching, This place is too perilous, we must leave. However, Jiang Nan pulled him back and ordered, You stay here, I must go first. Jiang Nan tossed Jiang Bo aside, instructing him that their father had sent them here for this exact moment, and he must cultivate diligently. Jiang Bo cried out in a panic, "Big brother, that's not fair," before colliding with a demon, leaving both of them in pain. Jiang Bo groaned in agony, and upon turning around, he saw a two-headed evil spirit approaching him with a hungry look. Jiang Bo stood up immediately, grabbed the spirit's hand, and shouted, "Your breath stinks, you know," before threatening the other spirit until it waved its hands in fear. "I'm only here to do menial chores," it stammered, and after dealing with the spirits, the Jiang brothers approached a place emitting an eerie light. Jiang Bo looked around and remarked that the spirits here weren't very strong, while a trembling spirit offered to lead them to its leader. Jiang Nan warned him not to be careless, as this could be the most perilous part of Mount Wu, just as a green light emanated from a house. "Audacious human, how dare you trespass into my domain?" a voice boomed, prompting a terrified Jiang Bo to retreat behind Jiang Nan. "That is the Wu ghost, the most powerful spirit on Mount Wu," Jiang Nan explained, while Jiang Bo secretly rejoiced at the prospect of a challenge. "Its rage points must be massive. With my brother's protection, I can provoke it freely. Don't disappoint me, you little thing." Seeing his younger brother drawing on the ground with a stick, Jiang Nan questioned his actions and warned him that the feng shui here was unstable. Jiang Bo stood tall with a confident air and replied, "Don't worry, big brother, I'm just going to pay it a little visit." He stepped forward, stick in hand, and shouted, "Hey, what did you just say? You want to challenge us? Are you still in there?" Enraged, the Wu ghost barked back, "Insolent cultivator, what is your name that you dare speak to me in such a manner?" The system immediately notified him that he had collected 388 rage points from the Wu ghost as Jiang Bo spoke with a stern voice. "My name is Tang Shusen of the prefectural office. I do not hide my identity," he declared, thinking this would earn some merit for the corrupt generals. Raising his stick, Jiang Bo hopped around and insulted the spirit. "Little brother, why are you putting on such an act? You shrinking turtle, hiding like that is hardly manly. The overlord has no such descendants, or are you just afraid my brother will crush you?" The system announced another 488 rage points as Jiang Bo grew bolder, mocking the spirit by asking if it was sleepy. "Now let this master experience some of your joy," he shouted as the rage points continued to climb, first by 688 and then by 788. Finally, he shamelessly added, "How about I reward you with a splash of urine to help you wake up?" The Wu ghost roared, "You dare!" as the system collected 888 rage points and the spirit erupted in fury, while Jiang Bo rejoiced in his anger. Jiang Bo thought the rage point harvest was incredible, but things quickly turned dangerous as the Wu ghost and his minions charged out, vowing that only one side would survive. Jiang Bo was startled to see a whole squad of lackeys, while the Wu ghost glared and demanded to know who the audacious human was. "I'll slaughter you all today, starting with Tang Shusen. Who are you?" the ghost demanded as Jiang Nan stepped forward to shield his brother. "Tang Shusen isn't here. I am your opponent," Jiang Nan replied, while Jiang Bo whispered to ask if he could handle the old ghost alone and received a nod of assurance. Jiang Bo immediately bolted, screaming in terror about the overwhelming number of spirits and claiming he had to go inform General Tang at once. The Wu ghost mocked their strange behavior before ordering his subordinates to pursue the boy and eliminate Tang Shusen. Seeing the spirits giving chase, Jiang Bo rejoiced that the fools had fallen for his trap and urged them to keep coming. "I'll eliminate you all for the sake of the people," he shouted, calling out for General Tang Shusen of the 5th Stage Profound Realm. Tang Shuxin, a general of the Royal Army's 2nd Division, turned to ask who was calling him as Jiang Bo rushed over acting like an old friend. "Save me from these ghosts," Jiang Bo cried out, leaving Tang Shuxin so shocked his eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the horde, while Jiang Bo hugged him. "It is so good to see you, Brother Tang," Jiang Bo exclaimed, but Tang Shuxin shouted in a rage, asking where this brat came from since they had never met. The fierce evil spirits advanced and identified him as Tang Shuxin, roaring that he was bold to provoke them, and that today would be the day he died. Taking his chance, Jiang Bo slipped behind Tang Shuxin, who drew his sword and wondered why these spirits hated him so much before deciding to fight them head-on. He shouted for his men to follow him and fulfill King Wu's command to destroy the nest of the mount, "You evil spirits," urging them to wipe the creatures out. However, his heroic momentum quickly vanished and was replaced by a terrified scream as Tang Shuxin trembled while holding his sword against the massive horde. A soldier shouted while fighting, asking his leader what they should do since the men could no longer hold their ground, causing Tang Shuxin to panic. Realizing he would die if he did not flee, He turned to run while telling his men to hold on while he went to call for reinforcements as Jiang Bo watched in shock. Thinking the man was betraying his comrades again, Jiang Bo grabbed Tang Shuxin's clothes and begged to go with him, but he accidentally pulled the general's pants down. Upon seeing the writing on his underwear, both the spirits and the humans stopped fighting to cover their mouths and snicker as Jiang Bo spoke up. Jiang Bo asked if this was Tang Shuxin's zodiac year, causing the general to turn around with a dark, furious face and scream at him for talking nonsense. Jiang Bo pulled out a small white handkerchief and acted like a mistreated wife, telling Brother Tang to calm his anger. He reminded him that he had called these spirits mere weaklings and claimed he would wipe them all out if they ever fell into his hands. He added that the underwear didn't matter since he could just throw it away, but the spirits stopped laughing and turned their rage toward Tang Shuxin, calling him a filthy man. They threatened to tear Tang Shuxin into pieces, leaving him terrified as he desperately tried to deny his identity. As Jiang Bo departed, the system notifications appeared showing his anger points increasing by 288, 488, and then 688. He looked back and wondered why Tang Shuxin hadn't provided any anger points, comparing the man to a human-shaped pinata. Thinking one large source was better than 6 small ones, he decided to head over to his older brother's location to see if he could gain anything else. The anger points from Yu Gui also rose as the intense battle continued between Jiang Nan and the villainous leader. After being struck by Jiang Nan's black iron infinite ruler, Yu Gui cried out about his tiger shield before gathering power in his hands and praising the boy's skill. He told him he had some talent, but declared he would now get serious and show him the most terrifying sensation he had ever experienced since birth. However, an apple struck him in the head the very next second as Jiang Bo's voice rang out, telling him to stop causing trouble. Yu Gui turned around in a blind rage and cursed at him, while Jiang Bo stood on a tree branch holding an apple as a weapon. Jiang Bo insulted his looks and his terrible voice, prompting the system to announce that he had successfully collected 886 anger points from Yu Gui. Yu Gui lashed out at Jiang Bo for being arrogant despite only just entering the Earth realm, causing Jiang Nan to grow worried that things were turning bad. Yu Gui's 10,000 shreds technique flew straight toward Jiang Bo, prompting Jiang Nan to shout for his younger brother to dodge. He immediately rushed forward to block the attack for his brother, and as Jiang Bo sat up with a worried face, he hesitantly asked if his brother was all right. Jiang Nan collapsed beside his brother and replied with relief that it was fine as long as he was safe, just as the system notification appeared. It stated that Jiang Bo, a cultivator at the first stage of the Earth realm, could now level up his heaven-devouring cultivation method to the 2nd tier. As his soul palm battle skill reached level 6 and became eligible for an upgrade alongside his 1st-tier Earth-grade shadow step, the atmosphere around Jiang Bo grew ominous. With a furious roar, he shouted, "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on my family?" The nether ghost stared at him in astonishment, thinking to himself, "How can this brat's spiritual energy be so bizarre?" Jiang Bo reached toward the evil spirit with eyes full of rage. "Taste this young master's fury." A terrifying aura erupted from him, threatening the ghost king of Mount Yu. "Go to hell!" he cried with bloodshot eyes and surging killing intent. Jiang Bo rained down a relentless barrage of punches on the nether ghost, leaving him no way out, while Jiang Nan sat nearby clutching his wounded chest in shock. Looking at his brother and then at the flattened spirit, Jiang Nan exclaimed, "Did Jiang Bo break through to the 2nd-tier Earth realm and defeat the ghost?" Jiang Bo then collapsed from exhaustion, and Jiang Nan rushed to support him. Checking his condition, Jiang Nan frowned with concern. His meridians were in chaos and his energy was spent, likely from pushing himself too hard. The Imperial soldiers also cried out in disbelief. "What is this? Why have the evil spirits been wiped out? Did we win?" Shu Shen looked around. He realized the lesser spirits only vanished because the nether ghost of Zhenshin was slain, but he wondered how such a powerful entity could be defeated. Soon, Shu Shen saw the injured Jiang Nan carrying the unconscious Jiang Bo and recognized him as the young sect leader of the Wuji sect, whom the martial king had often asked him to invite. Knowing the young leader well, Shu Shen bowed respectfully and asked, "Did you deal with the ghost king of Mount Yu? Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." Jiang Nan shook his head. "It wasn't me but my brother. If you want to thank someone, thank Jiang Bo." Shu Shen looked at Jiang Bo and realized something. "Isn't this the person who was just begging me?" Jiang Nan noticed Jiang Bo muttering and asked what he was saying as Jiang Bo sniffled and spoke incoherently. If you want to thank me, then give me one. Hearing this, Shu Shen cursed silently, thinking the brat was still annoying even while asleep. The system notified him that 388 rage points were collected from Shu Shen. Jiangnan turned and said, "My brother is badly hurt and delirious. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Shu Shen bowed. "Understood, righteous young heroes. I will report this to the Martial King and thank you on behalf of Mount Yu's people." Jiang Bo seemed to be walking in a dream where a girl sat crying, making him wonder. "Isn't this the lair at Mount Yu? Could that be Yan Lan?" Just then, Yan Lan suddenly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, her voice trembling. "Jiang Bo, I'm so scared." Jiang Bo replied shyly, trying to comfort her. "What are you afraid of? I'm here." But then Chen Ju's face appeared, saying coquettishly, Bo, you're so kind." Startled, Jiang Bo jumped up and shouted. Yan Lan, who was arranging flowers, turned to look at him hesitantly and asked, "Young Master Jiang." Then she exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful, you've finally woken up." Jiang Bo looked at the vase and muttered, "It seems I'm haunted by this vase of chrysanthemums." Yan Lan approached with a bowl of medicine, saying, "Here, this is a sedative. You've been unconscious for 3 days, we were so worried." Jiang Bo was shocked. "I was out for that long." Yan Lan placed her hand on her chest, her eyes tearing up. "Yes, we heard about you killing the nether ghost. It was so dangerous," seeing how tired she looked. Jiang Bo noticed the dark circles under her eyes and realized she had been caring for him for a long time. He reached out to wipe her face, saying, "I'm sorry for making everyone worry." This gesture surprised and embarrassed Yan Lan. She quickly turned and ran away, shouting, "Take care of your health and drink your medicine." Holding the medicine, Jiang Bo wondered why Yan Lan was acting like that. Just then, the meddling advisor Zio En appeared and mocked him. "Tusk, how pathetic. You're such a weak host. It's only natural for a girl to run from a weak man." Jiang Bo turned back angrily. "Who are you calling weak?" The system crossed its arms and turned away. "Little brother. You clearly fainted because your stamina was lacking. You're truly the worst host I've ever had." Jiang Bo retorted stubbornly. "I've heard those words for 800 years already." Zio En turned back to challenge him. "You were lucky to survive that encounter with the evil spirit this time. Will you be that lucky next time?" Jiang Bo brought the medicine to his lips and agreed, "True. If I hide at home forever, I'll be fine. But once I step outside, there are powerful masters everywhere." Just then, the system joyfully announced, "Come here, young man." It was finally time to choose his own equipment, and Jiang Bo was buzzing with excitement, his eyes sparkling like stars as he exclaimed that a personal weapon was truly the pinnacle. After regaining his composure, he wondered where to find the materials, and Zio E quickly suggested he head 500 meters due north. That was where the treasures were located, and as Jiang Bo looked that way, he realized it was the treasure pavilion they were targeting. A voice lamented about his ruined pants while he crouched in the bushes holding 2 sticks, wondering why there were still guards on duty. He questioned if the guards hadn't eaten yet, but Zio E countered by asking the host if he had eaten either. She asked what he was trying to steal by acting so suspiciously, prompting Jiang Bo to give her a sharp pinch while questioning the use of the word stealing. He claimed that stealing didn't exist in the cultivation world as Zio E shrieked in pain, and after releasing her, he nonchalantly turned away. He stated that among the 36 stratagems, slipping away was the best, leading the startled system to ask if he intended to give up. But a moment later, it realized he was actually sneaking inside, which Jiang Bo explained was merely a tactical repositioning. He used his light footwork to leap inside while telling the system to be quiet, quickly landing exactly where he intended. The area where Jiang Bo stood was overflowing with treasure, and the system began notifying him that millennial profound iron had been detected. It asked if he wanted to take the transdimensional diamond stone and the extreme cold ice crystal that had also been discovered. Looking around, Jiang Bo was stunned by how magnificent his family's estate was and proceeded to repeatedly select the yes option. He happily thought about how his secret efforts would eventually shock everyone before shielding his eyes from a blinding light. Amidst a legendary glow, a massive sword suddenly manifested in midair, and Jiang Bo praised its design as he picked it up. He felt that such a high-class and meaningful weapon was worthy of him, just as the system urgently warned him to run. The sword's immense power was causing the treasure pavilion to collapse, and as Jiang Bo cried out in shock, the building crumbled, startling the guards. The guards were stunned by the chaos and quickly realized that the person responsible was young sect master Jiang Bo. Jiang Bo coughed from the dust and stared at his new sword in confusion, wondering what kind of monstrous thing it was. He was amazed by its destructive power as Zio-E appeared and instructed him to name the sword to complete the ownership process. Jiang Bo suddenly remembered he needed to name the sword and adopted a smug expression, thinking that a man of his refined nature required a truly impressive name before raising the blade high. He decided to name it Little Flashy, emphasizing the flare, which left the system irritated yet forced to admit that he was indeed incredibly flashy. Simultaneously, the system notified him that he had collected 188 anger points from Little Flashy, leaving Jiang Bo amazed that even a sword could feel resentment. He decided to test its power and began to fly on the blade just as Jiang Nan stepped forward to ask if he was all right. Standing beside him was the Wuji sect's second elder, Su Yingzhu, and though Jiang Bo claimed he was fine, he suddenly froze in shock. He began to scream for his brother and the elder to get out of the way, because the sword was becoming impossible to control. Su Yingzhu shielded himself from the wind and told him to stop, but Jiang Bo helplessly replied that he had lost all control. He tumbled off the sword and grumbled that Little Flashy was being disobedient and should be renamed Little Rascal instead. Jiang Bo was so startled he choked on his spit, and amidst the fury of Su Yingzhu in his tattered clothes, he accidentally gathered 688 anger points from the second elder. Su Yingzhu looked absolutely miserable in his shredded robes as he angrily demanded that Jiang Bo provide him with a proper explanation. Jiang Bo hurriedly explained that he only wanted the weapon and had no idea the two of them were there, just as a disciple shouted from behind that someone had arrived at the mountain gate. Hearing the call, Su Yingzhu turned around, but the disciple unexpectedly burst into laughter at his appearance before announcing the visitor's arrival. Feeling humiliated, Su Yingzhu's face darkened as he growled for the disciple to speak up and stop laughing, who then reported that a man named Tang Xusen was asking for the young sect master, shocking Jiang Bo. "Tang Xusen, isn't he that cowardly general?" Jiang Bo remarked, stepping forward to put his arm around the disciple's shoulder in a friendly gesture. "Come on, I'll go with you to meet this Tang Xusen." "I'm already acquainted with him," Tu Yingzhu shouted from behind, still fuming with rage as he pointed his finger toward Jiang Bei. "Jiang Bei, you brat, don't you dare hide. We'll settle this score next time." Upon being led to Tang Xusen, Jiang Bei spoke up the moment he saw him. "General Tang, after you." Then crossing his arms with a look of disdain, he asked, "Speak, what business do you have with this Grandpa Su Bo?" Tang Xusen's expression soured, but he suppressed his anger and replied, "I am here on the Martial King's orders to invite the 12 young sect masters to a banquet." Internally, he cursed the man's poisonous tongue, thinking he wouldn't even look at him if not for the Martial King's command. Earlier, upon hearing the news that the Ghost King had been eliminated, the Martial King joyfully ordered, "Oh, so the Nether Ghost has truly been destroyed. Hurry to the Wuji sect and invite them here on my behalf." Tang Xusen bowed as he continued, "Furthermore, I am here to express gratitude to both of you for your service in slaying the evil spirit." Standing nearby, Jiang Nan replied modestly, "There is no need for thanks. Eliminating evil spirits is simply the duty of our Wuji sect." Meanwhile, Jiang Bei sat arrogantly in his chair. Munching on some fruit, he chimed in, "Exactly. We aren't like certain incompetent people who fail at their jobs and even collude with mountain bandits." Hearing this, Tang Xusen roared in anger, "You!" Instantly, Jiang Bei's system flashed a notification, successfully collected 218 rage points from Tang Xusen. Jiang Nan continued with a cold expression, "As for these generous gifts, please take them back, General Tang." Just then, Hu Yanlin's voice echoed from outside, "Wait a moment." Disguised as a man, she entered and cupped her hands, playfully winking at Jiang Bei as she said, "Senior brother Jiang Bei, why don't we pay a visit to the Martial King mansion?" The moment he saw her, he recognized her immediately and couldn't help but wonder, "Oh, is that Yanlin? Why is she dressed in a male disguise?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked for the reason. Yanlin quickly explained, "I heard that Lady Yanlin of the Martial King mansion is about to marry heir Diomu. Senior brother wants to go and witness such a grand occasion." Jiang Bei nodded, stroking his chin in thought. "I recall she left the Martial King mansion specifically because of this matter, so why does she want me to take her back now?" After a moment of consideration, he happily agreed, "Very well, I would like to go there as well. Our Wuji sect will certainly attend this banquet," he thought to himself. "She must be returning to the mansion for something important, so it's best if I just agree for now." 3 days later at the Martial King mansion, Hu Feng held a wine cup and announced joyfully, Diomu, your presence truly honors my mansion. Come, let me offer you a toast." Diomu, however, looked on with disdain, completely ignoring Hu Feng. He merely stared intently at the large gold ring on his finger and said coldly, "I have come this time specifically to see my fiancée, Lady Yanlin." Resting his chin on his hand, he asked in a challenging tone, "It has been quite a while since we last met. I wonder where my dear fiancée is hiding." Hu Feng grew flustered, glancing at the servant beside him as he stammered, You go quickly and invite Yanlin here." The servant's face turned pale as he pointed at himself and stuttered. "This servant will go at once." He was trembling with fear inside, knowing the young lady was no longer home. How could he possibly find her? Seeing the servant's hesitation, Hu Feng frowned in dissatisfaction. He whispered a command, "Go outside and pretend to search for her. When you return, say the princess is ill or sleeping and cannot come." He then gave the servant a kick, urging him to hurry. Right at that moment, a voice announced, "The young sect master of the Wuji sect has arrived." Jiang Bei, Jiang Nan, and Hu Yanlin walked in. Seeing the servant sprawled on the ground, Jiang Nan couldn't help but mock. "The martial king's leg strength is truly impressive. Were you kicked that far by him?" The servant looked at Jiang Bei but remained on the ground, not daring to stand up. Seeing the distinguished guests, Hu Feng immediately changed his expression and greeted them warmly. "The two young sect masters have finally arrived." "Come, please sit, please sit." However, he couldn't help but feel irritated internally. This young sect master is handsome, but his tongue is incredibly sharp. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Successfully collected 28 rage points from Hu Feng. Meanwhile, Diomu's eyes lit up the instant he saw Jiang Nan. He stared intently at Jiang Nan, exclaiming in admiration, "Good heavens, that high bridge of the nose, those deep eyes." His beautiful face could make even a man swoon. How can someone so perfectly handsome exist in this world? Under Diomu's intense gaze, Jiang Nan felt extremely uncomfortable. He shot a cold glare back, his deep voice laced with a threat. "Watch those dog eyes of yours." However, in Diomu's inner world, he completely misunderstood the remark as a compliment. He clutched his face and thought dreamily, "My dog eyes." Could he be complimenting my large eyes by comparing them to a dog's? Faced with Diomu's bizarre behavior, Jiang Nan couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Bei, asking why this man was acting so strangely. Seeing that infatuated gaze directed at him, Jiang Nan grew anxious, wondering if the man was actually lusting after his elder brother while Hu Feng sat high above. Sensing the peculiar tension, he thought to himself that the atmosphere had become quite baffling, and that he, as the king, had to resolve this situation. He then ordered for a banquet to be prepared immediately, but Diomu interrupted him, stepping toward Jiang Nan with an excited expression to ask for the young sect master's name. He asked if he might have the honor of taking a stroll with him, but before he could finish, Jiang Nan had already swung his sword in his direction. With a voice full of rage, he told him to shove it, then glared at him with contempt, declaring that his elder brother was a true and honorable man. He warned the pampered pretty boy not to act so shamelessly, while the system announced he had successfully collected 268 anger points from Diomu. Having his pride wounded, Diomu angrily pointed at Hu Yanlan and shouted, demanding to know who he was calling a pretty boy. He asked if she wasn't also keeping a pretty boy herself, then narcissistically stroked his hair, wondering if his own dashing good looks were the cause of such envy. After a moment of stroking, he suddenly realized a patch of his hair was missing, leaving only a shiny bald spot, causing his face to darken as he stammered about his hair. The system reported another 588 rage points collected from Diomu, while Hu Yanlan laughed and told him to take a good look at who she really was. He stared intently at her face, trying to recall why she looked familiar, then glanced down at her chest and judged that it wasn't even as large as his own. After a moment of thought, he clapped his hands and exclaimed that he remembered, asking if she was Yan Lan's brother, Hu the pervert, while Hu Feng helplessly facepalmed at Diomu's stupidity. Jiang Bei and Jiang Nan were both stunned, unable to believe such a fool existed, while Hu Yanlan, unable to bear it any longer, struck him painfully. She cursed him to go die, calling him blind and deaf, while Hu Feng suddenly asked Yan Lan if she had returned, to which she replied respectfully. She told her father she had returned to annul her engagement with Diomu, which shocked him into shouting that marriage was not a matter to be taken lightly. He told her not to speak nonsense, but Yan Lan seriously replied that she wasn't, as her recent experiences had taught her that she must control her own destiny. Hu Feng suddenly realized that the reason he couldn't find Yan Lan was because the Wuji sect was protecting her, so he pointed at her and angrily asked why she would think such things. He claimed she had been led astray by Jiang Bei, but then a young man stepped in front of Yan Lan and sarcastically remarked that it was no wonder the princess refused to return home. He noted it was because of such a shameless father who didn't even bother to greet his returning daughter, choosing instead to berate and scold her. Hu Feng fumed with rage, but could only swallow his anger and stammer that he hadn't, while the system announced 118 anger points collected as the youth continued to mock him. He asked if the man just viewed her as a political tool, causing Hu Feng to lose his temper and scream that if it weren't for him, as the system chimed again. After collecting 298 anger points from Hu Feng, the youth continued his provocation, telling the man he should actually be thanking him for protecting Lady Yan Lan. He called it shameful and bizarre, labeling the martial king as truly thick-skinned and shameless, while the system recorded another 368 anger points from Hu Feng. The youth then arrogantly propped his foot on the table in front of Hu Feng, mentioning that Lady Yan Lan had been staying with him and inviting the man to reward him. Regarding the relationship between them, he stated he only wanted a certain amount, holding up 5 fingers right in front of Hu Feng's face. Hu Feng grit his teeth and asked if he meant 500 taels, but the youth shook his head as the system collected 108 anger points, and Hu Feng questioned him again. When asked if it was 5,000 taels, the youth shook his head again, earning 118 anger points, leaving Hu Feng stunned as he guessed 50,000 while the youth just smirked. He shook his head once more, prompting the system to announce 228 anger points from an increasingly impatient Hu Feng. With a darkened face, he asked if it was 5 million taels, but the youth still shook his head, accumulating 388 anger points as the system's notifications ticked away with every refusal. He could no longer stand it, so he turned away and sneered, "You're just a madman chasing a dream." Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a thunderous slap that sent his face spinning to the side, after which he burst into a fit of delighted laughter. With every shake of his head, the system's ticking notifications rang out incessantly. Unable to endure it any longer, he turned aside and mocked, "What a delusional fool you are." But before the words left his mouth, he was struck by a fierce slap that twisted his face, followed by another hearty laugh and a second strike, allowing the system to successfully gather 888 rage points from Hu Feng, who clutched his reddened cheek in fury and roared for the guards to drag them out while Dio Mu, who had been sitting silently, immediately chimed in his agreement. "Capture Jiang Nan alive, but kill Jiang Bei. He is a despicable wretch who ruins everything for others just because he cannot have it himself." Wu Langmai entered with an irritated expression and replied, "As you command," while Jiang Nan turned to his brother and told him to take the young lady and leave first while he covered their retreat. He obeyed and quickly pulled Yan Lan away, thinking to himself as they ran that his elder brother was right, as Yan Lan's lack of martial arts skills would only make things more difficult. Upon reaching the carriage, he shouted for Pang Hu, who asked in surprise what had happened to the young master. He hurriedly pushed Yan Lan toward Pang Hu and told him to take her back to the Wuji sect for reinforcements, and when asked about his own plans, he simply said he was going to save his brother before vanishing. The group chasing Jiang Nan from behind continued to curse at him, telling the brat not to run if he had any courage, until Jiang Nan suddenly came to a halt. Before him lay a bottomless abyss, and seeing this, Wu Langmai and his men remarked triumphantly that while heaven might not block everyone's path, "It had certainly cut off yours," he said as he channeled his energy to create a sphere filled with eerie faces, looking at Jiang Nan with a gloomy gaze and noting that even the heavens refused to help. "Now die, void sphere," he roared as he hurled the orb of power at Jiang Nan, but at that exact moment, he lunged forward and cleaved the sphere in two with a single sword strike, shouting for them not to hurt his brother. Seeing him appear, Jiang Nan asked in both shock and worry why he hadn't run away as instructed, to which he smiled and replied that he could never abandon his own brother. "We have to return together," he said, while the enemy snorted coldly and spoke with disdain about an ant overestimating its own strength. "None of you will escape today," he screamed before unleashing the Samjiva Hell's first form, tongue-pulling hell causing a crimson aura to erupt instantly. It immediately formed a trapping formation around Jiang Nan, prompting him to ask anxiously if his brother was all right. To reassure him, he replied that he was fine, though he secretly knew that while the situation was temporarily stable, they were still in grave danger. Just then, two demons wielding weapons appeared within the formation and looked at him with hungry eyes, prompting Jiang Nan to throw his Azure Wanderer blades at them, though the demons only laughed mockingly without fear. As a three-eyed demon quietly approached him from behind, Jiang Nan turned his head in horror while outside the formation. Wu Langmai continued to bark orders for everyone to attack together, thinking triumphantly that if capturing Jiang Bei through strategy was too difficult, he would simply eliminate him first, while he fended off the enemies outside and observed the situation inside the formation, cursing under his breath that things were looking grim. Suddenly, Jiang Nan's Azure Wanderer fell to the ground with a loud clang, causing him to look over in terror and cry out for his brother. By now, Jiang Nan was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, struggling to remain upright within the formation, and seeing his elder brother so severely injured. He abandoned his opponents and rushed toward the formation, shouting for his brother to hang on, but in his distraction, he was struck by a sneak attack from behind that he couldn't avoid. He struggled to sit up on the ground and called out to his brother, while one of the men warned their leader that Prince Dao Mu had specifically ordered them to keep Jiang Nan alive. Hearing this, Wu Langmai recalled Dao Mu's repeated insistence on capturing Jiang Nan alive and gritted his teeth, wondering how His Highness Prince Wen could have raised such a useless person before agreeing with the soldier. We still need to repay Prince Dao Mu's favor, so let Jiang Nan go, but Jiang Bei must die, he declared before dispelling the formation with a wave of his hands. As the formation faded, he called out anxiously for his brother, who was nearly exhausted and collapsed to the ground, prompting him to immediately rush over and support him. After setting Jiang Nan down, he turned to the group with a dark expression and cursed them for pushing him too far before issuing a command to his system. "System, use all my rage points to level me up," he ordered, while the system appeared and looked at Jiang Nan briefly before offering a reminder. "Host Zioen knows you are very angry, but please calm down first. According to the scan, these people are Earth Realm experts. The host can only advance to the 4th stage of the Earth Realm at most, which is insufficient for this battle." Wu Langmai crossed his arms and taunted, "Hey, kid. Are you only capable of boasting with words?" He gritted his teeth in frustration and snapped, "Shut up. Let's just fight. We won't know the outcome until we try." Hearing this, the system complied. "Very well, good luck to the host." The system began its announcement. Name, Jiang Bei. Cultivation level, Earth Realm 2nd stage, currently leveling up. Technique, Heaven Swallowing Cultivation Method, Earth Grade Level 3, currently leveling up. Battle Skill, Soul Field Level 7, leveling up. Shadow Step, Earth Grade Level 3, leveling up. Rage Points, 5,738. Jiang Bei leaped up and swung a strike at Wu Langmai, but to his surprise, the blade in his hand snapped in two. He continued his relentless assault as the system issued constant notifications. Earth Realm 2nd Stage Peak, Soul Field Level 8, Heaven Swallowing Cultivation Method Earth Grade Level 4. Earth Realm 3rd Stage Middle, Shadow Step Earth Grade Level 5, Earth Realm 3rd Stage Peak. Wu Langmai thought in astonishment, what kind of prodigy is this brat? He is leveling up this fast despite being gravely injured. I cannot let him live, he roared, second form of the burning hell, Scissor Hell. A blood-red cage descended from above toward Jiang Bei. His gaze turned sharp as he let out a faint smirk. It's finally here. He hurled his sword at the red cage and shouted, "If heaven seeks to crush me, I shall swallow heaven." The system announced that the Heaven Swallowing Cultivation Method had been activated. A massive sphere of energy enveloped the red cage, leaving Wu Langmai stunned. "What? No one below the Heaven Realm has ever escaped my Hell's Gate." The red cage shattered, and the demons within struggled to break free. Jiang Bei looked toward them and shouted, "Soul Field!" as a powerful aura erupted. Wu Langmai was both shocked and terrified that the boy had managed to destroy the Hell's Gate once more. Jiang Bei crossed his arms, standing coldly in midair. "Today, I will show you scum the true extent of this young master's power." "What kind of Hell's Gate is this?" He swung his hand in a fierce attack. "I'll pay you back 100-fold." A giant hand slammed down, causing the crowd to scream as the surrounding ground shattered. After that strike, his body was covered in blood and his meridians were severed. Unable to hold on, he fell, thinking to himself, "I probably won't survive this, but it was worth it." Just then, a hand caught him as Butler Du called out in concern. "Young Master Jiang Bei." Jiang Bei asked in a weak, trembling voice, "Is that Old Du?" Butler Du replied through tears and regret, "Young Master, I have arrived too late." Jiang Bei offered a gentle comfort, "It's all right." He then continued, "Just go back and tell my old man to pay you your bonus, and that will be enough." Hearing this, Butler Du wailed even louder, crying out, Young master. At that moment, the system announced the successful collection of 3 rage points from Butler Due. 3 days later at the Limitless sect, a voice echoed within a room, "Old Wang, how's my son doing?" Old Wang and Wan Guan stepped away from where Jiang Bei was lying as the former reported. Reporting to the sect leader, the young sect leader is fully recovered and should wake up today. Wan Guan was moved to tears as he spoke. Good, it is good that he can wake up. However, the joy was short-lived as Old Wang said worriedly, "The only thing is, the young sect leader's meridians are all severed. I fear he will be a cripple from now on." Upon hearing this, both Wan Guan and Jiang Bei were taken aback. Wan Guan angrily threw a punch at Old Wang, which he luckily dodged. "Why didn't you tell me something this important sooner?" Old Wang explained, "I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept the truth, so I wanted to cheer you up first." Jiang Bei, unable to stand the noise, sat up and hurled a pillow at his father, snapping, "It's the middle of the day. Can't you people let me sleep in peace?" Wan Guan clutched the pillow and approached him to check. "Son, you're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiang Bei rubbed his ears and said crossly, "You're making so much noise that even a deaf person would wake up. Are you all afraid I won't hear you?" Seeing this, Old Wang prepared to slip away, saying, "I'll be going now." Wan Guan also prepared to leave. "It's good that you're awake. Just rest for now. I won't disturb you further." In his heart, he thought, "Physician Wang said, all his meridians are severed. I can't let him hear about this, or else." Suddenly, Jiang Bei called him back. "Wait." He happily reached his hand out toward his father. "Dad, I just heard Physician Wang say that all my meridians have been severed. Where is your marrow cleansing pill? Give it to me." Wan Guan gave a helpless smile, thinking he had become unfortunate once again. He turned back irritably and shoved the marrow cleansing pill into Jiang Bei's mouth. "Here, take it. It's all yours." He thought to himself, "I knew long ago that my treasure vault was ruined by this rebellious son." Once his father left, Jiang Bei attempted to activate the prodigal system. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a massive bargain." His body suddenly began to glow, leaving Jiang Bei astonished. "What is happening to my body?" The system explained that the host's meridians had undergone a complete overhaul and were now significantly more powerful. Jiang Bei asked cautiously, "Are you saying I deceived my old man? And what exactly happened with this massive physical transformation?" The system calmly clarified that the marrow cleansing pill not only reshapes the meridians, but also fortifies the muscles and physical constitution. This would provide immense benefits for the host's future cultivation progress. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei laughed joyfully, noting that surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. The system could only sigh helplessly at his attitude when Jiang Bei suddenly felt an abnormality in his body, clutching his back and groaning in agony. The system looked at him with concern and warned that his wounds had reopened and were not yet fully healed, so he must rest properly. Night fell over the dungeon as Butler Due reported to Wan Guan, identifying the man before them as the one who had injured the young masters. Their investigation revealed he was a green-eyed half-evil spirit who utilized a bizarre and sinister technique known as Hell's Gate. Hearing the name Hell's Gate, Wan Guan's heart raced as he realized that such a technique should only belong to the Netherworld sect. He immediately grabbed the man by the throat and demanded to know King Wen's scheme for refining these half-evil spirits and their connection to the Netherworld. Instead of answering, the man bit his tongue and laughed like a maniac, declaring they were unworthy of knowing and that there was no escape for them. He reverently shouted, "Long live the Netherworld! Long live the eternal night!" before biting down hard to end his own life as Butler Due rushed over in alarm. Wan Guan remained calm and told Old Due that he feared this matter was indeed linked to the suppression of the Netherworld Venerable at the Liuzhou U-Mountain Lair. He decided to personally visit the U-Mountain Evil Spirit Lair, leaving the two fools in the butler's care, to which the old man respectfully complied. As dark clouds gathered in the sky, Wan Guan sensed an impending storm. Elsewhere, a man dressed in black stood waiting to speak. He reminded Dio Bao that there was only 1 week left and he should know his task. This man was Huang Wu, a subordinate of the Netherworld Venerable. He demanded a blood sacrifice of 300 cultivators from King Wen Dio Bao, the father of Dio Mu, who was currently reporting to him. Wiping sweat from his brow, Dio Bao fearfully replied that 300 cultivators were quite many, and he feared the opportunity might not arise. Before he could finish, Huang Wu ordered him to be silent as someone approached the door. It was Dio Mu calling out for his father to open up. Dio Bao was surprised to see his son back so soon from Chiang City. and questioned what had happened to the missing patch of hair on his head. Dio Mu snapped at his father's reaction before breaking into tears, sobbing that he had been bullied, prompting Dio Bao to quickly comfort him. He explained that a man named Zhang Bei from the Wuji sect had stormed King Wu's manor and taken away both his fiancée Yan Lan and Jiang Nan. Dio Bao roared in fury upon hearing that the Heaven Realm experts he had worked so hard to cultivate were now missing, eventually fainting from the shock. Dio Mu asked if he was all right as Dio Bao regained consciousness, suddenly remembering that he only had 7 days to find 300 cultivators. Realizing the Wuji sect had more than enough people, Dio Bao plotted his next move and told his son to rest while he handled the revenge. Dio Mu praised his father's resolve while Dio Bao planned to use the sect's provocation as an excuse to strike. Meanwhile, Hu Feng slammed his hand onto a table in rage. Hu Feng demanded to know why Bian Tai had not returned yet, vowing to annihilate the Wuji sect, while those nearby tried to calm his royal anger. Prince Bian Tai soon arrived and respectfully greeted his parents, to which Hu Feng urgently replied that he was glad his son had finally returned. He ordered his son to destroy the Wuji sect and rescue his sister Yan Lan, but Bian Tai confidently assured him that he was already aware of the situation. He planned to lead elite troops to crush the Wuji sect and suggested forming an alliance with King Wen's manor to bolster their military strength for a decisive strike. The general agreed to follow Bian Tai's plan entirely. Meanwhile, a recovered Jiang Bei lay beneath a tree, remarking on how refreshing his sleep had been. The system notifies that 179 anger points were collected from Dio Mu, 58 from Dio Bao, 278 from Hu Feng, and 36 from Hu La Bian. Jiang Bei thought to himself that they truly lived up to their reputation as the twin kings of civil and martial arts, making him this angry from thousands of miles away. Suddenly, he sensed a message telling him to stop plotting, just as Jiang Nan approached despite his body having only recently recovered. He insisted that although he had just gotten better, he still needed more practice, and before Jiang Bei could agree, Jiang Nan attacked, challenging him to a sword kinesis duel. Jiang Bei dodged while worrying about his brother's injuries, muttering that he didn't even know sword kinesis, only vulture kinesis, before whistling to distract and confuse him. Jiang Nan smiled and asked if his younger brother was afraid, then told him to get some good rest before turning to walk away. As he left, Jiang Bei shouted loudly that he wasn't afraid of any challenge and told him to bring it on if he dared. Before Jiang Nan could act, Jiang Bei mounted his sword and boasted about being the invincible Jiang Bei, while Jiang Nan smiled happily at his recovery before something suddenly streaked past. Jiang Bei shouted in anger at the lack of morals in attacking from above, but Jiang Nan pointed downward at an army gathering below them. Bian Tai led the group, brandishing a whip and spitefully challenging Jiang Bei to come out and face his death today. Suddenly, a teasing voice called out to little Tao Tao, making Bian Tai look around in a rage to find out who dared to call him that. Before he could react, a sword strike knocked off his wig, and Jiang Bei landed with a smirk, asking who else would be answering to that name. He descended on his sword and mockingly asked why he was being summoned, while Bian Tai clutched his bald head and accused him of kidnapping Yan Lan. Jiang Bei laughed and said it was ridiculous since he had rescued her from a wolf's den, while the system collected 111 anger points from Hu Bian Tai as Dio Mu shouted. Dio Mu told Bian Tai to stop talking and just kill Jiang Bei, but Bian Tai ignored him and lashed his whip, demanding his sister be handed over. Fortunately, Jiang Bei managed to dodge the strike, and Jiang Nan rushed in to help when he saw his brother being pressured. He shouted that he was coming to help, but Dio Mu's eyes lit up as he ordered his men to capture Jiang Nan instead. As the men charged, Jiang Nan calmly remarked that victory didn't require martial arts when outnumbering an opponent, and a confused Dio Mu agreed with him. Bian Tai used his whip to ensnare Jiang Bei's sword and shouted as he pulled, catching Jiang Bei off guard for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure and shouted back that he wasn't afraid of Bian Tai, just as the system issued another notification. After collecting 568 anger points from Hu Bian Tai, the man cursed Jiang Bei as a scoundrel before flashing a sinister smile. At that moment, Chen Ju appeared from behind with a sword raised, declaring with hatred that he would avenge Liu Yuncheng. Bian Tai thought to himself that he had put a lot of effort into increasing the strength of Chen Ju, Jiang Bei's mortal enemy. Chen Ju swung his sword at Jiang Bei, who narrowly escaped, much to the disappointment of Bai and Tai, who had been certain of his death. Before he could say anything else, Jiang Bei shouted that it was his turn to pull, causing Bai and Tai and Chen Ju to collide with each other. Both were defeated by their own momentum and knelt in surrender, allowing Jiang Bei to triumphantly tell them they should never have provoked him. Jiang Nan suddenly shouted for his brother to run, and Jiang Bei turned to see him injured and being carried away by two men. He charged forward without hesitation, demanding they release his brother, but a man blocked his path and told him he would be next. The man immediately unleashed his void-holding sphere technique, which Jiang Bei barely managed to dodge, earning a small compliment from his attacker. He wondered how much longer the boy could hold out as his powerful magic forced Jiang Bei to his knees, but then a hand suddenly grabbed the man's leg. Jiang Nan, his body severely wounded, urged his brother to flee, while Jiang Bei stood up and called out to him in distress. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, as Butler Du calmly explained that these black-clothed men were all Heaven Realm experts. He noted that Jiang Bei couldn't win against three of them and stepped forward to rescue Jiang Nan, trapping Jiang Bei in a protective sphere. Jiang Bei pounded on the sphere, shouting for Butler Du to release him, realizing that the old man wouldn't be able to hold out for long. With a look of determination, Jiang Bei decided to ascend to the Heaven Realm himself and ordered Little N to spend all his rage points. The system warned that his physical condition might fail if he forced the breakthrough, but Jiang Bei resolutely told it to proceed. The system complied, and his cultivation surged from the peak of the Earth Realm to the first stage of the Heaven Realm. Racked with pain as his progress reached 98%, Jiang Bei grew furious at the worsening situation outside the sphere. He demanded to know how much longer it would take, and the system reassured him that he was nearly at the finish line. Amidst the chaos of the burning fires, the system finally announced that he had successfully reached the first stage of the Heaven Realm. His stats updated: Heaven Swallowing Cultivation Technique at level 5, Soul Field at level 1, and the new Moon-Shattering Void Blade. After acquiring the Moon-Shattering Void Blade, Jiang Bei leaped into the air with his sword to challenge the monsters amidst the flames. He unleashed his new technique, telling them to watch his performance, which brought hope to the disciples of the Jiang sect. They cheered for the second young sect master who had repelled the evil spirits, while their enemies watched in disbelief. The villains were stunned that he had managed to ascend during the battle, but Jiang Bei simply looked at them and called them trash. He challenged them to face him, while the system recorded the rage points he was collecting from Wan Li, Wan Quan, and Wan Yi. The men charged at him, telling him to stop his arrogant boasting and learn his place. However, Jiang Bei easily overpowered them all, mockingly asking which one of them was actually the one just talking big. Terrified by his overwhelming power, the enemies realized that his battle techniques were far more dangerous than they had imagined. They exchanged a silent signal and decided to use their final resort, striking the ground to shatter the earth around them. A surge of demonic energy formed a massive rock above Jiang Bei to imprison him, but he remained completely unfazed. He laughed and took a combat stance, declaring he no longer feared such things before preparing a lethal counterattack. Just as he shouted for them to die, a cold, skeletal hand imbued with demonic energy suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. Caught completely off guard by the skeletal attacker, Jiang Bei let out a cry of pure agony. As a massive change took hold of his body, Jiang Bei lost his sanity and let out a primal roar that worried Butler Du. Butler Du cried out that Jiang Bei had fallen into a demonic state, while Jiang Nan called for his brother in desperation. Now a different person, Jiang Bei coldly declared that the hunt had begun, leaving the enemy subordinates paralyzed with fear. They shouted for everyone to flee quickly, while Jiang Bei smirked as if playing a game, mocking their attempt to run before unleashing a strike that engulfed the crowd in a sea of flames. Bai Tai also scrambled to escape, screaming for everyone to hide or they would be the next victims, weeping as he desperately tried to keep up. "Why did no one tell me this Jiang Bei was so powerful?" they wailed, while Jiang Bei stood above, looking down coldly and declaring that no one would be able to escape. He then glanced toward Jiang Nan and Butler Du, adding that they were no exception, which was when everyone finally noticed something was wrong with Jiang Bei. Jiang Nan and Butler Du called out in worry for him to wake up, but young Master Jiang Bei instinctively grabbed his brother's collar with a grip so tight it became unbearable. He cried out as Jiang Bei glared with a bitter gaze and coldly told him to die, even as a voice deep within his mind pleaded for Bei to stop. Jiang Bei's head felt like it was exploding with pain before he lost his balance and collapsed, leaving the other two in a state of panic as they called out to their brother. Suddenly, Jiang Bei was transported through space to a strange location where he saw a woman suspended by iron chains, causing him to wonder in shock where he was. He questioned why a woman was there, finding her beautiful face strangely familiar yet being unable to place her, until she finally spoke. "Bei-er, you finally come," she said, leaving Jiang Bei stunned as he slowly asked how she knew him and why she knew his name. The woman's voice grew low as she cryptically told him he would understand soon, and suddenly, memories flooded back to Jiang Bei like a rebirth. He saw a vision of his childhood where the woman held a baby that he realized was himself, while she whispered to the other child, Nan-er, to grow up quickly and protect his younger brother. Jiang Bei wondered how this was possible as he saw his father joyfully tossing the baby into the air, telling Bei-er to grow up fast so he and his brother could protect their mother. After the mother told the father to put the child down, Jiang Bei felt a sense of happiness at having such a father before turning to the woman and asking if she was truly his mother. Although he had never met his mother in this world, Jiang Bei felt a deep connection he had never dared to ask his father about as he looked at the pitiful woman. He struggled to believe he might be the son of a demoness, but a voice echoed in his heart saying he would eventually know the truth as he reached out to her. She told him to go because people were waiting for him, and when he returned to reality at the Wuji sect's morning hall, he found himself lying inside a coffin as the butler spoke. The butler apologized for failing his duty, while Jiang Nan blamed himself for not protecting his brother, all while Yan Lan gazed at Jiang Bei's body. With tears streaming down her face, she wondered if they were fated to be apart, but just as the lid was closing, Jiang Bei suddenly sat up and asked where he was. The pallbearers scattered in terror, shouting about a rising corpse, while Jiang Bei wondered what was happening since he was clearly still alive. Jiang Nan called out to his brother, and only his family and lover ran to embrace him without fear before the scene shifted to the back mountains of the Wuji sect. While relaxing, Jiang Bei asked the system, Zion, if his mother was imprisoned in the demon realm, and the system provided an answer. It stated that the only certainty was that the host was showing signs of demonic possession, which infuriated Jiang Bei due to the system's senseless response. He told it to get lost, retorting that he didn't need to be told that, before standing up and deciding to stop thinking about it to avoid a massive headache. Insisting he was fine, he headed toward the back mountains, noting that the abundance of spiritual herbs there could nourish his spirit and help his body recover. Jiang Bei's eyes lit up at the sight of the precious herbs, realizing he could turn them into spirit cigarettes to sell, which immediately lifted his spirits. He called out to Zio and not to sleep because they were about to get rich, but he suddenly recoiled after stumbling upon a strange-looking foot. A seductive girl lying in the grass asked who he was, and seeing her beauty, Jiang Bei remembered the system saying its form would change as his realm increased. He recalled his breakthrough to the heaven realm and wondered if that was when the system upgraded, laughing as the system scolded him for finally figuring it out. The girl then demanded he be gentler with her in the future, so Jiang Bei pinched her cheek and playfully told her to call him Big Brother, but she suddenly turned dark. She bit his hand, determined not to be humiliated, swearing she'd never call him Big Brother, or she'd lose her reputation in the system world, while Jiang Bei threatened to spank her. Zio-en stood her ground, warning that if he dared to hit her, she would never help him again, which made Jiang Bei reconsider. Realizing he needed Zio-en to make money from these spirit herbs, he quickly changed his tune and began to flatter her, calling her beautiful and kind. He hoped she wouldn't take his joke to heart, and fortunately, Zio-en was not the type to hold a grudge. She magnanimously forgave his rudeness, prompting Jiang Bei to shower the all-powerful Zio-en with more praise to secure her assistance. He asked her to transform the spirit herbs into something resembling 21st century cigarettes, and Zio-en began her magic, gathering power in her hands. In an instant, a mountain of cigarettes appeared effortlessly, leaving Jiang Bei in awe of her skill as he envisioned the massive fortune he was about to make. The scene shifts to the Wuji sect's alchemy pavilion, where Elder Liu was jolted awake from a nap by someone calling his name. Jiang Bei walked in with an excited expression, eager to show off his new goods to the wealthy Elder Liu. Startled to see the second young sect master, Elder Liu broke into a cold sweat, fearing the worst. Knowing Jiang Bei had once single-handedly destroyed the sect's treasury, he worried the alchemy pavilion was next, as the system recorded 180 rage points from Liu Yang. Jiang Bei leaned in close and asked the elder what was on his mind. Elder Liu quickly denied thinking of anything, just as Jiang Nan suddenly appeared and asked if his brother was unwell or seeking an alchemist. Jiang Bei greeted his brother happily and handed him a cigarette, urging him to try the new spirit smoke he had just created. As Jiang Nan examined it, Jiang Bei showed him how to use it, lighting it up so his brother could take a deep breath and slowly exhale. A look of pure bliss crossed Jiang Nan's face as he felt an incredible sensation, as if he were floating through a celestial realm filled with vitality and vigor. Elder Liu was stunned, wondering if the young sect master had just achieved a breakthrough, and he looked at Jiang Bei with newfound admiration for his miraculous creation. Jiang Bei scratched his head in confusion, as he had only intended to sell the cigarettes for profit, but Elder Liu's attitude had completely shifted. The elder excitedly asked if he was donating the recipe to the sect leader, while Jiang Nan felt deeply moved by his brother's apparent devotion to the sect's future. Jiang Nan took the recipe to study, leaving Jiang Bei in tears as his dreams of wealth instantly evaporated. While Jiang Nan praised his brother's genius, the martial king suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, his eye twitching uncontrollably. He mentioned this to Dio Bao, who noted with surprise that his own right eye had also just started twitching. Just then, a pale and trembling Dio Mu ran in and threw himself at his father, begging for justice. Dio Bao demanded to know what happened, only to be shocked when Dio Mu revealed that Jiang Bei had wiped out his entire group. Furious, Dio Bao stood up and swore revenge, immediately summoning his 9 servants. He ordered them to prepare for a trip to the capital to find Grand State Master Dio Wu, intending to enlist his help to destroy the Wu Jai sect. Elsewhere, amidst lush green hills, Jiang Wangyuan sat in silence until a challenging voice echoed from a nearby stone. The voice taunted him about the upcoming moonless night, questioning if he could still keep it suppressed, but Jiang Wangyuan remained composed. He replied that if he could seal it alone years ago, he had nothing to fear now, prompting the stone to erupt in mocking laughter. It asked if he had forgotten that woman and the price he paid, leaving Jiang Wangyuan lost in somber thought as he gazed at the bright moon. He sought to entrust his feelings to the moonlight to find some peace. Bei you must protect the sect and survive no matter what. Elsewhere, a battalion of soldiers was marching forward. Their leader was Dio Wyang, a peak 5th realm heaven stage expert and the grand preceptor of the Wind Kingdom. He was the younger brother of Dio Bao. Behind him was Ming Ling, a red-haired 5th realm heaven stage expert who called out to him. Grand Preceptor Dio Wyang turned around, his cold gaze fixed on him in silence. Ming Ling continued, "Please don't forget the terms you promised us." Previously, Huang Wu had met with the brothers Dio Bao and Dio Wyang to negotiate. "Grand Preceptor, if you destroy the Wuji sect and sacrifice 300 cultivators to revive the Nether Venerable, we will not only help you control the Wind Kingdom, but also offer other rewards, even helping you become the overlord of an entire continent." Huang Wu asked for his opinion. Dio Wyang merely gave a cold smirk. After leading his troops to the Wuji sect, his mind shifted. Whether it is the Wuji sect or any other, anyone who dares to provoke the Dio family faces only death. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei was smoking a cigarette when the system suddenly notified him that he had collected 288 rage points from Dio Mao and 588 from Dio Bao. Jiang Bei felt irritated and grew angry himself, successfully collecting 488 points from Hu and 818 points from Dio Wyang. The massive amount of rage points made Jiang Bei suspicious. The Dio family must be planning to cause trouble at the Wuji sect again. Zio teased him. The host has already guessed their intentions. Jiang Bei stared at the system's screen, thinking, "Last time, when I broke my limits to reach the Heaven Realm, I only defeated 3 first-stage Heaven Realm experts. This time, Dio Wyang would surely be a much tougher opponent." He asked Zio, "How many rage points are needed to go from the first to the second stage of the Heaven Realm?" Zio cheerfully explained, "The host only needs 12,000 points to level up." Hearing such a staggering number, Jiang Bei felt demoralized. "That's too many, I'm finished." Zio encouraged him, "Don't lose heart. When you advance from the great perfection of the innate Heaven Realm to the first stage of the Hegu Realm, you will receive additional benefits." Jiang Bei didn't pay much attention. "What even is the Hegu Realm? Why worry about it before reaching the peak of the Heaven Realm?" Zio then explained. "Let me share some fundamental knowledge with you. The world we live in is called the Xingyuan continent, and cultivation is divided into the martial path and the cultivation path. The martial path focuses on body tempering and consists of 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and mortal. Currently, the host is at the pinnacle of the martial path, the heaven realm. Once you reach the great perfection of the heaven realm, you will advance to the cultivation path, focusing on spirit gathering. She pointed to a board listing the realms discovered by previous cultivators. These included the Hegu, Zihai, Fengchuan, and Sovereign realms. Jiang Bei was shocked to learn that many mysteries existed beyond the heaven realm. He wondered why his old man hadn't told him sooner. He raised his hand and asked, "So, what lies beyond the sovereign realm?" Zio-En took off her glasses and smiled. "Excellent question. But the answer is that no one knows." Confused, Jiang Bei asked why. Zio-En turned and replied calmly, "Because that is simply how it has always been. No one has ever recorded anything new, and no one has become an immortal." She looked at him sweetly and said, "Perhaps the first person to become an immortal will be you. I have high expectations for you." Jiang Bei muttered in astonishment, "Me? Become an immortal?" Just then, Hu Yanlin walked in and asked, "Young Master Jiang, you're up quite early." Jiang Bei feigned an answer, "Oh, I just woke up because I had to pee." Zio-En giggled. "The host really has no shame in front of Yanlin, does he?" Jiang Bei blushed and hissed at her to shut up. Yanlin shyly instructed him, "In that case, have some breakfast first. I prepared it myself." The system notified him that he had collected 588 rage points from Dio Wyong. Before eating, Jiang Bei told Yanlin, "Yanlin, go ahead and eat first. I'm going out for a bit." Fortunately, Jiang Bei remembered that Dio Bao was approaching and he needed to prepare for battle. He muttered to himself, "I almost forgot. Dio Bao is leading his troops here remarkably fast. I must get to the sect gates quickly to warn the disciples." By the time Jiang Bei arrived, the battle had already begun. He worried, "This is bad, I'm too late." Dio Mao whispered into Dio Wyong's ear, "Second uncle, that is the one named Jiang Bei." Jiang Bei helped a soldier to his feet and told him to go inform his elder brother and old Du. He emphasized that the sect had guests visiting. The soldier complied. Ming Ling pointed at Jiang Bei's face and commanded, "Jiang Bei, release the crown prince immediately or else." Jiang Bei interrupted, "Or else what?" "Don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Ming Ling grew furious and charged forward, wondering if Jiang Bei thought holding that pipe in his mouth gave him the upper hand. Jiang Bei remained unfazed as his reinforcements finally arrived, with Butler Du rushing to his side and urging the young master not to fear. Jiang Nan made a grand entrance to support his brother, while a confident Jiang Bei declared that the real game was only just beginning. Jiang Bei plunged into the enemy ranks with masterful sword strikes, constantly mocking their sluggish movements for being far too slow. A livid Dio Wu stepped forward to challenge him, unleashing his dragon wind art, Void Missile, in a relentless frontal assault that Jiang Bei withstood effortlessly. Infuriated that his missile was blocked, Dio Wu gathered a powerful bolt of lightning and sneered, telling Jiang Bei to taste his next strike. He lunged at Jiang Bei once more after recovering his strength, but his attack missed again, leaving Dio Wu in a state of utter disbelief. Jiang Bei laughed with pure contempt, mocking Dio Wu's poor eyesight while the latter warned him not to be arrogant before preparing his boomerang palm. Dio Wu threatened that the palm's true power would manifest upon its return, and Jiang Bei realized the danger just as a massive surge of purple energy erupted. Yan Lan suddenly appeared and shoved Jiang Bei out of harm's way, leaving him to watch in despair as she was consumed by the purple spiritual energy. Surrounded by purple light, Dio Wu sneered that Jiang Bei's luck had run out, provoking a furious curse from the enraged young man. Butler Du stepped in to assist, but Ming Ling blocked his path with a wall of green spiritual energy and an excited grin. Ming Ling declared himself the butler's opponent before condensing energy into a small orb to unleash Hell's Gate, first form, bone-stripping hell. Recognizing the netherworld technique, Butler Du frowned and conjured a shield, but the barrier eventually shattered under Ming Ling's relentless assault. Realizing the dire situation, Butler Du decided to risk everything by exhausting his energy to trigger Valley Union Realm, Primal Dragon Divine Punishment. Ming Ling struggled to hold on, shocked that the old man would break his own bones for a forced breakthrough, while a dying Du felt no regrets. Jiang Bei rushed to support the weakening Butler Du, his heart filled with sorrow as he looked upon his fallen comrades and loved ones. Fueled by the sight of Yan Lan and his brother's injuries, Jiang Bei's energy turned a blood-red hue as he vowed to kill those who provoked the Wuji sect. Dio Wu felt a sense of unease at the sudden change in Jiang Bei's aura, yet he still mockingly questioned if the boy truly thought he could win. Jiang Bei clutched his head and screamed for someone to get out, only for a double to appear, snap his fingers, and manifest a massive domain expansion. Standing tall and looking down at Jiang Bei, the figure introduced himself with a smirk as a noble member of the demon spirit clan. The entity identified himself as the inner demon and began to hypnotize Jiang Bei, promising him immense power, though Jiang Bei remained defiant. Jiang Bei dismissed the idea of having an inner demon, but the creature only laughed, showing its sharp teeth as it leaned against his back. It urged him to remember his previous loss of control, leading Jiang Bei to suspect that this demon spirit was responsible for his past demonization. The demon revealed that only his mother's soul fragment had saved his body, confirming to Jiang Bei that his vision of her had been real. Pointing at Dio Wu, the inner demon questioned Jiang Bei, noting that their enemy was currently at the 5th stage of the Heaven Realm. He mocked Jiang Bei's chances of winning as a mere 2nd stage cultivator, while Jiang Bei struggled to maintain his sense of self. The demon spirit used illusions to show Jiang Bei his wounded friends, preying on his guilt to break his resolve and force his cooperation. He told Jiang Bei to stop talking nonsense and consider how many people had suffered because of his weakness, finally swaying the young man's mind. Jiang Bei's hands trembled as he succumbed to the thought of his own uselessness, much to the delight of the encouraging inner demon. The demon continued his hypnotic persuasion until Jiang Bei began to lose consciousness, demanding that he surrender his body at last. Jiang Bei had been swayed and was losing consciousness, and as the inner demon reached out to claim the body as his own, a heavy punch suddenly landed on his face. At that moment, an internal force sent the inner demon flying. Clutching his face in shock, he asked how Jiang Bei could possibly still be conscious. Cracking his knuckles, Jiang Bei mocked him, saying that as a parasite in his body, he was essentially the demon's father and that the brat was still too green. The inner demon transformed into a hideous beast and roared through its monstrous maw, screaming that he would kill Jiang Bei for such disrespect. Jiang Bei leaped up and kicked him, scoffing at a mere shadow for daring to call himself a deity before the demon was easily defeated. Reverting to a childlike form, the inner demon clutched his cheek with teary eyes, his face twisted in a silent, trembling pout of frustration. The demon asked how a lowly human could not fear him, while Jiang Bei marveled at his true form before hoisting the brat up and laughing at the idea of a father fearing his own son. As the demon struggled to get free, Jiang Bei used his spiritual energy to suppress him, prompting the demon to vow that he would make Jiang Bei pay for his arrogance. After collecting 896 rage points from the demon's spirit, Xiao En aimed her cannon at the parasite hiding within the host's body. With a cold demeanor, Xiao En declared in the name of the moon that she would eliminate him, causing the inner demon to cry out in terror. Trembling and drenched in sweat, the inner demon asked what kind of divine weapon it was, but Xiao En only mocked his ignorance before preparing to strike. Jiang Bei smugly asked if he would accept him as his father, but the stubborn demon insisted he would rather die than suffer such humiliation. Without waiting for him to finish, Xiao En fired repeatedly, declaring that rebelling against the host's authority was an unforgivable sin. Blasted into submission, the inner demon wept and begged for mercy, kneeling with trembling hands and calling Xiao En his superior. He promised never to defy his master again, though internally he cursed Jiang Bei and plotted his eventual revenge. He never expected Jiang Bei to harbor such a terrifying woman, while the system continuously notified Jiang Bei of the rage points being harvested. As more rage points poured in, Jiang Bei silently marveled at how slick-tongued and deceptive the little brat truly was. Xiao En looked at the inner demon and coldly asked Jiang Bei if she should execute the captured parasite. The inner demon tried to curry favor with Jiang Bei by acting obedient, even as he internally spat on him for relying on others. The system announced another 788 rage points, as Jiang Bei mockingly asked what happened to the demon's death before dishonor vow. The inner demon forced a weak smile and stammered that a little submission wasn't so bad after all. Xiao En stared at him as if he were already dead, while the demon resentfully thought he only feared her massive cannon, not Jiang Bei. After another 888 rage points were collected, the demon reconsidered, realizing that Jiang Bei had a bright future with such a powerful protector. Dreaming of a life of luxury and fine dining, he wondered if following this father for a steady supply of food might not be a bad idea. The inner demon immediately began to flatter him, claiming he would be honored to serve his papa before Zio and disgustedly dropped him. Salivating over thoughts of steamed lamb and roasted duck, the demon began massaging Jiang Bei's shoulders to earn his favor. He listed a feast of delicacies he was willing to endure anything for, asking Jiang Bei if the pressure of the massage was to his liking. Jiang Bei glanced at him with a cold expression, knowing full well that while the brat acted like a loyal grandson, he was cursing him in his heart. He realized that with Zio and keeping him in check, this demon was essentially a walking, cost-effective generator for rage points. With a devious smile, Jiang Bei thought that he could now use the demon as a trump card to handle things whenever he was in danger. With that thought, he solemnly declared that from now on, the demon would be the son of the Jiang family's 18th generation disciple, named Jiang Zaiabai. The inner demon cheered outwardly, thanking his master for the name, but internally he cursed the terrible name while gesturing rudely. The system notified him of 233 anger points collected from the demon's spirit as Jiang Bei playfully stepped on the creature's face. He suggested letting the demon out to slaughter everyone outside, to which the demon feigned joy while feeling utterly soulless. Relieved to be alive, the demon sighed internally as the system recorded another 110 anger points from its frustration. Dio Huayang watched Jiang Bei warily, sensing a surge in power and wondering if the boy had truly succumbed to demonic possession. Terrified by the shifting spiritual energy, he wondered about Jiang Bei's origins before forming hand seals to launch a desperate attack. 4 pale purple elephants manifested in the air through the 4 imagery chi induction, but Jiang Bei merely mocked him and swung his blade. Using the rending void full moon blade, he caused the elephants to fade and vanish, leaving Dio Huayang staring in utter disbelief. Clutching his arm, Jiang Nan was equally stunned that Jiang Bei could actually shatter a technique from a peak Xianshan master. Before the enemy could react, Jiang Bei dashed behind him and decisively drove his sword straight through Dio Huayang's chest. Turning to the newly conscious Yan Lan, Jiang Bei told her this strike was for her, earning a grateful smile from the injured woman. He then pointed his sword at the remaining subordinates, declaring Dio Huayang dead and demanding their surrender, while Dio Mu forced a nervous smile. Dio Mu claimed his troops were no cowards and would fight to the bitter end, turning to rally his men for support. However, the soldiers fled instantly, prompting Dio Mu to abandon his pride and chase after them as Jiang Bei's men asked if they should pursue. Jiang Bei dismissed them, focusing instead on the unconscious butler Du before collapsing himself from total exhaustion. Dio Mu wept to his father, complaining that the Wuji sect had bullied him and that Jiang Bei had killed his uncle. Dio Bao felt a sense of déjà vu as Huang Wu whispered coldly behind him about their failing plans. With the 200 blood sacrifices still incomplete, Huang Wu warned Dio Bao that he would have to explain the failure to the Yu Ming Venerable personally. Seeing the blue moon's reflection, Huang Wu decided they couldn't wait any longer since the moonless night was only 3 days away. They needed to reach the Wushan lair immediately to aid the Yu Ming Venerable's rebirth, while at the Wuji sect, Jiang Bei worried over Butler Du's severed meridians. Dio Yang confirmed that only a single main meridian kept the old man barely alive, leaving Zai Yingzhu to ask what could be done. Jiang Bei pleaded with Elder Dio for a cure, but the alchemist Pavilion head admitted his skills were inferior to sect leader Jiang's. Jiang Nan watched the unconscious butler with a grim expression, contemplating the possibility that the old man had visited the legendary Endless Sea. Jiang Bei asked about the Endless Sea, but Zai Yingzhu told him to wait for the sect leader's explanation before Jiang Bei asked where his father was. Butler Du coughed weakly and revealed that the master was currently at the Wushan lair, prompting Jiang Bei to comfort him. The old man explained that the lair in Leang City was a forbidden zone used to seal the Yu Ming Venerable, recalling the master's departure. The master had settled in Leang City specifically to guard the seal, suspecting that King Wen and the Wuji sect's actions were tied to the demon's movements. He had gone to reinforce the seal days ago, leading Jiang Nan to immediately call for his brother to set out without delay. Jiang Bei, however, struck the back of Jiang Nan's neck to knock him out, apologizing as Zai Yingzhu caught his falling brother. "Big brother is severely injured and shouldn't overexert himself. Please look after him for me, Elder Yu," Su Yingzhu replied readily. "That goes without saying, as he is my disciple after all," he said, while Jiang Bei donned his coat and set off, telling himself to hold on Elder Du, for he would help his father suppress Yu Ming and bring him back to save him. Within the desolate lair of Mount Wu during the lonely night, a small red flame flickered on a peak as a chilling laugh rang out. Pavilion Master Jiang, why waste your efforts when the moonless night has arrived? While Jiang Wangyuan sat cross-legged, focusing intensely. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open in alarm, realizing the danger as his opponent laughed, declaring the seal finally broken, leaving Jiang Wangyuan sitting there in a state of shock and terror. Wondering if Yu Ming had truly been unleashed, he sat in anxious contemplation until a cheerful voice called out, belonging to none other than Jiang Bei. With a rose clenched in his teeth, he shouted, "Dad, I've come to help you, aren't you moved?" before flashing a wide, mischievous grin. Jiang Wangyuan appeared displeased, his expression souring with obvious irritation as he lost his patience with his unruly son and roared, "You brat, do you have a death wish? Who gave you permission to come here?" However, Jiang Bei was prepared, having just successfully harvested 233 rage points from Jiang Wangyuan, so he spoke to his father with the demeanor of a fool. "If it weren't for the fact that only you can heal Elder Du's injuries, your son would never dare to run to this godforsaken place in the middle of the night," he explained. Jiang Wangyuan was stunned, asking if Elder Du was truly injured, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of sharp clapping. Huang Wu appeared alongside the father-son duo Dio Mu and Dio Bao, arrogantly remarking that if it weren't for the emergence of Venerable Yu Ming, he wouldn't have dared to disturb their father-son bonding, prompting Jiang Wangyuan to shout and point his finger directly at the group. "Dio Bao, you've truly conspired with evil spirits to commit such atrocities. Do you even have a conscience left?" he demanded, to which Dio Bao replied with a sinister smirk. "Sect leader Jiang, I simply follow the rule of the strong," he said, just as a massive beam of light erupted from amidst the glowing red talismans. With sharp, upright eyes and a furrowed brow, another powerhouse emerged, a fifth-stage Yu Ming heaven realm subordinate of the old demon lord. Upon appearing, he let out a thunderous laugh greeting Huang Wu before stepping forward firmly, flaunting his solid muscles and bare legs. He laughed confidently, demanding the 300 cultivators for his blood sacrifice, as the 300 people immediately bowed to welcome the Venerable while Huang Wu remained calm. He softly explained that things were unexpected, while Jiang Bei looked confused as Huang Wu blamed the boy for their 2 failed attacks on the Wuji sect, failing to capture enough cultivators and suggesting his life be the compensation. Huang Wu gloated, declaring that Jiang Bei would certainly die, when suddenly the Venerable's massive hand clamped around Dio Mu's neck. Venerable Yu Ming tightened his grip, draining the blood from Dio Mu's body, causing Dio Bao to scream in horror for his son while Huang Wu shouted a warning. "Yu Ming, what are you doing? He's one of us!" Huang Wu cried, but the Venerable ignored him, questioning the concept of us and claiming he didn't care who belonged to whom. Then Venerable Yu Ming summoned his first stage He-Gu realm power, stating he only knew they were too weak and only fit to be his nourishment. He drained the blood of those nearby and loudly proclaimed that such a small amount of essence was barely enough to clean his teeth, yet Jiang Bei remained unafraid. "You scum of a demon!" he shouted, causing Venerable Yu Ming to shift his target and charge forward with a gleeful expression, intending to start with Jiang Wangyuan's son next, though Jiang Bei still had to assess the situation. Realizing the opponent's strength was too great, he knew he had to rely on his wits, so he spoke provocatively, mocking the man for having a small brain but a big mouth. Jiang Bei had already gathered 2,024 rage points from Yu Ling. Hearing his words, the Venerable One shrieked in a frenzy, "You brat, are you looking for death?" Seeing Huang Wu standing there dazed, Venerable Yu Ming shouted loudly, "Huang Wu, didn't you want to kill Jiang Wangyuan? Why haven't you made your move yet?" Witnessing the simultaneous attack from the father and son, Jiang Bei and Jiang Wangyuan, Yu Ming began to cower in fear. Meanwhile, Huang Wu already had a plan in mind, thinking he would deal with the other later. He cast off his cloak, soared into the air, and roared, "Jiang Wangyuan, die!" Seeing his true face, Jiang Wangyuan exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." Jiang Wangyuan stared at the man through his sharp blade and asked, "What is your relationship to Huang Su of the underworld god?" Huang Wu gripped his sword with both hands and laughed. "How rare, Jiang Wangyuan, that you still remember my father." Enraged, Jiang Wangyuan unleashed a flaming slash. How could he forget? Memories flooded back to when Huang Su took advantage of his breakthrough. He was extremely vulnerable then. Lying on the ground, Jiang Wangyuan could only watch as Huang Su and 2 henchmen bound his daughter and took her away. They kidnapped Wanner and their second son. Back in the present, Huang Wu leaped into the air and unleashed the Underworld King's claw, shouting, "She deserved that fate." "Who told her to be a demon saintess and stay with a lowly alchemist like you?" Jiang Wangyuan retorted. "Could a lowly alchemist like me really be undefeated by the top genius of the 10,000 demon sect?" His words forced Huang Wu to reminisce. He recalled being utterly crushed by the man. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed bursts of purple-black energy around Jiang Wangyuan, screaming, "Shut up! I will never forget the humiliation you caused me." Suddenly, he mentioned a name that startled Jiang Wangyuan. "If Sister Wan had just listened and married the old ghost king, we would all be happy now." He repeated the name, shocking Wangyuan. "If Sister Wan had obeyed my father and married the old ghost king, everything would be different." "Why must she endure such painful imprisonment now?" Huang Wu looked down with a cold gaze. "This is all your fault." "Die to atone for Sister Wanner?" He lunged downward with the eternal Underworld King's path, as a majestic, giant phantom of an old man appeared behind him. As several other figures rushed toward him, Jiang Wangyuan smiled faintly. "The eternal Underworld King's path? You've made some progress." Then a smirk appeared. "But you're still far from enough. You can't even withstand one move." He unleashed the flame dragon heavenly punishment, a blazing torrent and 2 dragons shattering the enemy's seal. Huang Wu was sent flying, coughing up blood as Wangyuan pointed his sword at him. "Tell me now, where is Wanner?" he threatened. Slumped on the ground and clutching his chest, Huang Wu stubbornly replied, "I won't tell you even if I die." He let out a delighted laugh, unaware that a mark had been placed upon him. Jiang Wangyuan remained unfazed, pointing his sword with one hand while forming a seal with the other. Suddenly a bang echoed and only a wooden log remained. He had fled, leaving behind his final words, "Don't even dream of seeing her." Watching Huang Wu's light vanish in the distance, Ming sneered, "Did that coward run away again?" Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him as Jiang Bei appeared and asked, "What are you looking at?" A soul pearl palm immediately sent him flying several meters. Jiang Bei watched with glee as his opponent spun on the ground. "Distracted during a fight? Here, have some stars." Once the dizziness passed, Ming stood up, his voice heavy. "Fine, after fighting for so long, you finally managed to irritate me." A notification appeared, successfully collected 1,008 rage points from Ming. A green light began to radiate from his body. Spreading his arms, he sneered, "Time is running out, kid." "Do you know why I chose to break the seal tonight?" Jiang Bei wondered what kind of trick the man was playing. Unconcerned, he simply picked his nose and gave a mocking reply, "I'm not your father, so how should I know?" The system immediately recorded 503 rage points from Ming. Jiang Bei then focused his energy into his hand. He gripped his sword hilt with more determination than ever. "I need to find that out as well." With that, he swung his blade directly at Ming. He intended to finish the opponent while he was weak, but life is never that simple. His blade was quickly intercepted by a strange barrier. "Is this a formation?" A sphere of green energy surrounded Ming. He laughed triumphantly. "I am of the Ming tribe, gifted with the power to hide within the shadows. In the dead of night, I am at my strongest." As his voice echoed, a foot stepped out from the darkness. Jiang Bei frowned, staring intently at the bizarre creature before him. Ming had now transformed into a supernatural form, laughing triumphantly as he declared that a moonless night was when his power reached its peak. He began to draw in the surrounding energy, vowing to Jiang Wangyuan that he would avenge his 12-year imprisonment, and that today would be the end for both father and son. Under Ming's crushing pressure, the surrounding space fell into chaos with flying debris and roaring thunder as he unleashed his dark domain, all laws extinguished, forcing Jiang Bei to cling to his shield. Squinting his eyes, he realized he was blinded by a thick fog and called out for his father as he wandered through the mist, but no one answered. Jiang Bei stroked his chin and pursed his lips, wondering if his father truly couldn't hear him before calling out to his system, "Zion." A white-haired girl with fox-like hands appeared and softly answered, but when Jiang Bei asked if she could dispel the dark mist, she simply lounged on the floor and shook her head. She explained that the power gap between him and his opponent was too vast for her to neutralize the fog, which only served to infuriate Jiang Bei. He barked at her, questioning her usefulness, but in the midst of his frustration, something suddenly caused his expression to shift. He cursed and swung his sword through the smoke at the bastard, but only fallen branches and leaves hit the ground, making him wonder if it was an illusion before his face darkened in realization. Numerous clones of Ming appeared before him, prompting him to press 2 fingers to his temples and close his eyes to steady his mind. He tried to convince himself it was just an illusion, But when blood began to pour from the repeated slashes against his body, he realized the danger was real. Wu Ming's voice echoed, telling the brat that these were not mere illusions but his actual clones, and urged him to enjoy the experience. During the fierce battle, the heaven-devouring demonic art rained down relentless attacks on Jiang Bei's energy shield, while a notification appeared stating he had successfully collected 212 rage points from Wu Ming. As the onslaught continued against his barrier, Jiang Bei watched the clones regenerate and felt a surge of anxiety, knowing he couldn't keep this up. The clones were multiplying endlessly and surrounding him, leaving him desperate for an escape and realizing that cursing his luck would achieve nothing. He shut his eyes tight and took a deep breath to stabilize his spirit, telling himself to stay calm and find the enemy's hidden weakness. Jiang Bei searched his memories of the fight for a flaw until his eyes snapped open with a sudden realization about the significance of the moonless night. Gritting his teeth with a renewed determination to win, he swung his sword and unleashed the full moon blade technique. Looking down with arrogance from above, Jiang Bei gathered a sphere of energy in his hand and declared that if there was no moon, he would simply create one himself. The energy sphere transformed into a massive moon behind him, driving back Wu Ming's clones until they vanished into nothingness. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Bei called out for his father, but his eyes widened in horror at the sight on the ground. His father was being impaled from behind by another Jiang Bei, who then sneered and reverted to his true form as Wu Ming. Wu Ming coldly withdrew his blade as blood sprayed from Jiang Wangyuan's body, causing Jiang Bei to scream in a fit of rage at the bastard. He slashed at Wu Ming repeatedly, shouting about the audacity of impersonating him to kill his father, while Wu Ming laughed until he realized his own arm had been severed by Jiang Bei's strike. Wu Ming quickly froze his wound and cried out for his lost limb as Jiang Bei continued his assault, leaving the villain confused as to how these techniques were countering him. Jiang Bei ignored him, consumed by a desire to crush him, while Wu Ming released a burst of pressure to push him back and mocked his lack of strength. His arm fully regenerated as he smirked, claiming that the massive gap in their cultivation realms was an obstacle that could never be overcome. He then lunged at Jiang Bei with a devastating strike, commanding the fly to die as the heaven-devouring demonic art poured down like rain. Jiang Bei scrambled to manifest a shield, while Wu Ming looked down on him with contempt, comparing him to an ant trying to shake a tree. In his desperation, Jiang Bei urgently commanded Xiao En to use all his points to level him up immediately. Jiang Bei's power surged so abruptly that it left Yu Ming feeling deeply unsettled as he watched the young man frantically level up. He wondered how the boy's strength could skyrocket so fast, fearing he might break through the heaven realm to reach godhood. A notification appeared. Host Jiang Bei has consumed 101,987 rage points to reach the 4th stage of the heaven realm. Xiao En continued to hammer the upgrade button until the rage points hit 0. The screen flashed a warning, insufficient points, cannot continue leveling up. She cried out in a panic, informing the host that his points were depleted and his cultivation was stuck at the 4th stage of the heaven realm. Jiang Bei could hardly believe his ears. "What did you say?" Yu Ming finally shattered Jiang Bei's defenses and roared in fury. "Why did you stop?" he screamed while sending Jiang Bei flying with a heavy blow. "It's too late to sharpen your spear once the battle has begun." Jiang Bei crashed into a tree, clutching his chest and gasping for air as Xiao En called out to him in worry. Yu Ming lunged forward again with a murderous fist, but a glowing red hand suddenly flicked out to intercept him. The owner of the hand let out a weary sigh. A small, demonic figure stood between the two combatants with his arms crossed, acting as if he were the savior of the day. Jiang Bei whispered, "Jiang Xiaobai." Xiao En dropped her usual delicate act and clenched her fist threateningly, ordering him to leave immediately. Breaking into a cold sweat, Xiaobai quickly obeyed. "Of course, big sister, anything you say." He then shrunk down and merged into Jiang Bei's body, telling his great and supreme master to relax and let him take the reins. Jiang Bei warned Jiang Xiaobai not to try anything funny, but Xiaobai reassured him that he wouldn't dare disobey under the big sister's watchful eye. As soon as Xiaobai possessed Jiang Bei, the young man's eyes turned a deep crimson. Using his temporal abilities, Xiaobai spoke within his mind. He promised he could still help his father break through the heaven realm. The two figures blurred past each other as Jiang Bei's fist slammed directly into Yu Ming's face. The strike landed perfectly, sending Yu Ming crashing to the ground. Inside Jiang Bei's body, Xiaobai sneered and approached the fallen foe, activating spirit gathering. Yuming stammered in terror, wondering if this boy was some kind of monster in the Valley integration realm. Before he could react, Xiaobai shouted, "Void cleave." A crescent moon of energy erupted, and a massive explosion rocked the entire area. When the dust settled, Yuming was lying motionless in a deep crater. Still in Jiang Bei's form, Xiaobai crossed his arms arrogantly, mocking the lowly demon for thinking he could challenge him. Suddenly, his own hand slapped him across the face. Xiaobai clutched his cheek and barked in anger. "You, what do you think you're doing?" A system notification popped up. Successfully collected 2019 rage points from the demon's spirit. Jiang Bei reached out and pulled Xiaobai from his body, telling him that since Yuming was dead, he needed his body back to save Xiaobai's grandfather. Xiao En chimed in, asking Jiang Xiaobai how he dared to behave that way. To an onlooker like Wan Guan, the scene of them arguing with thin air looked like madness. "What on earth are they doing?" Wan Guan clutched his wounds and yelled, asking if his son had lost his mind instead of coming to help him. Jiang Bei quickly hoisted his father onto his back, joking about how tough the old man was to still be alive. Wan Guan continued to scold him despite his injuries. Behind them, a portly figure appeared, his eyes burning with a vengeful red light. The fat man hissed Jiang Bei's name, blaming him for Man Enhai's death and swearing revenge. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei teased his father, asking what he had been eating to become as heavy as a pig. Hearing this, Wan Guan reached up from Jiang Bei's back and began squeezing his head like dough, threatening to finish him off if he said another word. Jiang Bei trudged up the stairs one step at a time. By the time they arrived, he collapsed in exhaustion, calling for someone to take his father. Disciples rushed out to announce the return of the second young sect master. They shouted for help, noting the sect master was injured. After giving his aching back a moment of rest, Jiang Bei hurried to check on his father, only to find a surprising scene. "Dad, do you really have time to be messing around with flowers?" He quickly grabbed the bewildered man, reminding him that Elder Du was still waiting to be saved. Wan Guan protested that he had only just woken up. Soon, Wan Guan and his two sons stood beside Elder Du's bed. Jiang Bei asked curiously about the elder's condition. His father replied that it was treatable, but the herb required to restore Elder Du's meridians could only be found in the endless sea of the moon territory to the north. Jiang Bei listened, already imagining the rare, shimmering herbs. He seized the chance to probe further, mentioning he heard from Elder Liu that his father actually came from the endless sea. Jiang Nan nodded in agreement, asking why they hadn't seen their mother in so many years. Overwhelmed with emotion, his father raised his teacup and began the tale, saying it all started 25 years ago. Back then, he was an alchemist gathering herbs in the mountains when he rescued a demoness fleeing from the 10,000 Demons sect. At that time, she was lying unconscious nearby. He was busy roasting meat and praising its wonderful aroma when she suddenly woke up, wondering what smelled so delicious before sitting bolt upright. Seeing him eating heartily, she asked who he was. Holding his gourd and chewing, he introduced himself as an alchemist who had found her unconscious in a mountain stream and brought her there. He offered her a skewer of meat, but she remained wary, clutching her blade until she noticed that her leg wound had already been carefully bandaged. Realizing he wasn't lying, she quickly took the meat and turned away to eat, thinking that someone who cooked such delicious food couldn't possibly be a bad person. Confused by her sudden change in attitude, he muttered about how quickly she shifted moods before asking how she got injured and why she was in such a place. He pointed out that the 10,000 Demons sect was not far ahead, to which she nonchalantly replied that she was actually the holy maiden of that very sect. Her words struck him like a thunderbolt. Mouth agape, he stammered in shock about her being the holy maiden while she sipped water, secretly laughing at how terrified he looked. Amused by his reaction, she teased him further by acting demure, explaining she fled to avoid an arranged marriage and was pursued by her father's men. Then, she lunged toward him. She told him that since he had saved her, her father would now target him as well. With a flushed face and tearful eyes, she flirtatiously warned him never to think about leaving her side. He stood frozen, momentarily captivated by her charm. From then on, he and Wanner, the mother of the two brothers, lived a peaceful life together. Unexpectedly, Wanner and the two brothers were abducted by Huang Su of the underworld god. He cried out for her, but she only shouted back for him to run and stop looking for her. He went straight to the 10,000 Demons sect to confront Huang Su. Pointing a finger, that man questioned him. Huang Su asked if he was the one who stole his fiancée and dared to show up at his door. He remained firm, demanding Wanner's release, which prompted Huang Su to attack immediately. Challenging him to prove his worth in a fight, Huang Su was ultimately defeated by him, despite being known as the top genius of the 10,000 Demon sect. He left that man kneeling on the ground, muttering in disbelief. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't save their mother and could only manage to get the two brothers to safety. He struggled to carry the two wailing infants while several guards chased them, shouting for him to stop and leave the Holy Sun behind. The old demon lord had sent Yu Ming to hunt them down. To protect the children, he was forced to take them across the endless sea to seek refuge on another continent. Standing at the bow of the ship with a heart full of determination, he vowed that he would one day return to rescue Wanner. To his surprise, Yu Ming tracked them down, forcing him to sacrifice half his cultivation to seal the pursuer at the Black Mountain lair. Before falling into a slumber, that man cursed him. Yu Ming vowed to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Ending his recollection, he set down his tea, explaining that they had lived on the starry continent ever since. He raised the two children there, and after finishing his story, he patted his son's shoulder, adding that he knew it would be hard for them to accept their mother's demonic origin. Yang Bei stood there like a statue, his mind racing as he realized he was the son of a demon holy maiden. However, he wasn't upset. He was actually paralyzed with joy. Images of wealth and power flashed through his mind as he wondered if he was the rightful heir to a massive demonic estate, just like in the novels. Jiang Nan remained much calmer, stating that regardless of their mother's identity, he was willing to go back as long as they could bring her home. Hearing those words, Jiang Wangyuan no longer hesitated and hugged his sons tightly, declaring that they would go and rescue their mother immediately. Elder Du quickly woke up and pulled the three of them back to reality, asking if he could join them. Jiang Bei firmly reassured him not to worry. He mentioned they had made a 3-year pact with Xiao Yan and would definitely return with the medicine to save him. Elder Du was moved to tears by their words. Although he didn't understand what the Xiao Yan pact was, the old man was deeply touched. Jiang Wangyuan hesitated, but Jiang Bei announced there was one more matter to settle before they left. A red headband stood out against the bustling backdrop of the stands. After 3 years of competition and 5 years of simulation, as long as training doesn't kill you, you must train even if it kills you in the crowded arena. Jiang Bei held a megaphone and wore glasses, boosting morale as he asked, "Comrades, do you know why King Wen and King Wu repeatedly attacked the Infinite Sect?" Everyone was puzzled, wondering if the Infinite Sect possessed some special treasure, but Jiang Bei quickly interrupted their thoughts, stating that was not the case. "It's not everyone but you, and you." He pointed at Wan Guan and 2 others, leaving them stunned to be singled out. Jiang Bei disdainfully added that everyone there was trash, a statement that infuriated the crowd and immediately earned him hundreds of jaw-slapping rage points through the system. Even Wan Guan cursed him, calling him a rebellious son, which netted the system another 999 rage points despite the heavy criticism he received. Jiang Bei remained confident and told them, "Gentlemen, please calm down. I am willing to help all my fellow disciples escape this predicament." He then provided a valid reason that made everyone pause and reflect. The Infinite Sect was targeted because their cultivation was lax and their strength was too meager. Yang Bei continued shouting into the megaphone to stir their pride, asking what they should do since King Wen and the others viewed them as easy targets. The crowd shouted in unison to defeat them, and as everything proceeded according to Jiang Bei's plan, he moved on to propose a new strategy. "I have developed a scientific, systematic, and professional training model to address this," Jiang Bei declared before the crowd, his radiant aura dazzling everyone as he introduced 3 years of competition, 5 years of simulation. Wondering if this aura was the light of the righteous path, Jiang Bei explained that the program meant outer disciples would compete within the sect every 3 years. Top performers would become inner disciples, while the elite would be promoted to core disciples. Those who failed would stay for the next round, but repeated failure meant being sent home. The rules were widely publicized, with each sect's evaluation criteria recorded, and monthly simulated assessments were established to monitor the progress of all disciples. Jiang Bei raised his voice to call upon everyone, reminding them that as long as they lived, they must cultivate, and they must continue even in death. "Repeat after me. As long as cultivation doesn't kill you, then you must cultivate even if it kills you. It is a disgrace if you cannot cultivate until your very last breath." Jiang Bei's powerful voice resonated, captivating everyone, and he smiled inwardly, knowing he had successfully persuaded them to follow his path. "Even in the fiercest storms, I will tear your umbrellas to pieces," Jiang Bei declared with unwavering resolve, prompting Wan Guan to pull his son aside. He scolded him to stop joking around, but Jiang Bei replied seriously that he wasn't lying and that this was clearly for the sect's 100-year plan. Jiang Nan, standing nearby, had to concede to his brother's talent, but then he delivered some shocking news. Lady Yan Lan was currently packing her belongings. "She might be leaving soon, so you should go check on her," Jiang Nan said, prompting Jiang Bei to open Yan Lan's door and ask if she was truly departing. With a somber expression and a low voice, Yan Lan explained that she had only stayed at the Infinite Sect to escape her marriage to Dio Mu, who was now dead. "I no longer have a reason to stay here," she said, but Jiang Bei grabbed her bag and asked if she thought the Infinite Sect cared about such things, to which she replied he had misunderstood. "I simply don't want to cause trouble for everyone," she admitted, and when Jiang Bei asked what was really wrong, Yan Lan finally opened up to him. She received a letter stating that because her father refused to cooperate with King Wen, he intended to go to the capital to file an indictment, but King Wen had framed him instead. "Now my father is imprisoned, and though he has made mistakes, he is still my father, so I must go to the capital to save him," she said, to which a relieved Jiang Bei promised they would rescue him together on their way to the Endless Sea. Yan Lan was filled with happiness and thanked him profusely, but then she suddenly remembered and pointed out that he was still holding her luggage. Jiang Bei chuckled and returned it to her, while Jiang Nan couldn't help but wonder why his brother, who used to hate King Wu so much, was suddenly so willing to help save him. "Why the sudden change of heart to help Lady Yan Lan save him?" Jiang Nan asked, and Jiang Bei honestly replied that if King Wu truly repented and went to the emperor to denounce King Wen, then why wouldn't a fine young master like me support someone who has decided to turn over a new leaf? Jiang Bei concluded, leaving Jiang Nan in awe. Jiang Bei insisted it was naturally true, yet he kept his true feelings hidden while feigning annoyance at his elder brother. He told his brother to stop gossiping as he wouldn't admit anything, even as happy visions filled his mind while he apologized for causing her worry. He remarked that girls shouldn't speak recklessly, as her time with Jiang Bei and the others taught her that one must seize their own destiny. Jiang Bei had fallen for Yan Lan and couldn't endure the thought of leaving her, while at the capital prison, a messenger informed Prince Hu Feng that the letter had been sent. Upon hearing the young lady was heading to the capital, Hu Feng wondered if Yan Lan truly intended to rescue him, which the messenger confirmed, adding that Su Bei had also agreed to help. Hu Feng was lost in thought, unable to believe that members of the Wuji sect were actually coming to his rescue. It was absurd that 10 days prior, an official had petitioned the emperor to accuse Prince Wen of conspiring with evil spirits to disrupt the court, prompting Long Zai-Ocean to reflect. The emperor questioned the allegation of consorting with evil spirits, while Long Yashan, the crown prince and disciple of Dio Wayang, stood by. The official explained that Dio Bao had used spiritual medicine to create half-evil spirits, a wicked deed he had initially overlooked but now felt compelled to report. Out of concern for the people, the official reported the matter to the emperor just as Dio Bao arrived to accuse Prince Wu of being a master of deception. Dio Bao questioned how Prince Wu dared to frame him after conspiring with the Wuji sect to murder the national master, Dio Wayang, but Prince Wu denied the slander. Dio Bao furiously demanded evidence, pointing out that his own brother and son had died, and asked if anyone would kill their own kin even if they were allied with evil spirits. Refusing to back down, Dio Bao turned to the emperor and begged for a fair judgment on the matter. Long Zai-Ocean pondered the situation carefully, sensing Prince Wen's manipulation, but fearing that a hasty conviction of such a powerful figure could spark a palace coup. Crown Prince Long Yashan took the opportunity to denounce Jiang Bei of the Wuji sect as a complete scoundrel for killing his master. Eventually, the decree was issued stating that the emperor trusted Prince Wen, prompting Dio Bao to bow in gratitude for the ruler's wisdom. Meanwhile, Prince Wu was found guilty and sentenced to be imprisoned in the dungeon until his execution after the autumn. Prince Wu cried out about the injustice as the emperor ordered Long Yashan to deal with the Wuji sect. Long Yashan was commanded to lead 100,000 imperial guards alongside Prince Wen to annihilate the Wuji sect and avenge his master, showing them who ruled the kingdom. As Long Yashan led his troops into position, Dio Bao suddenly recognized someone and pointed out Jiang Bei to the crown prince. Long Yashan approached and skeptically asked if he was Jiang Bei, questioning why he would deliver himself to their doorstep. Jiang Bei simply asked who he was, which struck Long Yashin like a bolt of lightning and triggered a system notification. After successfully collecting 666 rage points from Long Yashin, the Crown Prince introduced himself as the heaven-blessed heir of the Feng Kingdom who makes flowers bloom. He confidently brushed his hair and opened his fan, claiming to be the protagonist, but Jiang Bei simply punched him into the sky while mocking his claim. Jiang Bei asked what that made him if the other was the protagonist, while a panicked Dao Bao ordered his men to inform the emperor that the prince had been sent flying. Jiang Bei then turned to intimidate Dao Bao, noting that the man was lucky to have survived until the final act of the story. He declared that no one was left to protect Dao Bao before knocking him face down with a single strike, just as Long Xiaoshan arrived to save his subordinates. Long Xiaoshan roared at Jiang Bei for daring to strike his men right under his nose, causing the system to collect 379 rage points from the emperor. Wan Guan emerged from the carriage to urge Long Xiaoshan to calm down, explaining that they had only come to take Prince Wu back. He added that Jiang Bei only acted because Dao Bao harbored ill intentions, but Long Xiaoshan merely barked at the old man in anger. "Who are you to dare address me by my name?" Wan Guan feigned tears and asked. "Xiao Tian, have you forgotten this old man? I used to carry you when you were a child. It breaks my heart." He then produced a stuffed dog and continued to provoke him. "I even gave you this toy dog. As I recall, you called it Xiao Tian's father. No, wait, wasn't it Xiao Tian the dog?" Xiao Tian could no longer restrain himself. He roared, "Enough," the system announced, successfully collected 618 rage points from Long Xiao Tian. He then commanded, "How dare you insult me in such a manner? Guards, throw the Jiang family into the great prison immediately." A voice suddenly rang out. "Xiao Tian, what do you think you are doing? Grandmother, why have you ended your seclusion so early?" She instantly grew furious and shouted, "You dare question me? Think back to what I instructed you before I entered my meditative state." Xiao Tian suddenly recalled her previous warnings, and a hint of regret surfaced in his heart. She continued sternly, "Xiao Tian, you must remember who placed you on this throne. Your duty was to protect the Feng Kingdom while I was away. What have you accomplished?" Xiao Tian lowered his head and murmured, "Your disciple obeys. I shall protect the Feng Kingdom." However, she did not relent and pointed directly at his face. "Then look at what you are doing." Dai Tian continued her reprimand. "I only emerged early because I sensed the movement of evil spirits at Wu Mountain. I never expected to find you acting so arrogantly toward my benefactor." Xiao Tian was startled and muttered, Benefactor?" He recalled Wan Guan's earlier words and wondered if the old man had been telling the truth. Dai Tian turned to Wan Guan and asked, "Benefactor, is this the little brat?" Wan Guan replied with a smile, "Indeed, I didn't expect him to have grown so much." Dai Tian also smiled and said, "You remain as young as ever." She expressed deep gratitude. "I remember everything. It was my benefactor who taught me the secret technique that allowed Dai Tian to ascend the throne. Without you, I wouldn't be here today." Jiang Bei was overjoyed as he witnessed this scene, realizing that the relationship between his father and the Empress was remarkably strong. Saving Yan Lan's father should be easy now. He rushed over to act charmingly, saying, "Sister Dai Tian," before pointing at Xiao Tian to accuse him. "This young fellow is far too cruel. Without discerning right from wrong, he threw my father's friend, the Martial King, into the great prison," the system notified. Successfully collected 299 rage points from Long Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian hurriedly tried to explain, "Ancestor, do not listen to his nonsense. Dao Bao told me that the Martial King conspired with Jiang Bei of the Wuji sect to assassinate state preceptor Dao Wu Yang. The Martial King deserves his punishment." Jiang Bei dragged Dao Bao forward, forcing him to speak before Dai Tian. "Then explain yourself. Did the Martial King truly conspire with me?" Dao Bao recalled Dai Tian's ruthlessness and thought in terror, "To think the Empress herself has been disturbed. I've heard her methods are incredibly brutal." He became more cautious, noticing the intimate bond between the Jiang family and the Empress, and realized there was no way to turn the tide. He immediately confessed his guilt. "I framed the Martial King. It was I who conspired with the evil spirits to manipulate him from the shadows." Dao Bao begged for his life. "Your Majesty, please spare me this once in consideration of my years of service to the kingdom." Before he could finish, a sword strike ended his life. Dai Tian declared firmly, "Conspiring with evil spirits and harming my people is an unpardonable sin." She then clasped her hands in gratitude toward the group. I must also thank my benefactor for once again helping me eliminate the evil spirits at Wu Mountain. It is rare for you all to visit the capital. Allow me, Dai Tian, to host you. Jiang Bei declined. Sister Dai Tian, you are very kind, but we only came to rescue the Martial King. We hope for your understanding. Yan Lan felt immensely grateful, as Jiang Bei had truly helped her a great deal. Dai Tian did not press the matter further. In that case, I shall not detain you. Guards, bring the Martial King to meet these honored guests. Finally, the Martial King was reunited with his daughter. Yan Lan, you have finally come, he said emotionally. Jiang Bei remarked sarcastically. Knowing it would end like this, do you only now remember your daughter? Wu Wang hesitated awkwardly. Yan Lan, I have truly realized my mistakes. He sincerely apologized to his daughter. A father like me shouldn't have ignored your wishes and forced you to marry Dao Mu, but that person is no longer with us. Yan Lan had indeed once resented her father, but with Dao Mu dead, she was at a loss. Wu Wang was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he called out, Yan Lan. Have you forgiven me? Jiang Bei tactfully interjected. All right, Yan Lan saved you and the family is reunited. Why is a grown man like you crying like this? Wu Wang grew angry, but Yan Lan quickly stopped him. Father, let it go. The system announced, successfully collected 698 rage points from Hu Feng. Then he gloatingly declared, your precious daughter belongs to me now. Wu Wang sobbed, Yan Lan, how can I just let this go? Just thinking about that brat calling me father-in-law makes me lose my mind. Jiang Bei put his arms around them and reminded, Father, brother, you've been rescued. It's time for us to head to the boundless sea. Damn it, let's move fast before my father-in-law tries to hit me. Hearing this, Wu Wang was stunned. The boundless sea. He flared up, wait. Jiang Bei was startled, what is it? Wu Wang entrusted his daughter to him, asking, young friend Jiang, could you take Yan Lan with you? Wu Wang shook his head. This journey is extremely perilous, so I shouldn't let her go, but I won't hide the truth anymore. Yan Lan possesses the weak water constitution. Everyone was shocked. The weak water constitution. Wu Wang confirmed it was true. He recounted the past, explaining that Yan Lan's mother came from the boundless sea and was a descendant of a clan where, every 100 years, that clan would give birth to a girl with the weak water constitution. Wu Wang explained the reason and shared his concerns, noting that this constitution has a yin-deficient nature. It is extremely susceptible to possession by evil spirits. I previously planned the marriage between Yan Lan and Dao Mu not just for politics, but to neutralize the yin energy in her body, yet unexpectedly, Dao Mu turned out to be more feminine than a girl. Everyone raised their hands to voice their thoughts, asking how this related to Yan Lan entering the boundless sea. Wu Wang then provided a clear explanation. Within the boundless sea lies a lost treasure belonging to Yan Lan's mother and her clan, the Source Connection Pearl. Finding this treasure can overcome the weaknesses of Yan Lan's weak water constitution. Jiang Bei looked skeptical. Weaknesses? Does that mean this constitution actually has benefits? Wu Wang thought for a moment and replied, certainly, but I don't know the specifics. Yan Lan's mother never told me. Now knowing everything, Yan Lan reproached her father. You knew so much about me and mother. Why did you hide it every time I asked about her? Wu Wang explained sincerely. After giving birth to you, her body became frail and plagued by illness. She passed away when you were only 4. Everything I know comes from her final letter. Yan Lan felt dejected and blamed herself. She's dead. Was it because of me? Noticing the worry in her eyes, Jiang Bei comforted her. Yan Lan, don't worry. Your mother is gone, but I will protect you from now on. Yan Lan shyly pushed him away. Stay back a bit. I'm not afraid, I'm just blaming myself. Wu Wang was moved to tears. Very well, Yan Lan's judgment is better than mine. This young fellow certainly knows how to hurt others' feelings. He decided to entrust Yan Lan to Jiang Bei. Then I shall leave her in your care. Remember, you must find the Source Connection Pearl. Jiang Bei appeared confident. With me here, everyone can rest easy. Wan Guan smacked him on the head to wake him up. You turtle, let's go. Then he dragged him onto the flying ship. On the flying ship, Jiang Bei eagerly looked down at the boundless sea. I've arrived. While being teased for his behavior, he suddenly spotted a giant shrimp attacking the locals. Jiang Bei shouted, Father, it's a monster. Wan Guan quickly kicked him off the ship. What are you standing there for? Go help. Jiang Bei plummeted down from the momentum. Before flying off, Jiang Nan and Wan Guan instructed Yan Lan, wait here on the ship. We'll be right back. Yan Lan said worriedly, Uncle Jiang, please be careful. Wan Guan shouted as he landed, audacious monster, how dare you slaughter the people here? Jiang Nan searched frantically. Where is my brother? Jiang Bei raised his hand, brother. I'm right under your feet, he reminded him. You're stepping on me? Despite falling face first, Jiang Bei joked, the protagonist always appears last. He then angrily interrogated the shrimp. Speak, how do you want to die? The system announced, successfully collected 32,123 rage points from the Crab General's soldiers. The Crab General refused to back down, provocatively shouting, You brat who doesn't know life from death, come at me if you have the guts. Jiang Bei warned everyone to be careful. Brave warriors, watch out. Everyone fall back. As Jiang Bei closed his eyes to focus his power, those shrimps and crabs. They were sent flying into the distance. With a proud look, he asked if they finally grasped their predicament, leaving the surrounding soldiers in awe. He's so powerful, we're saved. Jiang Bei picked up a shrimp, his mouth watering as he began planning exactly how to cook it. Let's see salt-crusted crab, garlic butter shrimp, and seafood noodles. Zion, get me a large cage, the system replied, at your service. The caged shrimps wailed about their families at home. They screamed for their leader while two others argued over who looked better in their armor. I look more handsome than you, a fierce shrimp barked. Is this the time for that? Jiang Bei reached out with an amused expression, offering to judge them. Come here, little brother. The shrimp broke into a cold sweat. He told the other two, Father, brother, let's catch them all for a feast. The panicked shrimps realized he wasn't human. Jiang Bei grabbed them one by one, deciding whether to fry, steam, or sauté them in a total slaughter. Don't run, you big-clawed shrimp. All the seafood was shoved into the cage, where they bickered about being squashed and poked by pincers. You damn squid, where are you putting those tentacles? Jiang Bei watched with delight, feeling like a conqueror, then asked Zion for spices and tools. Zion, you're the best. Can I have a grill, green onions, cilantro oil, and some MSG? Zion readily agreed to the request. Zion conjured a high-tech, modern grill. Jiang Bei examined it closely, impressed by its luxury. Jiang Nan approached, filled with curiosity about his plan. Jiang Bei excitedly explained that this was called a barbecue. Jiang Nan crossed his arms, puzzled by the unfamiliar term, while Jiang Bei struck a cool pose. He pointed to the seafood behind him. You don't need to know what it is, just that it's delicious. Even the caged shrimps were curious. Jiang Bei's eyes sparkled as he looked at the cage, his mouth watering at the thought of the upcoming feast. Jiang Nan looked at the seasoning bottles. He felt a bit skeptical about the whole thing. However, when the perfectly cooked shrimp was placed before him, he couldn't help but be impressed. Jiang Bei shoved food into his mouth while sliding a plate toward his brother. Try this, big brother. He raised his hand as if making a solemn vow. Once you taste this, it will be like entering a whole new world. Jiang Nan was speechless, his mind filled with images of his soldiers, and he initially refused. No, Jiang Bei teased him for using the phrase. 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan was sitting there, happily devouring the delicious lobsters. Wow, this smells incredible. Meanwhile, the shrimps were plotting revenge, mourning their relatives who had just been eaten by the pair. I'll make you pay for this. My eldest nephew wouldn't want to see you like this, brothers, they cried out in grief. Nearby, the martial king bowed to thank the 3 members of the Jiang family for their help. Jiang Wangyuan bowed back, telling him there was no need for such formality. Confused by the situation, he asked the martial king why their ruler needed so many people just to fight off these shrimp demons. The martial king sighed, explaining that the coast of the Dongqiu kingdom was constantly under threat from beast tides throughout the year. Fortunately, they had a brilliant state preceptor, who would lead reinforcements to help them repel the sea demons every time a tide occurred. Since then, the sea demons would flee in terror at the mere mention of the state preceptor's name, not daring to encroach on their land again. The martial king's expression suddenly turned cold. He explained that the crown prince, whom the preceptor had personally mentored, had recently placed him under house arrest. The crown prince had ordered the state preceptor to be shackled and imprisoned. Consequently, they hadn't received any reinforcements for a long time. He sighed sadly, admitting they could no longer withstand the waves of beasts. Jiang Wangyuan was shocked to hear the crown prince had imprisoned the preceptor. Suddenly, Jiang Nan placed a hand on Jiang Wangyuan's shoulder. Father, are we still continuing our journey to the infinite sea? Jiang Wangyuan stepped back slightly. The general watched the father and son joking around, wondering if they truly intended to enter those dangerous waters. That's right, Jiang Wangyuan replied while pushing his dissatisfied face away, though he hesitated on how to enter that place. He continued, the location of the endless sea region shifts every few thousand years. Do you have a map or any way to pinpoint it? Jiang Bei's eyes widened in surprise. Are you saying the endless sea region can only be found with a map? Yes, that's right. Jiang Nan immediately turned to his father. Dad, do you have a map? Jiang Wangyuan shouted at Jiang Bei. I don't. Jiang Bei yelled back. Father, you don't even have a map, yet you want to be the sect leader of the Wuji sect. Just then, the system notified him of 100 rage points from Jiang Wangyuan, who was fuming with embarrassment. He sent Jiang Bei flying, calling him a rebellious son. The general of Dongyu Kingdom quickly intervened to stop them and began to explain. Actually, the map of the Endless Sea region is a national treasure of our Dongyu Kingdom. This revelation left the Jiang father and son speechless. What? Jiang Bei looked at the general's bashful expression and asked, Is that true? The general shifted his body awkwardly and spoke. If you can help Dongyu Kingdom repel the sea monster tide, perhaps the sovereign will be willing to lend you that map. Immediately. Jiang Bei grabbed the general's collar and pulled him onto the boat. Then why wait? Let's go find the sovereign immediately, upon arriving at the capital. They heard the citizens gossiping. Did you hear? The monster tide at the border was repelled by some outsiders, a woman asked doubtfully. What about our state preceptor? Wasn't he always the one leading the defense? The other replied, Haven't you heard? Word from the palace is that the crown prince has placed the state preceptor under house arrest. The woman was curious. Isn't the state preceptor the crown prince's master? How could that be? The person explained. Supposedly, he stole the national treasure map and was caught by the prince, which is why he's being detained. Jiang Bei rode past and heard everything, feeling suspicious. The state preceptor is a thief. Is this true, or is this young master being fooled? The next morning at the palace, an old man's laughter echoed. I finally found you all. Looking up, they saw son Beabao, the second prince of Dongyu Kingdom, and son Rushi, the crown prince, along with son Jiang, the sovereign of Dongyu Kingdom. Son Jiang looked at Jiang Bei's group with deep emotion. Their heroic actions in repelling the sea monster tide had spread through the palace. Son Jiang's subordinates praised him incessantly. Jiang Bei confidently enjoyed the acclaim, thinking no one would dare oppose him. Son Jiang smiled and spoke. Is that so? Then you truly are remarkable. He stepped forward and asked directly, Since we have done the sovereign such a great favor, could I ask for a small favor in return? Son Jiang replied with a light smile. Speak freely, young hero. Our kingdom is rich in resources. Anything is possible. Jiang Bei then said, We want your map of the Endless Sea region. Son Jiang's expression instantly darkened as he wondered whether his map was still safe or already lost. Son Jiang gave a forced laugh. Haha, young hero, Jiang might not know, but the map was stolen recently, and I am currently investigating the matter. Jiang Bei sighed. So the rumors were true. At that moment, son Beabao suddenly cried out, Father, what is there to investigate? That wolf-hearted state preceptor must have stolen it. Son Rushi countered. Second brother, this matter is not yet certain. He suggested, If the young hero is not in a hurry, why not stay for a few days? Once the map is found, we will gladly lend it to you. Jiang Bei agreed. Fine, we'll wait a few days, but please hurry. Son Jiang quickly said, Certainly, I've arranged a feast for you. Please go and rest. He then ordered the eunuch, Why haven't you taken the heroes to their quarters yet? The old eunuch quickly obeyed. Yes, your majesty. Son Jiang turned to comfort son Beabao. My darling, let's go. Son Beabao acted spoiled as they finally left. It's really unpleasant to be around my big brother. Son Jiang glared at the crown prince. Why haven't you left? Do I need to personally dismiss you? Son Rushi timidly replied, Yes, father. Jiang Bei watched this and thought, Why is the relationship between these three so strange? Before departing, son Rushi mentioned that since his father was occupied with state affairs and couldn't attend, he would apologize to everyone on the king's behalf. Son Jiang bowed in return, his voice laced with exhaustion as he noted the crown prince's hard work, his face flushing slightly while he averted his gaze. Glancing over, he saw Yan Lan standing there with a bewildered expression, seemingly oblivious to the situation, while Jiang Bei quickly noticed son Jiang's stare. He stepped forward to shield the girl behind him, and softly reminded the crown prince to return and prepare for the evening banquet. Son Rushi hesitated for a moment before taking his leave, advising everyone to rest after their long journey once the crown prince had departed. Jiang Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression turning solemn as he pondered the rumor that the state preceptor stole the map, despite the prince's defense of him. Late at night, within a mysterious palace, Jiang Bei stealthily bypassed the guards, even taking a moment to tease them before carefully climbing through a window. He marveled at the heavy security present even at this late hour, and after landing safely, he muttered to himself that this was definitely the right place. A large curtain hung before him, and without hesitation, Jiang Bei pulled it aside to see a figure sitting composedly and reading a book. He wondered if that was the state preceptor, but the man suddenly sensed an intruder and shouted, "Who's there?" as a projectile whistled toward Jiang Bei. He watched in horror as a dagger landed right between his legs, thrown by Zhang Wuji, the fourth stage Earth Realm state preceptor of Donkyu, who coldly asked if he was an assassin. As he threw another blade, he told Jiang Bei to send someone more agile next time, prompting Jiang Bei to cry out that he was there on behalf of the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuji's eyes brightened, and a moment later, the two sat seriously at a table as the preceptor asked what the prince wanted. He noted that the prince hadn't visited once since his house arrest began, leading Jiang Bei to suspect a deeper connection between the two. Jiang Bei proposed that the preceptor answer two questions first, starting with whether the rumors about him stealing the Endless Sea map were true. He then asked who wanted him dead, causing Zhang Wuji to pause mid-drink and glance at Jiang Bei while picking up a scroll. After reading it, he confirmed it was the king, which shocked Jiang Bei, who wondered why he would stay in the palace of the king's son. When asked if he feared being killed by them, Zhang Wuji calmly replied that the crown prince was actually the one afraid he would kill the king. Jiang Bei's eyes widened in excitement as he asked for more details about this juicy gossip, but Zhang Wuji looked at him with suspicion. He questioned if Jiang Bei hadn't just asked if the prince had detained him for stealing the map, then firmly stated that was not the case. Jiang Bei dropped his snack in confusion and asked what had really happened, to which Zhang Wuji coldly replied that the map was never actually stolen. He explained that the king had framed him for the theft just to eliminate him, because he wanted to seize the throne, leaving Jiang Bei stunned by such a blunt confession. He began to piece it together. The state preceptor wanted the throne, so the king devised this scheme to frame and kill him. Looking at Zhang Wuji's back, he curiously asked why he wanted the throne so badly, but the preceptor noted that was now a third question. He turned the question back on Jiang Bei, asking what the prince required of him, which made Jiang Bei panic internally since he had been bluffing. Zhang Wuji coldly asked if he was being deceived, suspecting Jiang Bei wasn't sent by the prince, just as the system reported 390 rage points collected from him. He declared that if Jiang Bei wasn't the prince's man and knew his secrets, he had to die, forcing Jiang Bei to dodge a barrage of weapons while lamenting the depth of palace drama. Realizing a blade was aimed at his head, he flipped a table to block it and shouted that he was the prince's guest, which surely counted for something. He offered to deliver a message to the prince, causing Zhang Wuji's dark tone to shift as he smiled gently and handed over a letter. He thanked the young man, while back at the Taif Palace in Donkyu Kingdom, Sun Jiang addressed the visitors, apologizing for the lack of a proper welcome. "Please help yourselves, heroes," Jiang Bei said while eating, thinking that without the map nothing would ever taste quite right. He thought to himself that the damn smiling tiger actually dared to lie about the map being stolen, just as the system chimed in. Successfully collected 208 rage points from Sun Jiang, who pulled a long face and laughed, saying Jiang Bei must be joking. He claimed he had ordered the map found immediately, promising to lend it to the kingdom's benefactors once it was recovered. "But what?" Jiang Bei asked while munching meat as Jiang Nan handed him a cloth to wipe his mouth, while Sun Jiang looked conniving. He stated they only needed to eliminate the sea monster Tide threat, glancing at Sun Beibao and thinking he could retire once his son took the throne. Since he had nothing to lose, Jiang Bei couldn't help but curse the old fox for playing him, prompting an immediate system notification. After collecting 299 rage points from Sun Jiang, the old man told him to calm down, explaining the map was needed for the sea monster Tide. The capital relied on the map for military maneuvers, so he couldn't lend it out until the threat was completely neutralized. Jiang Bei agreed, hoping the ruler would keep his word and find the stolen map soon, though he cursed at him inwardly. He knew the map was with the king, and if he weren't in a rush to find his mother, he would have stripped the man bare before Sun Rushi spoke. Sun Rushi asked to join the heroes against the sea monsters, making the king worry the crown prince wanted all the military glory for himself. He turned to Sun Beibao and told him to go along as well, leaving the boy confused as the king plotted his next move. Thinking the crown prince shouldn't monopolize public favor, he was rebuffed by Sun Beibao, who complained about being too tired to go. Sun Beibao found the beaches and commoners annoying and didn't want to be near his brother, but Sun Jiang quickly tried to coax him. Sun Jiang urged him to listen and go with his brother, while son Beabao glanced at Hu Yanlin, thinking his father was a nuisance. Deciding it wouldn't be bad if the beauty came along, he agreed to go just to save face for his father. Sun Jiang praised his good boy for agreeing, while son Beabao gleefully anticipated being near the beautiful woman. Moments later, Sun Jiang suggested that since the mission was dangerous, Lady Hu Yanlin should remain behind at the imperial palace. Sun Beabao spat out his wine in shock, while Jiang Bei objected, wondering what could possibly be so dangerous about the trip. Suspecting she was being held as a hostage, Jiang Bei listened as the crown prince argued that leaving a woman alone was unwise. He suggested that hero Jiang Wangyuan should also stay at the palace, so that Lady Yanlin would feel more at ease. Sun Jiang glared at the crown prince for overstepping, but realized having another person in the palace added security, so he asked for Jiang Bei's opinion. Jiang Bei nonchalantly agreed, but warned them not to dawdle, or people might think they were in the middle of the Great Qiyu War. How many episodes has this been anyway? Having achieved his goal, the system immediately reported collecting 199 rage points from Sun Jiang. He also gained 233 points from Beabao and 1 from Sun Rushi, who then saw Jiang Bei's group out of the Great Hall. As they were told to rest, Yanlin suddenly stopped and bowed, thanking the crown prince for helping her out that night. She thanked him for letting Uncle Jiang stay with her, causing the crown prince to blush and glance at Jiang Bei. The crown prince had his own motives, while Jiang Bei wondered if the man had something to say, so he put an arm around his shoulder. Jiang Bei told Yanlin and the others to go ahead while he spoke with the crown prince, waving goodbye as they departed. Once they were alone, he turned to the crown prince and asked, "Can we talk now?" Rushi replied, "Young hero Jiang, you are indeed quick-witted. I do have a matter that requires your help." He emphasized, "This concerns the state preceptor whom I have under house arrest." This surprised Jiang Bei. Meanwhile, Sun Jiang shouted in rage, throwing the ledgers off his desk. That state preceptor is truly lawless. He pointed at Rushi and barked, "Just because he fought off a few sea demons, have the citizens and officials already forgotten their emperor?" Seeing his father's fury, Rushi knelt and pleaded, "Father, please calm your anger." The scene shifts to Sun Jiang traveling incognito, where he overhears some servants gossiping. The state preceptor is truly the guardian deity of Dongqiu. He's repelled the sea monsters again. Another added, "Indeed, our state preceptor has never lost a battle. I suspect he even negotiated with the sea demons." They whispered to each other, "Compared to him, our king is far too passive. Shhh, keep your voice down." Seeing Sun Jiang's anger, his subordinate urged, "Your Majesty, please stay calm." Back in the present, Sun Jiang threw a memorial at Rushi and scolded, "Read this carefully." Inside the memorial was a map detailing the entire imperial city. Sun Jiang questioned, "Doesn't he want to steal my throne? What is he hiding in his house?" Then he turned away and spoke decisively. "The state preceptor cannot be kept. One day he might even trample over me." Seeing this, Rushi desperately begged, "Father, please, you must not do this." Seeing his son's intent to defy him, Sun Jiang growled, "Do you dare disobey my command?" Rushi anxiously reported, "Father. Currently, he is the only one in Dongqiu at the Heaven Realm, without him to deter the sea demons." Sun Jiang's aura became oppressive, completely overwhelming Rushi. He asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Rushi proposed his plan, "If the state preceptor threatens your position, then I suggest keeping him under house arrest for life to teach him a lesson. This way, the kingdom still has his protection against sea demons, and you won't have to fear a coup." Hearing this, Sun Jiang pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Fine, we will proceed with your plan for now." To find a legitimate reason for the state preceptor's house arrest, his father announced that the man had stolen a national treasure map. People in the city were gossiping. The state preceptor committed a crime? How could the great hero of our Dongqiu kingdom be imprisoned? Don't you know, he secretly stole a map and no one knows where it's hidden. Meanwhile, Rushi felt deeply uneasy. Because his father kept him under constant surveillance, he didn't dare visit. He knew that any move could provoke his father into executing the state preceptor. "I dispatched heavy guards to the state preceptor's palace. On the surface, it looks like imprisonment, but it's actually to protect him." Rushi went to report to Jiang Bei. "But this time, to completely eliminate the threat of the sea demon tide, we must lead an army against them." He anxiously voiced his concern. "Young hero Jiang, could Miss Yan Lan and Uncle Jiang protect the state preceptor in our stead?" Jiang Bei remained indifferent, idly playing with his hands. Seeing the others' anxiety, he finally said cheerfully, "I'll ask my father to watch over him." Not a single hair on his head will be harmed. He then patted Rushi's shoulder with the same finger he had just used to pick his nose. The system notified, successfully collected 9 rage points from Sun Rushi. Jiang Bei pulled out a letter and handed it over, saying, "Oh right, here's a letter from the state preceptor for you." Rushi was stunned and confused. "Where did you get this?" "The palace is heavily guarded," Jiang Bei replied smugly. "Your heavy guards can't stop a Unity Realm expert like me." Rushi could only manage a helpless smile. "So the young hero is actually this powerful," the system chimed in again. Successfully collected 9 rage points from Sun Rushi. After Jiang Bei invited Rushi to read the letter together, they hoped the state preceptor had obtained the palace's defense map. Rushi opened the letter, hoping it would clear the state preceptor's name. It read, "To my student Rushi, it has been a long time. I hope you are well. I am writing this to clarify my ambitions. Although I desire the throne, I have absolutely no intention of harming your sovereign father. Please listen to my words." Jiang Bei peeked at the letter and thought, "Brother state preceptor, you actually dared to admit you want the throne? You're quite bold." Rushi finished reading, his mind filled with heavy thoughts. He said to Jiang Bei, "Young hero, Jiang, it is getting late. We must destroy the sea monster's lair in a few days, so you should return to your room and rest." Although Jiang Bei was reluctant, he agreed to leave. The scene shifts to the border of Dongqiu Kingdom, where everyone is discussing strategy as Rushi points to a map. "Young hero Bei, young hero Nan, look here," he said, pointing to Dongqiu Kingdom and Hezai Hall, explaining that the monsters there are divided into the 3 alliances and the South King. Hezai Hall is the closest to our country. Its leader is the 1,000-year-old Long Jing, who has reached the 4th stage of the Heaven Realm but has yet to break through. This is the perfect opportunity to take them down. Hearing Long Jing's name, Jiang Bei was shocked. Wait, the Crown Prince once said the state preceptor was the only Heaven Realm expert. In Dongqiu Kingdom, he recalled Zhang Wujai asking if he had come to assassinate him. Yet the state preceptor's strength was only at the 4th stage of the palace realm. While Jiang Bei was wondering what was going on, Rushi called out to him, asking if he was listening, which startled him into asking what was wrong as Rushi spoke coldly. "Young hero Jiang, you will join me in eliminating Long Jing." Jiang Bei was stunned, asking what, before confusedly looking at the map and asking her to repeat herself. Rushi didn't mind and explained using the map that the leader of Hezai Hall was only at level 4 of the Heaven Realm, which should be easy for someone of his integration realm strength. "I believe you can easily defeat him," Rushi continued. "So I suggest young hero Nan lead a portion of the army to block the lesser demons while you, Jiang Bei. And I will infiltrate the heart of Hezai Hall to take Long Jing's head." Hearing the plan, Jiang Bei excitedly grabbed Rushi's hand and agreed to proceed. After the 3 of them stood before the soldiers, Rushi held up a water pearl and commanded them to swallow it and follow her to destroy the sea monsters. "For the safety of Dongqiu." Immediately the soldiers below cheered in unison, shouting, "Kill the sea monsters! Kill the sea monsters!" Jiang Nan was amazed by Rushi's outstanding leadership, thinking that while the Crown Prince looked frail, he was surprisingly battle-hungry as the group reached the seabed territory of Hezai Hall. Rushi told herself they must win quickly, and the group charged forward while the lesser demons guarding the entrance were still chatting happily. When asked, "Big Bro Crab, what are we eating tonight? We have to work overtime again." Before he could finish, a sudden blow struck his head, terrifying the demon standing opposite him. The demon cried out, "Big Bro Crab, I don't want to eat head soup." Just then, the monsters realized there was an intruder and grabbed their weapons, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, Jiang Nan urged Jiang Bei, "Brother, take the Crown Prince inside quickly. I will hold them off." Jiang Bei nodded in agreement. "All right, stay strong, brother." The system announced that Phase 1 of the mission, "Restrain the enemy," was complete as Jiang Bei ran forward, talking to himself. "Next, just watch me." The scene shifts to the peeled shrimp lord, He Ren Zun, the leader of Hezai Hall, as a subordinate rushed in to report that something terrible had happened. He Ren was shocked to see Jiang Bei intruding and barked, Who are you?" Jiang Bei looked at him and sneered, "How old is this shrimp? Why are you stuttering like that? Can't you speak fluently?" The system then announced that he had successfully collected 999 rage points from the peeled shrimp, He Ren. Rushi stepped forward and shouted, "You evil monsters have harmed our people. Today, young hero Bei is here to help, and we will ensure you die without a whole corpse." He Ren refused to back down and leaped into the fray, shouting, "I want to see how you'll leave me without a whole corpse." Seeing how aggressive he was, Jiang Bei spoke up. He timidly said to Rushi, "Crown Prince, why did you say he was stuck at the fourth stage of the Heaven Realm? Look, he's actually in the integration realm," as he Ren tore his clothes off. Revealing a muscular physique, Jiang Bei said in surprise, "Old man, why are you stripping so casually?" While inwardly worrying, Jiang Zio Bai come out quickly. "Your father can't hold on much longer." At that moment, Jiang Bei seemed to transform into a different person with a cold gaze, saying, "Come here, old man, how do you want to die?" He Ren noticed the strange look in Jiang Bei's eyes and wondered why the boy had changed so much. But he didn't hesitate to charge forward, activating his desolate river tyrant body. "How could an integration realm peeled shrimp like me fear a brat like you?" Fortunately, Jiang Bei managed to dodge He Ren's attack. Although He Ren tried to attack with his claws, Jiang Bei still evaded him in time. He then drew his sword and delivered a decisive strike, leaving He Ren unable to dodge as he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Bei refused to relent, seizing He Ren's leg and swinging him with all his might, causing He Ren's eyes to bulge in terror as Jiang Bei spoke while spinning him. "Taste my spinning shrimp technique." The servant could only scream in terror. System collected 288 rage points from the peeled shrimp. Suddenly, a pair of crab pincers flew toward Rushi. He then tossed He Ren toward Rushi and said cheerfully, "The limited-time game experience has ended. Please remember to leave a positive review, dear." He Ren was spun so much his vision went dark, losing all sense of direction until he saw the pincers before him. He frantically touched his head and cried out, "Ah, where are my pincers?" Rushi held He Ren and said politely, "Thank you very much. It would have been truly difficult if I had lost this." At that moment, an energy sphere flew straight into He Ren as Jiang Bei used the heaven-devouring demonic art. Trapped inside, He Ren cried out in anger and tears, "You brat! Release me at once or I'll make sure you never eat again." Jiang Bei stuck out his tongue and teased, "I thought the integration realm was supposed to be formidable, but you were still captured by me." System collected 1,234 rage points from the peeled shrimp. Jiang Bei's words pierced straight through He Ren's heart. "So this is how powerful the integration realm is?" He Ren growled in anger. "If it weren't for your state preceptor." System collected 799 rage points from the peeled shrimp. Unable to take it anymore, He Ren collapsed and thought, "Damn it, could this aura be?" Rushi asked coldly, "What about the state preceptor? What is your connection to him?" Jiang Bei sneered, "So you won't talk if you refuse. I'll turn you into braised crawfish and see if you talk then." He Ren broke into a cold sweat and knelt in terror, pleading, "I'll talk, I'll talk." He Ren was filled with doubt, thinking, "I heard my aunt's nephew was eaten by a strange man. Could it be him?" He then began his story. 3 years ago, to force everyone back into cultivation, I launched a sea monster tide as usual. They worked hard to capture everyone. Keep it up, little ones. You'll be rewarded for everyone you catch. The state preceptor of Donkyu appeared like a majestic god. Just like before, the man you call the state preceptor led his army and slaughtered us mercilessly. With a single palm strike, he intimidated all the monsters into stopping their attacks. At that time, he was at the 5th stage of the Heaven Realm, nearing the integration realm. I was stuck at the 4th stage of the Heaven Realm. Being slightly weaker, I was captured by him. Jiang Bei interrupted his story, asking, "Wait a moment. Isn't the current state preceptor at the 4th stage of the Earth Realm? Why did he regress?" Seeing Jiang Bei's lack of manners, He Ren flicked his head and barked, "Don't interrupt me, brat." System successfully collected 22 rage points from the peeled shrimp. He continued, "After the state preceptor captured me, he offered a deal. Peeled shrimp, I have a proposal. I wonder if you're interested." Seeing someone approach his cell, He Ren asked, "What do you want?" Jing Shu stepped forward and said, "I heard you haven't made a breakthrough in years, correct?" He Ren turned away and replied, "If you're here to insult me, don't bother." Jing Shu stated his intent, "I can provide living humans for your cultivation, provided you hand over the sea monster army to me." He Ren turned back in shock. "Why? Aren't you from the Donkyu kingdom?" Jing Shu didn't answer, only saying, "You don't need to know. Furthermore, you must cooperate with me to launch a sea monster tide against the Donkyu kingdom." Returning to the present, He Ren couldn't help but sigh. It was a good deal. But back when he was captured, He Ren had made a demand. "Besides the living humans you provide, I also want your cultivation base." Jing Shu replied coldly, "Your greed knows no bounds." He Ren didn't deny it, saying, "Wouldn't absorbing the cultivation of a great state preceptor like you be more effective than a few humans?" Jing Shu pondered for a moment, and then warned, "You had better keep your word or you will die a miserable death." He Ren replied, "Of course." Back in the present, He Ren said to Jiang Bei, Thus, the state preceptor traded his cultivation with me, allowing me to reach the integration realm over the past few years. Hearing this, Rushi thought with a headache, no wonder his health has been declining lately. No wonder the state preceptor never failed to repel the sea monster tides. It turns out they have been in league with each other for a long time. He approached Ren and asked loudly, Why would the state preceptor make such an exchange with you? Ren stammered, I don't know. Knowing too much would be the death of this peeled shrimp. Seeing Rushi's distress and sadness, Jiangbei comforted him, Crown Prince, please don't be sad. Let's go back to the state preceptor and get some clear answers. Rushi nodded in agreement as Jiangbei gave Ren a calculating look before continuing. As for those lowlifes, I've already blown that place sky-high. It's done, so go get Jiangnan, it's time for us to leave. Jiangnan was surprised by Jiangbei's sudden decision to depart and asked if they had truly finished off the shrimp and crab hall masters, to which Jiangbei replied with pride. Indeed, we should head back since I still need to retrieve that map, he said as the three walked away, leaving the slaughtered hall masters behind them. The scene shifted as a man from the Feng Kingdom approached Jing Shu's gate and told the guard they were there by the Crown Prince's order, leading the guard to ask for a token. After confirming he had one, the man entered with Yan Lan and called out to the state preceptor, announcing they had arrived to deliver food. Jing Shu asked warily who they were, and the man explained they were from the Feng Kingdom and were staying for a few days after meeting people from the Dong Qiu Kingdom. Jing Shu then noticed Yan Lan standing there, and when their eyes met, his apparent interest in her made the young woman blush with embarrassment. Yan Lan shyly looked away and asked why he was staring or if her face was dirty, causing a flustered Jing Shu to turn away and say it was nothing. When told the prince had sent them to protect him, Jing Shu was so startled that his brush slipped, leaving a large ink stain on the paper he was writing on. Crumpling the ruined paper, Jing Shu coldly remarked that the prince was only keeping him under house arrest to prevent him from taking the throne, a plan he had already overheard. He remembered passing by a study and hearing a voice demanding that someone look closely at evidence of a plot to usurp the throne. Why would he hide this in his house? We cannot keep the state preceptor around, or he might try to stand above me one day. Rushi begged his father not to do it, but the king grew angry at the defiance. Rushi then argued that only the state preceptor's heaven realm power could deter the sea demons. Is my only use to serve as a deterrent against sea demons? Jing Shu wondered, while Sun Jiang asked Rushi what he proposed they do instead. Rushi suggested that since the state preceptor threatened the king's status, he should be kept under lifelong house arrest as a way to teach him a lesson. Jing Shu was stunned to learn he was being imprisoned just to satisfy the king's orders, while Prince Zheng Wujai let out a subtle, cold smirk. With a freezing gaze directed at those before him, he asked if they really called this protection, prompting a worried Yan Lan to speak up. She began to explain the situation by recounting a conversation she once had with Jiangbei regarding his discussion with the Crown Prince. Jiangbei had initially dismissed it with a laugh, but then explained that while the old king was suspicious, the prince believed the state preceptor was innocent. To protect the state preceptor from the foolish king, the prince used house arrest as a cover. Then, Jiangbei suddenly leaned in close to Yan Lan. Making her feel quite shy, he continued by mentioning that the state preceptor had actually written a letter to the prince admitting his desire for the throne. He only refused to kill his own father, Yan Lan finished, crossing her arms and stating firmly that he seemed to have truly confessed to the usurpation. Zheng Wujai frowned in doubt, wondering if he had truly misunderstood everything as his heart grew heavy with thoughts of the coup. After a long silence, he spoke up and offered to tell them a story about a tiger king who adopted a white rabbit and had a fox tutor it. During the lessons, the fox found the rabbit to be brave, intelligent, and talented in both academics and martial arts, making it very popular with the other animals. Because of this, the animals began to discuss whether the tiger would choose the little white rabbit as his successor before the next coronation. At a meeting, a small white bird sitting on a wolf's paw suggested that the king should pass the throne to the rabbit since it was so strong. The wolf agreed, noting that while the rabbit wasn't the king's son, its skills were more than enough to manage the entire forest. The fox was proud of his student, but he eventually discovered that the tiger king's intended heir was actually his second son, the little tiger. Once Mr. Fox hid behind a tree and saw the tiger king advising his son, "My child, this forest will surely belong to you. Even if you cannot steam a bun, you must still strive for success. Mr. Fox felt a deep sense of pity for the little white rabbit. Despite the rabbit's hard work, he received no recognition from the old tiger. Just then, the white rabbit ran over happily with a perfect test score, shouting, "Father, look, I got another 100 points." But instead of praise, the rabbit was met with a harsh scolding. "What use is a perfect score? You aren't my son anyway." Witnessing this injustice, Mr. Fox was consumed by rage. Determined to help the white rabbit seize the throne, he secretly conspired with hunters from outside the forest. Mr. Fox approached a hunter and made a proposal. "Sir, I can lead you to other small animals, but on one condition. When I appear, you must cooperate with me and pretend that I am chasing you away." Wanting to stockpile food for the winter, the hunter agreed to the fox's request. The once peaceful forest was suddenly thrown into chaos as the hunter's shouts echoed repeatedly. "Catch it! Don't let it escape!" Every time the fox appeared, the hunter would pretend to be driven off, and soon the fox became a hero in the eyes of the forest creatures. He arrogantly pointed at the hunters and warned them that if they ever returned, they would be punished no matter how far they fled. Over time, the fox was hailed as a legendary hero, and finally succeeded in claiming the title of Lord of the Green Forest. However, what the animals never expected was that after taking the throne, Mr. Fox handed the position over to the little white rabbit. Having finished the story, Zhang Wuji let out a long sigh and turned to ask Yan Lan, "Tell me, was Mr. Fox right to do that? The position of king should belong to the capable. Why didn't the Tiger King pass it to the rabbit? If the rabbit knew his throne was taken by other small animals, would he accept it?" These words seemed to make Zhang Wuji realize something. He thought in shock, "Could I have been wrong?" as his face filled with sorrow. "If so, what should I think?" Just then, Yan Lan laughed and said, "It is only a story, state preceptor, do not worry too much. Besides, Jiang Bei and the Crown Prince have completed their mission to destroy the sea monsters and are returning to the capital. We can explain everything once we meet His Highness." Hearing this, Zhang Wuji's expression shifted instantly as he crushed the teacup in his hand, muttering, "They successfully destroyed the sea monster's lair. Then my sea monster army." A moment later, rain began to fall amidst thunder. Zhang Wuji spoke up and Yan Lan replied, "Young hero Jiang is waiting at the door. All right, call me if you need anything." Suddenly, the door swung open and a figure entered. Zhang Wuji started thinking to himself, "He's here." Sun Rushi walked in, completely soaked by the rain. Zhang Wuji glanced at him and said, "So it is you. Why have you come here in such weather?" Sun Rushi's face darkened as he asked in a low voice, "Master, I have one question. You conspired with the sea monsters, didn't you?" He desperately hoped that if Zhang Wuji just said no, he would believe him instantly. But Zhang Wuji replied bluntly, "Yes." He thought, "I will not lie to you anymore, even if I seize the throne. I will never hide from you." Hearing this, Sun Rushi froze in place, his face full of disappointment as he thought, "You won't even lie to me." He slammed his hand onto the table and shouted, "State Preceptor, you are truly bold to conspire with sea monsters and harm the people of our Donkyu kingdom." Zhang Wuji tried to justify himself. "Actually, I did it because..." But remembering Yan Lan's words, he fell into a pensive silence. "If you don't want your throne stained with the blood of the people, then let him keep it clean." Sun Rushi lost his composure and continued to question him. "Why, tell me everything?" He grabbed Zhang Wuji's collar, his face tense with desperate longing. "Master, if you are suffering, just tell me. Perhaps I can forgive you." His eyes never left his master, hoping for a proper explanation, but Zhang Wuji remained silent with his eyes closed. Seeing that attitude, Sun Rushi was utterly crushed. He threw down Zhang Wuji's collar and stormed out in a rage, not even bothering to close the door. Zhang Wuji looked profoundly sorrowful and full of regret as he sat alone in the vast, dim chamber. After departing from Zhang Wuji's room, Sun Rushi happened to cross paths with Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei called out to him, "Crown Prince brother." Sun Rushi remained silent, simply embracing Jiang Bei before suggesting they find another place to talk. Jiang Bei readily agreed and the two made their way to a pavilion. Sitting on the steps, Sun Rushi spoke dejectedly. "Jiang Bei, do you know? I am lost. On one side is my father, who raised me yet wants to kill my mentor. On the other is the state preceptor, who educated me but now seeks to usurp the throne and conspires with sea demons." Hearing this, Jiang Bei asked why he was so conflicted. "In my view, if the state preceptor intends to seize the throne, he should be executed immediately. Yet you are too soft-hearted and let him live," he said, waving his hand in frustration. "Furthermore, he betrayed the nation by colluding with the enemy. Why spare him?" However, a moment later, Jiang Bei's expression shifted. "Then again, the king of Donkyu is no saint either. That old man spends his days being secretive and treats you poorly. Upon hearing this, Sun Rushi couldn't help but interrupt. Don't say that. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked despondently, do you know why I was named Rushi? Jiang Bei asked why. He recounted, I wandered among commoners since childhood. When I was brought back, I looked like a beggar and didn't even have a proper name. My father wouldn't even look at me, but Queen Zhang Huyi constantly comforted me, saying that if I studied hard and excelled, my father would surely love me. I didn't know what I had done wrong, but the queen insisted that if I were diligent, he would eventually notice me. So I studied statecraft under the state preceptor and was praised every time, yet my father remained unsatisfied. However, on my birthday that year, an imperial decree arrived. My father bestowed a new name upon me. Sun Rushi was written clearly on white deer paper along with the phrase, a great man is also Rushi. I asked my mother what that meant. Zhang Huyi looked at me with pained eyes and said the king wanted me to be a pillar of the world, so he named me Rushi. He values you greatly, and I hope you grow into such a man, she said. I tried to argue that I wasn't, but she silenced me, warning me never to speak of it to anyone, especially my father. From then on, I had a name and was no longer a nameless beggar. I was Sun Rushi. Ending his reminiscence, Rushi stood up with a resolute look. Do you understand how I feel? My father expects so much from me, and I feel needed. Even if he favors my younger brother later, I still respect him as before. Amidst the emotional atmosphere, Jiang Bei suddenly cut in. I see you're sad, but I must say you're a fool. As he spoke, he struck Rushi hard on the back. The system chimed, successfully collected 666 anger points from Sun Rushi. He then forced Rushi to sit down and explained, it's just a name, what does it even signify? Whether there are expectations or things meant for you, I hope you aren't trapped by a name until you die. He turned around with a playful smirk. If I could give you a name to make you devoted, would you want to call me Grandma then? A notification rang. System successfully collected 678 anger points from Sun Rushi, who could no longer contain his rage. Cries of pain erupted from Jiang Bei repeatedly. After taking a brutal beating, Jiang Bei muttered curses under his breath. Is this the reward for comforting someone? I'll draw a circle to curse your whole family. Meanwhile, Sun Rushi looked much more relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted. The scene shifted to the main hall, where King Sun Jiang loudly praised his ministers. The mission to destroy the sea demon lair was a success. You have all worked very hard. He turned to Sun Beibao standing nearby and said, especially my second prince, who has endured so much. However, Jiang Bei's mocking nature surfaced as he taunted him. I wonder who hid away when the sea demon was about to be caught, only appearing once everything was finished. Sun Beibao's face flushed with anger as his secret was exposed. The system immediately collected 266 anger points from him. Jiang Bei continued, by the way, the sea demon's nest has been completely cleared out. Hearing this, King Sun Jiang was utterly astonished. Jiang Bei then reminded him of his previous promise. So, when can I borrow the map you promised me? The old king thought to himself, I didn't expect them to kill the sea demon in just half a month, but I still don't want to lend them this map. He coldly calculated, should I lie and say it's still with the state preceptor and hasn't been found? I wonder if this brat will believe me. Seeing the king's long silence, Jiang Bei grew impatient. Why are you hesitating? As a dignified sovereign, are you perhaps considering breaking your promise? Struck by his own anxiety, the king started and quickly made excuses, claiming that was impossible. He swallowed nervously, his face drenched in sweat as he wondered what to do and if he truly had to lend it. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report that a massive swarm of sea demons had appeared at the border. They are heading toward the capital and will arrive in less than 3 days. Hearing this news, both Jiang Bei and Jiang Nan were astonished. Jiang Bei frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering if he hadn't already roasted all those peeled shrimp, while Sun Rushi also reacted with shock. Hadn't Jiang Bei already blown up the crab den? Sun Beibao fearfully wondered if the sea demons were reaching the capital, while King Sun Jiang secretly rejoiced. Since the sea demons weren't destroyed, he wouldn't have to lend the map, but he soon panicked at the thought of them storming the capital to hunt him down, so he pointed at Jiang Bei and shouted, Jiang Bei, didn't you say you destroyed the sea demon's lair? What is happening? Are you trying to trick me out of the map by lying about the battle? The system announced that he had successfully collected 1,688 rage points from Sun Jiang. Unable to tolerate such insults, he grew angry and barked back, asking if the man intended to provoke him. He demanded to know why he was called Little Brother Jiang. when things were fine but addressed by his full name during trouble, as Rushi grabbed his arm and urged him to stay calm. He then regained his composure and reminded everyone that the sea demon tide would flood the capital in less than 3 days, so they needed to stay focused. Their top priority was finding a way to deal with the threat rather than trading suspicions and accusations, and upon hearing this, the main hall fell silent. Frowning, he declared that, for the crown prince's sake, he would let the matter slide today, then threw an iron bar at the pillar behind the old king as a warning. He warned that if the king dared to speak to him like that again, he would end up like the pillar, which collapsed the moment he finished speaking, terrifying the old man. At Zhang Wuji's location, lightning flashed incessantly across the sky as he looked out and wondered why the weather was becoming so bizarre. Voices drifted in from outside as 2 guards gossiped about the sea demon tide approaching the capital, with one of them asking a question. The other guard replied that the crown prince hadn't slept for days, while Yan Lan's words echoed in Zhang Wuji's mind, making him wonder if the little white rabbit could handle the truth. He silently resolved to see things through to the end alone, then threw open the main doors, prompting the startled guards to cry out that the state preceptor could not leave. Zhang Wuji coldly ordered them to summon Jiang Bei and Lady Yan Lan, to which they complied, 3 days later at the gates of the Dongqiu Kingdom's capital. The scene was pure chaos as citizens fled in all directions, and the situation inside the palace was no better, with everyone shouting for others to run for their lives. As the sea demons advanced, everyone scrambled to hide, except for the greedy old king, who could not bear to leave his hoard of gold and silver treasures behind. He clutched as much gold as possible, muttering about his precious treasures, until Sun Beiyabao saw him and grabbed his arm. She shouted, asking why he still cared about such things instead of hiding, and as he was dragged away, his treasures fell, prompting a look of regret before he whispered to her. He told Beiyabao not to fear because he knew of a hiding place behind the rear mountain. Meanwhile, at the city gates, the sea demons had already formed into ranks. Facing them were Jiang Bei and his group. He crossed his arms dismissively, mocking the little lobster for its charred appearance, while Sun Kang laughed back sarcastically. Sun Kang told Jiang Bei he hadn't expected this, recounting how after being roasted to death, the shrimp and crabs had crawled toward the foot of Mount Huangwu. He explained that Lord Huangwu had granted them a second life, and after being saved, he had expressed his gratitude, only for the Lord to give him a stern warning. He was ordered to bring back Jiang Bei's head, and pointing threateningly, he declared that Jiang Bei's death was certain today, causing the man beside Jiang Bei to turn pale. He wondered if Huangwu had fled to the boundless sea, realizing that was why the tracking seal had shown no reaction earlier. Jiang Bei laughed at Sun Kang's threat, mocking him by saying that with such a blackened face, one might mistake him for a freshly grilled seafood dish. Infuriated by the mockery, Sun Kang barked that Jiang Bei was still acting tough despite being on the verge of death, calling him an impatient fool. Amidst its fury, the system announced a successful collection of 1314 rage points from the peeled shrimp spirit as Jiang Bei signaled to those behind him. Facing the crayfish's menacing glare, they retreated a few steps before shouting in unison to run, fleeing toward the city gates. Seeing this, Sun Qiang rallied the sea demons to pursue them, cursing and demanding they stop and fight if they had the courage, while Jiang Bei calculated that the citizens had likely escaped and the real game could now begin. With a dangerous smirk, the scene shifts to a small mountain villa where a dejected Sun Beiyabao asks his father how much longer they must remain there. He complained that his brother should be fighting sea demons with those peasants, but the old king told him to wait for his brother to settle everything before leaving, while Jiang Bei shouted as he ran. He told everyone to spread out and follow the original plan, prompting Rushi to skeptically ask Jiang Bei if the wind would truly come. He replied with certainty that it would, leading Rushi to agree to the gamble before the 4 of them leaped off a nearby cliff as Jiang Bei summoned the system, Zion. He ordered the creation of their virtual decoys, and the system replied that the genius Zion was ready to serve, instantly manifesting 4 identical copies of them. Jiang Bei glanced slyly at the clones before slipping away as the exhausted sea demons caught up, with Sun Qiang panting and remarking on how fast Jiang Bei ran. They had vanished in an instant until a subordinate tapped Sun Qiang and pointed ahead, suggesting Jiang Bei and the others were there, prompting Sun Qiang to bark out an order. He commanded them to keep chasing, and when the subordinate noted they were heading toward the mountains, Sun Qiang pointed ahead, declaring he would catch them even if they fled to the heavens. He vowed to capture them just as a powerful wind surged, causing the nearby subordinate to stammer that the wind was picking up. Sun Qiang angrily struck the man's head and yelled that the wind would only help them run faster, calling him useless, which prompted the subordinate to begin flattering him. He praised the hall master's supreme brilliance, and after finally catching up, he panted while wiping sweat from his face and complaining about his exhaustion until he saw them. Seeing the three of them standing on nearby steps, he triumphantly thought that Jiang Bei had sought his own death by entering such a dead end. However, the three remained cold and unmoved, which only made the crayfish man more arrogant as he laughed and asked Jiang Bei if he was still trying to flee. He mocked them for stopping just as a sudden surge of power descended, shocking the demons as the figures of Jiang Bei and the others began to fade away. While they were left in a state of confusion, Jiang Bei appeared arrogantly with his arms crossed, prompting the enraged and surprised crayfish man to ask when he had escaped. A notification announced the successful collection of 999 rage points from the peeled shrimp as Jiang Bei laughed, using the demon's own words to provoke him further. He asked the peeled shrimp why he had stopped laughing, an action that earned him another 1688 rage points from the system just as the rain began to fall. The crayfish man laughed and asked Jiang Bei if he intended to drown them with rain, then looked up at the sky and confidently declared that they were sea demons. He claimed the rain could never kill them, but Jiang Bei replied that it wasn't just rain but a lightning storm, raising his fan toward the heavens as he spoke. Instantly, a barrage of lightning bolts struck down, leaving the sea demons screaming in agony while the others stood aside and watched the spectacle with excitement. A citizen hiding nearby poked his head out and shouted that they had all been captured, urging everyone else to come out quickly. He announced that the crown prince and young hero Jiang had captured all the sea demons, prompting the hiding citizens to emerge and surround Jiang Bei with endless praise for his prowess. When asked how he came up with the idea, a delighted Jiang Bei explained it was the result of 3 days of planning, flashing back to when he sat with Yan Lan after the palace dispute. As thunder and lightning roared outside, Yan Lan looked out the door and remarked to Jiang Bei that it had seemingly rained non-stop since their arrival. At that moment, an idea flashed through Jiang Bei's mind regarding the lightning, and he suddenly kissed Yan Lan's cheek, leaving her flustered as he called her name. He thanked her for providing a massive help before rushing out into the rain, ignoring Yan Lan's panicked warnings for him to slow down and be careful. Before she could even finish her sentence, Jiang Bei was struck by a bolt of lightning, later appearing before Ru, she looking completely disheveled from the blast. He said, "Crown Prince, I have come to ask you something." Ru, she replied. "Jiang Bei, go ahead and speak, it is fine." "But there is no need for you to act this way," Ru, she added. Lost in thought, Jiang Bei asked, "I just want to know if there is a place behind the palace where lightning frequently strikes." Hearing this, Ru, she pondered for a moment before answering. Now that you mention it, there are 3 mountains behind the palace. It is true that lightning and heavy rain often occur there, but it is quite strange. I heard from hunters that the lightning only concentrates in a small area. Rumor has it that the place is cursed by the thunder god. Jiang Bei did not quite believe Rushi's words. He lightly tapped Rushi's face threateningly and said, "So this is how you really are." Rushi just teased him back, thinking to himself about his wasted education. Jiang Bei then began explaining like a teacher that it was not feudal superstition, but a thunderstorm terrain where warm air from the south is lifted by the mountains. Once it reaches a certain height, it cools and forms cumulonimbus clouds. When the south wind blows, it pulls the air currents upward. He then feigned a headache and said, "The sea monster tide is approaching. Even as a genius, it would be difficult for me to defeat such a large number." Ru, she interrupted. "Therefore, you want to lure them into the mountains and destroy them with the help of the storm." Rushi was a bit hesitant, but what if there is no south wind or warm air this time? Jiang Bei was startled. "Oh, right, what should we do then?" Just then, a servant announced, "Young hero Jiang, Lady Yan Lan is looking for you." Jiang Bei was pulled away by the soldiers. Rushi called out, "Brother Jiang, let us think of another way." The scene shifts to the study, where Rushi is deep in thought. What is the best way to handle this? He remembered Jiang Bei's terrifying gaze when he said, "Crown Prince, I have found a way." Just thinking about it made him uneasy. Rushi shuddered in fear and exclaimed, "Jiang Bei, your way of expressing yourself is truly different." At that moment, the system announced that it had successfully collected 10 rage points from Sun Rushi. Next, Jiang Bei approached Rushi and asked while sipping tea, "Tell me, what is the method?" Jiang Bei smiled and replied gently, It is the same method as before, but I have already borrowed the south wind. When the time comes, you just need to follow my plan. Jiang Bei carefully calculated and presented his strategy. By doing this and that, the storm plan will be complete. Everyone below was amazed, realizing the brilliance of the plan. Rushi whispered into Jiang Bei's ear, "You still haven't told me what you and Lady Yan Lan did that day. Why did you manage to borrow the south wind as soon as you returned?" Jiang Bei was startled and thought sheepishly, "I promised someone I would keep this a secret." At that moment, a spear grazed past Rushi's face. It left him frozen in shock. Jiang Bei and the people below were all wide-eyed with surprise. Jiang Bei thought to himself, "He is coming, he is finally coming. Just one more moment, and he will appear." The people below began to gossip about Rushi's appearance, wondering why the crown prince looked so much like a girl. "Are you blind?" Rushi recalled the things people often said about him, that he was controlled like a puppet. "Our prince is too thin, there is no way he could be a girl." How could a girl become the crown prince? How could a girl understand books on statecraft? At that moment, Jingshu appeared and declared, "The crown prince is a girl." He stepped forward and continued, "The one who has been handling political affairs and acting as regent to oversee the nation has always been the crown prince." Then he approached Rushi face to face and asserted firmly, "A woman." Rushi felt betrayed, his mind falling into chaos. Why did he have to say it? He painfully remembered his mother's instructions. "You must not tell anyone about this," he questioned himself. "Master, how did you know about this? Why is this happening?" Jingshu sighed and said coldly to Rushi, "Did you not ask me about this before?" He saw the crowd outside gossiping and used his cultivation technique to threaten them. "These ignorant peasants only know how to chatter. Dying at the hands of sea monsters would be no loss." Ice shards flew out, nearly hitting their feet. One man shouted angrily, "Is this madman trying to kill us?" Another person reported to Rushi, "Your Highness, kill this madman quickly." Rushi stood frozen, thinking, "Master, I can't do it." Jiang Bei could not take it anymore and stepped forward to curse the crowd. "Damn it, these people are too much. I can't stand it anymore." Just as he was about to act, Yan Lan held his hand from behind. Jiazio should handle this calmly. She asked if he had forgotten his promise to the state preceptor, if not for him, then for the crown prince who witnessed that scene. Jiang Bei gradually regained his composure and stood by Yan Lan to observe the events. Jingshu noticed that Rushi showed no signs of anger. He thought to himself that he couldn't strike. Seeing this, he furiously rushed at Rushi and shouted, "If you won't kill me, I will kill you." The crowd below watched in terror. At that moment, Rushi finally looked up, his eyes filled with resolve as if he had already formed a plan. Moments later, a sword pierced a body, though it was unclear who struck. Surprisingly, the one holding the blade was Rushi. He was startled and panicked, muttering, "Master." Jingshu did not resist or blame him. He simply smiled warmly and said, "You will make a fine sovereign." The commoners were confused and cried out in alarm. With the state preceptor dead, they wondered if the king should be summoned. Someone then remembered that during the sea monster attack, the king fled to the back mountain with the second prince. Sun Jiang and the second prince lay motionless face down in a circle. Passers-by speculated they were like sea monsters, struck by lightning as divine retribution. Meanwhile, Rushi sat slumped over Jingshu's corpse. The commoners gossiped that only the crown prince remained, though perhaps that title was no longer fitting. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in a shout. "What is wrong with being a woman? My Feng kingdom even has an empress." It was Jiang Bei speaking up, asking if she was their parent that they cared so much. Yan Lan was equally furious and scolded them, noting the crown prince worked tirelessly for Dong Qiu for 3 years, only to be rejected for being a woman. Both were enraged. They took turns criticizing everyone, asking if they would have survived this event or the previous sea monster tide without the crown prince. You enjoy the crown prince's protection while attacking her identity. Are you not essentially feasting upon her very lifeblood? I may be incompetent, but I must deal with you. Even Jiang Nan spoke up, agreeing with his brother and Yan Lan and asking if they had a conscience. I am incompetent, so I must punish you. The system notifications rang out, recording 12 rage points from Zhang San and 16 from Li Si. He gained 20 rage points from Wang Wu. Suddenly, a hand grabbed someone. It was Jiang Bei who took Rushi's hand, raised it high, and declared, "Your king is dead, if you do not recognize Sun Ru as the new sovereign." He then put on a terrifying face and spoke in a threatening tone. "I wouldn't mind silencing those who know about today." Terrified, the crowd knelt before Rushi and immediately shouted their acceptance. The system notified him of 24, 28, and 32 rage points from Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu. Meanwhile, at a ship harbor, many soldiers stood guard. Rushi smiled while holding a scroll and turned to Jiang Bei, saying, "Jiang Bei, this is the map of the Endless Sea. The one I promised to lend you." Just then, a blue object appeared and pillars of light rose from the ground, causing Jiang Bei to exclaim, "How strange!" Crown Prince Sun Rushi confidently unfurled the large map, as it was a national treasure of Dongqiu. "I won't let you down. The Endless Sea is volatile, but you can cross it by following this map's guidance." Then Rushi recalled finding the map through Jiang Bei's guidance, and wondered why he knew her father had hidden it underground. Jiang Bei just laughed and dodged the question, claiming his father told him in a dream while he napped, though he thought to himself, "I'll just lie as I promised that wretched state preceptor to keep this secret." Yan Lan quickly added, "Your Majesty, please don't pressure Jiang Bei." "I can guarantee he dreamed it," she said, though she felt confused inside, wondering why she was talking nonsense. Then came the time to part. Jiang Bei advised Rushi that they had to leave, telling her that as the ruler of Dongqiu, she should send a message if anyone disobeyed. He then threatened the guards, saying that even if he had to swim the Endless Sea for 3 days, he would return to discipline them for her. The system announced he gained 110 rage points from the Dongqiu officials. Then Jiang Bei approached Rushi and asked if she had questioned him before. "Are you no longer curious about what Yan Lan and I were doing for those 2 hours after we discussed the storm tactics?" She coldly turned away. "I don't want to know anymore. I should learn from you and be more open-minded. Just let it go." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Little brother, Lady Yan Lan, it's time for us to depart." Jiang Bei replied to Jiang Nan, who was standing on the boat, "I'm coming, big brother." He then pulled Yan Lan along, bidding Rushi a final farewell. "We shall meet again someday." "Crown Prince?" Rushi simply smiled and waved goodbye. On the boat, Jiang Bei and Yan Lan were talking. She thought Jiang Bei had brought that up to Rushi because he wanted to reveal the truth, but he quickly denied it. "How could that be?" he then said proudly. "I am the most tight-lipped person there is. No secret can ever escape my mouth." Yan Lan chuckled softly and asked, "Fine, then what were you doing back there?" Jiang Bei replied while enjoying the breeze. "I just wanted to confirm if the Crown Prince had truly let go of everything." Seeing his attitude, Yan Lan remarked with a hint of jealousy, "This is the first time I've seen you being so considerate." Jiang Bei immediately affirmed, "That's right, after all, human hearts are made of flesh." He then placed a rose in his mouth, struck a handsome pose, and said, "Even though I don't sweat the small stuff and enjoy annoying others, I can still grow up." Yan Lan watched his cheesy display. She felt annoyed. The system announced, successfully collected 6 rage points from Yan Lan. Zio En appeared and said, "Just because the host keeps his mouth shut doesn't mean Zio En will stay silent. Now, let Zio En explain the secret to everyone." Returning to several days ago, a voice invited Jiang Bei and Yan Lan. "Please come to my humble abode." In the study, Jiang Bei asked, "Brother State Preceptor, why did you summon Yan Lan and me here in such a hurry?" Jing Shu said, "I wish to ask Brother Jiang for a favor." He then knelt on the ground and continued, "In 3 days, no matter what happens, please protect the Crown Prince." Jiang Bei was shocked by Jing Shu's actions and spoke quickly. "What are you doing? Please stand up." Jing Shu then turned to Yan Lan and asked, "Lady Yan Lan, do you remember the story of the fox and the rabbit I told you?" Yan Lan replied, "Of course I remember." Jiang Bei listened in confusion, wondering what story it was. Jing Shu explained, "That fox was me and the rabbit was the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was adopted, and everything in that story is true. The only difference is that the Crown Prince is actually a woman." Yan Lan then recalled that when they first met, the Crown Prince looked at her strangely. It turned out she was also a woman. Jing Shu turned to Jiang Bei and continued, "Brother Jiang, do you remember the final question you asked me when we first met?" Jiang Bei recalled his anger at the time and said, "I remember asking why you wanted to usurp the throne." Jing Shu revealed, "I can tell you now, everything I did was to help the Crown Prince ascend the throne." Yan Lan thought it made sense. Right in the State Preceptor's story, Mr. Fox conspired with hunters to help the little rabbit seize the title of King of the Forest. So Mr. Fox conspired with hunters outside the forest to help the rabbit become king, while the State Preceptor conspired with the sea demons. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei was filled with rage and reproached him. "You are truly pathetic. To put the Crown Prince on the throne, you actually conspired with outsiders and slaughtered your own people." Jing Shu did not deny it. He only bowed his head with a sorrowful expression and admitted, "Yes, I feel deeply ashamed now." Fortunately, thanks to Lady Yan Lan's awakening, I decided to help Rushi become the sovereign smoothly and honorably, while also atoning for my sins. In 3 days, when the Sea Demon clan attacks the city, I will take advantage of the chaos in the palace to escape. Then, I will publicly reveal Rushi's identity as a woman and disclose the truth about my collusion with the Sea Demons. Finally, I will arrange for Rushi to kill me. That is why she will plunge her sword into me. Hearing this, both Jiang Bei and Yan Lan were horrified. Jiang Bei asked anxiously, "Wait, brother, are you really going that far?" Jing Shu replied helplessly, "Only when a traitor like me, who conspired with the enemy to betray the country, is killed by Rushi's own hands, can she silence the public and firmly ascend the throne." Yan Lan was deeply moved and wanted to dissuade Jing Shu, but he simply shook his head. Seeing this, Jiang Bei held Yan Lan back and advised her, "Yan Lan, do not try to stop someone who is determined to sacrifice himself. Respect his choice." Jing Shu felt relieved that Jiang Bei respected his decision and said, "Thank you." He thought to himself that Jiang Bei was truly wise. Jing Shu then continued to explain his plan. "You two only need to guide public opinion to support Rushi and protect her after I am gone. After all, she is a girl who has lived as the crown prince for many years. Public criticism is inevitable, so I hope you both can promise me." "I would be deeply grateful." Jiang Bei's expression suddenly shifted as he addressed Jing Shu. "Very well, I certainly agree. But why should I promise you? Gratitude isn't something I can eat." Jing Shu grew annoyed despite having just praised Jiang Bei. The system announced the successful collection of 798 anger points from Zhang Wuji. Jing Shu then offered an enticing deal, such as the map to the Endless Sea. Jiang Bei's eyes lit up at the mention of it. He draped an arm over Jing Shu's shoulder, insisting on one more favor besides the map. When Jing Shu asked what it was, Jiang Bei confirmed the state preceptor was a wind attribute cultivator and requested a south wind in 3 days. Jing Shu agreed, seeing no difficulty in the request. Jiang Bei laughed happily, declaring he would protect the crown prince like a sister. He claimed he would have protected the crown prince regardless. Jing Shu did not forget to add a warning to keep their conversation a secret. He told him not to let Rushi find out. Jiang Bei replied smugly that he wasn't as foolish as Jing Shu. The system recorded 798 more anger points from Zhang Wuji. Jiang Bei fanned himself, laughing foolishly like a child. That concludes today's update. We will see you in the next chapter. Elsewhere on the mainland, a man watched Jiang Bei's team set sail. He cursed and punched a rock, frustrated that the useless merman's undead army failed to kill Jiang Wangyuan's group. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened behind him. Li Feng, the sect master of the 10,000 Demons sect and Li Wan's brother, appeared and questioned Huang Wu. He asked if Jiang Wangyuan had been captured. Startled, Huang Wu turned around and hurriedly knelt to report his failure to the young sect master. Li Feng shouted furiously, criticizing Huang Wu's lack of progress on the starry continent. He stated he didn't care if Jiang Wangyuan lived or died. He warned that if Jiang Wangyuan wasn't brought back, Huang Wu's succession in the upcoming Underworld God clan ceremony would be at risk. He questioned how Huang Wu would marry his sister then. Huang Wu was terrified and remained silent. After Li Feng left, Huang Wu secretly plotted. It seemed his only option was to cooperate with the 5 kings and 16 halls of the Endless Sea to eliminate Jiang Wangyuan. The scene then shifted. Kun Ming, a level 3 Sea King, Wang Mai, a level 2 Sea King, and Xian Bei, a level 2 Sea King, sat as the 3 alliance leaders. Huang Wu stood before them. Kun Ming questioned why Huang Wu had left the Moon continent for the Sea Monster Alliance. Huang Wu replied that he had brought a great opportunity. Kun Ming showed interest, asking what it was. Huang Wu mentioned the Azure Origin Pearl, which stunned Kun Ming, Wang Mai, and Xian Bei. Kun Ming asked in shock if the Naga tribe's pearl hadn't been lost long ago, questioning how Huang Wu knew of its location. Huang Wu smugly explained that he had seen it personally when his father, the underworld god, fought the Nagas to obtain their treasure. He explained that the pearl had fallen into the central trench of the Endless Sea during the battle, and they had killed many Nagas to keep it secret. His father had been waiting for the right moment to retrieve it from the deep trench. Kun Ming wondered why they hadn't taken it immediately back then. Huang Wu claimed he didn't know his father's exact intentions, but assured them they would see the truth once they arrived at the location. Kun Ming thought for a moment and then laughed, asking for his conditions. Huang Wu complimented the Great Alliance leader's intelligence. He requested the Sea Monster Alliance's help in killing a few people. When Kun Ming asked who, Huang Wu coldly named Jiang Wangyuan and his entire family. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei was checking his system. The screen displayed his rank as Level 1 Integration Realm and the Heaven-grade Heaven-swallowing demonic art. His skills included Level 3 Heaven-grade Soul Palm, Level 3 Mystic-grade Phantom Step, and Level 4 Heaven-grade Void-rending Full Moon Blade. Since Jiang Ziobai helped him reach the Integration Realm, his spiritual sea had expanded. Zio En mentioned that this journey could push him to Level 2. My sea of consciousness will expand, and my spiritual power will strengthen, allowing me to perceive everything within 300 meters, Jiang Bei thought as he repeatedly pressed the upgrade button to boost his stats, just as something swam beneath the vessel. While sitting by the gunwale, Jiang Bei felt the boat tilt sharply as Yan Lan stood up to peer into the distance, unable to see clearly through the gloom while hearing a strange, melodic singing. Yan Lan asked if Jiang Bei could hear the song, but he looked around in confusion, claiming he heard nothing before standing up to investigate the surroundings. As he checked the water, numerous hidden reefs suddenly emerged, causing Jiang Wangyuan to panic as he realized their boat was heading straight for the jagged rocks. Jiang Nan utilized his true Qi heaven-suppressing anchor to steady the vessel while his father shouted for him to hold down the other side, though Jiang Nan groaned that he was losing his grip. Beneath the surface, the Naga were relentlessly pushing the boat toward the reefs, intent on drowning the humans to ensure their presence remained a secret. Jiang Bei's boat finally capsized, throwing everyone into the churning water as the Jiang family and Yan Lan sank beneath the violent waves. The Naga cheered as they watched them sink, but one of them paused while grabbing Yan Lan, wondering why this human girl possessed the aura of their own kind. Jiang Bei could only watch helplessly as they carried Yan Lan away, his vision fading while the Naga gathered around to inspect her. As he drifted into unconsciousness, Jiang Bei's mind raced with thoughts of his father and brother, fearing that his journey would end there before he could find his mother. He suddenly remembered his mother, and then woke to a dazzling light that left him disoriented, wondering why the glare was so blinding. Realizing he was adrift, he cursed, wondering how he ended up on a bed made of giant shells instead of drowning in the depths of the sea. Jiang Nan entered and joyfully announced that Jiang Bei was finally awake and that the family was waiting, then pulled him along without explaining why he had been sleeping in a seashell. At the Sea Palace, Yan Lan was overjoyed to see him, exclaiming that she had been worried sick until he finally regained consciousness. Jiang Bei tried to remain composed and claimed there was nothing to worry about before asking Yan Lan who the woman sitting upon the throne was. Yan Lan turned to the woman on the throne and introduced Jiang Bei as the person she had mentioned, identifying the woman as Xuan Su. She was the matriarch of the Naga tribe and their savior, and Yan Lan formally introduced her to Jiang Bei as the one who had rescued them. After Yan Lan finished, Jiang Bei leaned in and whispered to her, calling her a silly girl and reminding her that these people were the ones who sank their boat. However, Xuan Su's hearing was sharp, and she stepped down to explain that it was a misunderstanding, as her people had mistaken them for hostile invaders. Jiang Bei remained skeptical, asking how they could be so sure now, prompting Xuan Su to take Yan Lan's hand with a look of affection. She explained that Yan Lan carried the bloodline of her younger sister, making her a true descendant of the Naga, which reminded Jiang Bei of the martial king's words. Realizing that Yan Lan's mother truly came from the endless sea, Yan Lan wept as she listened to Xuan Su's stories of her mother's past. Jiang Bei felt her sorrow and embraced her, promising to always stay by her side even if her mother was no longer with them. Xuan Su cleared her throat to break the awkward atmosphere, noting that Yan Lan's constitution was currently very frail. She explained that the priority was to find the Kangyuan orb to balance the extreme yin energy within Yan Lan's body, though Jiang Bei was confused about where to find it. When Jiang Bei mentioned that the orb was rumored to have vanished long ago, Xuan Su confirmed it but stated that one person knew the truth. She solemnly revealed that the person was the son of Ming Shen, whose tribe had once hunted the Naga to seize their most precious treasure. She recounted how she and a few youths had escaped the slaughter by hiding inside a whale carcass during the catastrophe. Furthermore, they overheard Huang Wu's command to slaughter everyone, because his father did not want the location of the Kangyuan orb to be revealed. Since Huang Wu was certainly present when the Kangyuan orb was lost, he was the key to finding it, leaving Jiang Bei feeling completely overwhelmed. Why is it Huang Wu? Is he truly unkillable? Jiang Nan explained their dire situation, noting that Huang Wu's movements were incredibly elusive. Since the Battle of Oshan, he had only surfaced once in the Dongqiu Kingdom. How could they find him? At that moment, Jiang Wanguan stepped forward and revealed a secret. He had once left a tracking mark on Huang Wu. He pointed out that by following this trail, they would surely locate Huang Wu. Upon hearing this, his two sons could not help but be filled with admiration. Father truly possesses great foresight. As expected of my father, he is full of cunning schemes. Jiang Bei excitedly stepped forward. Then let us go, find the Kang Yuan pearl, and eliminate Huang Wu. Jiang Wanguan scolded him. You little turtle, is your shell itching for a beating again? In the Mamma Mia Sea region, Huang Wu suddenly sneezed. Kun Ming asked with concern, What is wrong with you? Why did you stop so suddenly? Huang Wu replied dismissively, It is nothing. Perhaps my father is missing me. Kun Ming surveyed the battlefield and asked, Is this the ideal place to ambush Jiang Wanguan's group as you mentioned? Huang Wu replied confidently, It is perfect. I chose this location before seeking your assistance. He smiled sinisterly. If I had not learned of this through the words of a sea monster's soul, I would never have known that a three-headed flood dragon sleeps in the deep, guarding the Kang Yuan pearl while hunting small creatures for food. Why would I be kind enough to tell you its location? Once you drive the Jiang family to their deaths, I will lure you to the seabed to find the pearl and bury you in the dragon's belly. You will never obtain it. Huang Wu pointed toward the trench and spoke to the three. This trench is bottomless, and since you are all well-versed in underwater combat, you can surely eliminate them. Kun Ming asked somewhat suspiciously. How can you be so certain that Jiang Wanguan's group will come here? Huang Wu immediately replied, Of course I know. He reached out to touch the mark on the back of his neck. It was a tracking mark that Jiang Wanguan thought he had placed in secret, but Huang Wu had unexpectedly used a reverse curse on it. He knew their whereabouts as clearly as the palm of his hand. Otherwise, I would not have been able to ambush them in the Dongqiu Kingdom. Xian Bei asked, So what do you want us to do now? Huang Wu replied. Jiang Wanguan is aware of my movements, so I cannot act personally. I need your help to capture Hu Yanlan, the weakest among them. Use her as bait to lure them into the trap. On a boat drifting in the open sea, Jiang Bei's group was surrounded by a thick shroud of fog. Jiang Bei looked at the map and asked, Father, are you certain Huang Wu is in this place? Jiang Wanguan pointed gently at the map. Yes, it is this Mamma Mia trench. Strangely, Huang Wu has not left this position for the past 2 days. Jiang Bei frowned. Could he be waiting for us? At that moment, Hu Yanlan slowly approached the two. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, kidnapped her, and threatened, Come quietly. By the time the father and son realized what was happening, Hu Yanlan had vanished before a teacup could even hit the floor. They rushed to the side of the ship and shouted, Yanlan. Jiang Bei roared in fury, Let her go. Zai kidnapped Hu Yanlan and knocked her unconscious. Xian Bei stood nearby and said disdainfully, If you do not want her to die, do not act recklessly. After speaking, they both dove into the sea with Hu Yanlan, leaving a message. If you want to save her, come to the Mama Nana trench tonight. We will not wait past the hour. Jiang Bei punched the boat in a fit of rage. Jiang Wanguan advised his son, Bear, I fear this is a trap. But Jiang Bei would not listen. He replied resolutely, I must enter this trap. At the Mama Nana trench, Jiang Bei's group utilized the water avoidance technique taught by Patriarch Xuan Xiu. Jiang Bei's eyes were filled with worry as he looked at Hu Yanlan, who responded with a gaze full of concern. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Bei shouted, We are here. Release Hu Yanlan immediately, Huang Wu sneered. Release her. Fine, but you must trade your father for her. Jiang Bei was about to charge forward to strike Huang Wu. Jiang Wanguan quickly held him back. Bear! During the tense confrontation, the system notified. Successfully collected 680 rage points from Huang Wu and Jiang Wanguan. With iron determination, Jiang Wanguan stepped forward and volunteered to trade places with Hu Yanlan, declaring bluntly, Your enemy is me. I will take her place. Release her. In that moment, Jiang Wanguan sent a telepathic message to his youngest son, Jiang Bei, in a serious tone. Bear, do not act impulsively. Jiang Bei was stunned to realize that his father was using a telepathic transmission technique, a skill that could only be performed upon reaching the He Jai realm. Wanguan realized the looming threat, as the men accompanying Huang Wu were all sea-quelling realm experts, not to mention the thousands of sea demons lying in wait. We are no match for them, Wanguan concluded. At the very least, ensure Yanlan's safety, he continued via voice transmission. He shared a strand of divine sense with Jiang Bei. This is my strongest strike within the sea-quelling realm. With this, no matter where you are, you will be able to find me. Jiang Bei softly called out, "Father." Huang Guan advised, "On the road ahead, you two brothers must walk together." Huang Wu sneered disdainfully, "Overestimating yourselves. Jiang Bei's group is at death's door." Huang Guan stepped closer. He demanded, "Release Yan Lan first." Terrified and weeping, Yan Lan cried, "Uncle Jiang, everyone, please just go, don't worry about me." Seeing his goal was met, Huang Wu turned. To the other two, "I'll trouble the two alliance leaders to exchange the hostages." Zai Hai muttered, "How annoying." Huang Guan asked anxiously, "Yan Lan, are you all right?" Zai Hai suddenly grabbed Huang Guan's hand. "Wait!" Wang Mai quickly draped the thousand-year tortoise shell armor over Huang Guan. "Put this on quickly. It's the only way to avoid trouble." Huang Guan silently calculated a way to save himself, realizing that given Huang Wu's cunning, he had to find an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out. Yan Lan screamed, "Run quickly! Wait, Uncle Jiang is still there!" She ran toward him, calling out, "Uncle Jiang." Huang Guan immediately activated the tortoise-shell body lock. Huang Wu attacked, shouting, "Not a single one of you shall escape." Huang Wu spoke coldly on the battlefield. "I don't care if you're male or female. Since you've saved that woman, you can all die together," cornered by a swarm of spirit beasts. Jiang Nan and Yan Lan were both breaking into a cold sweat, unable to utter a word. Jiang Bei shouted, "Is this the great sea demon war, Jiang Bei?" He struggled to manage the situation. He called out, "Zioen, there are so many of them. What should I do? Quickly give me more rage points." Yan Lan was also in a state of panic, not knowing what to do. While Jiang Nan was busy dealing with several spirit beasts, Zioen announced, "Host, you used your rage points last time to reach the second grade of the Valley Realm, so your balance is now 0. Jiang Bei stood there, his heart filled with confusion and dismay. "Damn it, what do you mean it's completely empty?" he wondered. Even so, he tried to stay composed, telling himself he still had one card left. He waved his hand and called out, "Come forth, Biyukachuku Jiang Zairabai." Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out, shaking the entire space. Huang Wu coldly commanded, "Don't the three of you want to find the origin source pearl? Go and kill them, and then I will reveal its location to you." The three of them hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. "Huang Wu, you had better keep your promise," one of them warned. Huang Wu sneered confidently, "Once I finish refining these fallen sea demons and successfully break through to the sealed pearl realm, no one will be a match for me then." Jiang Bei and Zioen exchanged a few words. "Jiang Ziorabai, can you handle this? The opponent is in the sea-quelling realm, while you are just a piece of valley realm trash. Do you understand the concept of realm suppression?" Kun Ming mockingly told Jiang Bei, "Give up. There's no point in fighting a futile battle." He intentionally provoked him, saying, "The woman beside you is already severely wounded." The senior threatened Yan Lan, "Little sister, why don't you jump down yourself? It would be a bit more graceful that way." Then he glanced over at Jiang Nan. "Even your elder brother is at a disadvantage." Kun Ming looked directly at the crowd. "You all have nowhere left to run." Then he lunged toward Jiang Bei. However, he quickly leaped off the cliff. Yan Lan and Jiang Nan followed his lead. Huang Guan cried out in worry, "My children?" Jiang Bei reassured his father. "Don't worry, father, I won't die." Before them, a swarm of monsters waited with open maws, for Jiang Bei was the protagonist of this story. After settling the matter, Kun Ming returned to Huang Wu and demanded, "Huang Wu, tell us about the origin source pearl immediately." But he waited in vain for an answer. Realizing he had been deceived, Kun Ming cursed Huang Wu in a rage. "You absolute bastard! How dare you burn the bridge after crossing it?" Huang Wu laughed treacherously. "You shameless petty man, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests." Then he threatened, "Anyone who dares to stand in my way shall die." They were consumed by a fierce rage. "I will never forgive you. You will receive the retribution you deserve," Huang Wu replied coldly. "Does a man like me even worry about retribution?" Then he turned back to taunt them. "Your retribution is about to arrive." With that, he grabbed Huang Guan by the shoulder. Huang Wu intentionally warned him, hoping he could remain this calm and composed when meeting the young sect master of the Waniao sect. Wang Yuan grew anxious upon hearing this. "Is the young sect master of the Waniao sect Li Feng, Wanner's brother?" Jiang Bei cried out in shock, wondering why such a massive flood dragon was down there. He extended his hand, activating the heaven-swallowing demonic art to trap all the flood dragons. Looking down at the guardian dragons, they appeared to have reached the sealing realm. Yan Lan asked anxiously what Jiang Bei should do, noting the restriction prevented their return. The flood dragon opened its maw, intending to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a surge of power manifested on Yan Lan's chest as a small magic circle appeared. leaving her utterly surprised. How did those flood dragons vanish in an instant? Jiang Bei joked that they must have been charmed by him. He successfully collected 3,891 rage points from the sea-calming flood dragon. They were all stunned to see the Kangyuan pearl, and Jiang Nan asked worriedly, "Brother, what happened? Jiang Bei, are you all right?" He calmly replied that he was fine. They formed a circle as Jun Ming and Wang Bai searched together. Where did Jiang Bei and the others go? Why are there flood dragon carcasses here? Suddenly, something caught everyone's attention. Wang Bai shouted for them to look, confirming it was indeed the Kangyuan pearl. Legend had it that the Kangyuan pearl was the sea god's ultimate treasure. Jun Ming explained that those destined would obtain the divine artifact and find the lost sea god temple. Since the first sea god, no one from the merfolk race had been so fortunate. He wondered what would happen once they entered the Kangyuan pearl. Wang Bai recounted the legend, stating that the destined one who entered the Kangyuan pearl would experience the life of the first-generation sea god within an illusory world. If they failed to complete that illusory trial, all their memories would be erased, and their destiny as the sea god would vanish. Jun Ming added that those without destiny would only watch the sea god's life from the outside as mere spectators. "So, do you two want to try your luck?" Wang Bai had told his senior that becoming the sea god was the supreme honor for the inhabitants of the infinite sea, so he would do his best to achieve it. The three of them made a wager to see if they were destined. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva was practicing the profound Prajna Paramita, he illuminated the 5 skandhas and saw that they are all empty, crossing beyond all suffering. All Buddhas of the 3 periods also rely on the Prajna Paramita to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. A fish surfaced and wondered where it was, just as someone called out, "Young master." The merman held the fish and said, "Young master, here is a young kun." He was Xuan Jia, the young master of the ancient merfolk race. The fish was bewildered, wondering what young master he was talking about. "Isn't this Jiang Bei's older brother? Kai Kai?" The fish felt uncomfortable, wondering why it couldn't speak, and pondered the situation for a long time. What kind of place was this? Could it be the world within the Kangyuan pearl? Since he still retained his memories, it proved he wasn't the destined one. The young master ordered them to take it back, and the merman obeyed. The fish grew anxious, wondering where they were taking it as the merman looked ahead. "Isn't this the legendary merfolk palace?" the merman thought. He then reported to Xuan Jia, suggesting the young master visit the Sunan Palace. "The little princess is fighting with someone?" Xuan Jia worriedly asked if it was a Ryuo who was currently punishing a fish. The fish cried out, calling her a bully. Xuan Jia scolded her, asking what she was doing and telling her to let go. He reminded her that as a princess, she should be more composed, but Xuan Ryu remained furious. "Who told him to bully little Asan?" Xuan Jia's face darkened as he ordered them to take the offender to Clam Valley to collect 100-year-old shells, despite the man's pleas for mercy. Xuan Ryu teased him, saying he deserved it. From its cage, the fish looked out and wondered why it was so noisy. It looked at her, suspecting she was the Yan Lan who stayed by Jiang Bei's side. The little fish noted that one was the young master and the other was the princess. The more it thought, the more it feared that Jiang Bei might be the protagonist. It imagined Jiang Bei's grinning face holding a sharp knife, and its own face turned pale at the thought of being recognized. He would surely hit it for pushing him down. However, the little fish reassured itself that Jiang Bei wouldn't be able to recognize it. Recalling the bewildered faces of Xuan Jia and Yan Lan, it guessed they were originally from this place. At that moment, Yan Lan was busy scolding Jiang Bei. "Little Asan, why are you so foolish?" she chided, advising him to fight back if anyone bullied him and warning that she wouldn't help him again if it happened once more. She then pointed to her hand, complaining that her older brother's lecturing had practically numbed her hands. Hearing this, Jiang Bei felt a wave of guilt. He drew near Yan Lan and softly touched her hand, causing her to snap at him. "Little A3, you've learned some bad habits again. Go back to your room and reflect on your behavior at once." After speaking, she returned to her room and slammed the door. Then Yan Lan crawled under the covers and punched her pillow while muttering that little A3 was becoming quite undisciplined. A3 meant the mute one, and she suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment on her cheeks, yet she tried to remain stern, telling herself she had never been like this before. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei began his training, but was soon surrounded by a group of lobster-like monsters who mocked him, asking what use his skills were. "Aren't you just a mute, A3? What right do you have to be a personal guard?" They sneered, declaring they would beat him and discard his corpse. Hearing this from a distance, Yan Lan rushed over and kicked them while shouting, then stood tall and loudly questioned what was wrong with being A3. "You are all just shallow people who look down on others," she said before lowering her voice to solemnly declare that she would protect little A3 from now on. Yanlan turned to Jiang Bei and told him in a gentler tone that she would be his protector, but Jiang Bei firmly refused, shaking his head repeatedly. His stubborn attitude left Yanlan momentarily bewildered, and she worriedly wondered why he was so cold before eventually returning to her room. Fuming, she vowed to teach him a lesson, while elsewhere, Xuanyi was quietly reading when a subordinate entered. Kneeling quickly, the subordinate reported that the palace master and his wife requested the young master's immediate presence at Janyan Palace for an important matter, causing Xuanyi to purse his lips. A sense of unease rose within him as he wondered if the summons to Janyan Palace concerned that matter. Then he turned his gaze toward the small kun fish swimming in the tank. Having been raised there for a while, it had likely adapted to the aquatic environment of the merfolk palace, so Xuanyi gently picked up the fish and handed it to his subordinate. He instructed the subordinate to deliver it as a gift to the young princess, though the little fish looked disgusted upon hearing this, and Xuanyi added that he should remind her it was her birthday. He explained that he couldn't make it, while Yanlan sat slumped at her table, sighing sadly that although her parents were busy with clan affairs, it still hurt. What saddened her most was Xuanyi's absence, and she continued to lounge about, listlessly lamenting that even her older brother wasn't coming. Jiang Bei stood there clutching a small gift behind his back, hesitating to present it as he recalled the scowling face and insults of Wang Bio, who had cursed his luck for encountering the speechless Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei took a deep breath and encouraged himself, thinking the princess would surely love it, while at that same moment, Xiao Gui was wandering aimlessly on the sand. Suddenly, a massive foot was about to stomp on its head, causing Xiao Gui to scream out, asking who was being so insolent and why they weren't watching where they were going, which Jiang Bei heard. He turned around to see who was speaking, and Xiao Gui continued to bark at him, asking if he had never seen a demon before and demanding he lift his stinking foot. Only then did Jiang Bei realize with a start that Xiao Gui was cursing at him specifically, and he stood there dazed, wondering if this was actually a talking turtle. But when Xiao Gui saw him, it blurted out an insult, recognizing him as Jiang Bei, and panicked when it saw him reaching out to grab its tiny body, shouting to ask if he was trying to take revenge. However, Jiang Bei showed no intention of hurting it, merely looking at it with an amused gaze and thinking that a creature capable of such foul language must be a rare treasure. "If you're so tough, fight me fairly instead of attacking while I'm weak. Do you even call yourself a man?" the turtle challenged, but Jiang Bei was delighted, thinking the princess would definitely enjoy this. Xiao Gui remained bewildered, wondering who this crazy person thought Jiang Bei was and asking why he was being so silent, even as Jiang Bei tried to calm himself down. Jiang Bei still felt a bit hesitant and lingered, his heart filled with anxiety as he wondered if the princess would dislike his foolish little demon. But then he shrugged it off and gently tapped Yanlan, who looked up with a bright smile upon feeling his touch and asked what was the matter, little A3. Just then, a subordinate entered to deliver the gift Xuanyi had prepared, announcing that the young master had sent a birthday present, and at the mention of her brother, her eyes lit up. Yanlan rushed forward eagerly, completely forgetting that Jiang Bei was about to say something to her, and excitedly asked what her brother had given her as she took the gift. "Is it a kun fish?" she exclaimed, admiring it with delight and commenting that she never expected her brother to have such a creature. The subordinate then relayed the message that the young master was temporarily busy and couldn't come, but Yanlan smiled brightly and told him that, given how the fish looked, she would forgive her brother this time. To think the young master could actually find a kun fish. Seeing this, Jiang Bei looked at the gift in his hand with embarrassment, thinking his only prize was a talking fool. The princess suddenly remembered Jiang Bei was about to say something and called out, "Oh right, little A3, what were you trying to say just now?" Seeing Jiang Bei's dazed expression, she answered her own question, "Nothing. How annoying you can't even manage a simple happy birthday." Jiang Bei didn't want to give up despite his hesitation, while the princess looked at him and thought to herself that he was just a little Obama. Yanlan then kindly invited Jiang Bei to sit and have dinner with her before the food got cold, but he suddenly thought of a plan and rushed outside. He told himself he couldn't let the princess see the wretched monster he had prepared, but as he ran off, he ended up tumbling over. Yanlan wondered if she was some kind of fierce beast, questioning why he always ran away lately whenever she got close to the Tunan Palace's kitchen. Xiao Gui was placed on a plate and shaken back and forth, groaning about how cold it was until he finally cried out in anger. Jiang Bei, I finally managed to open my mouth, so why are you being so immoral? Xiao Gui asked. But Jiang Bei just kept shaking him mindlessly, wondering why this bastard kept mentioning his name when they didn't even know each other. At that moment, he realized that a strange woman had been appearing near him lately, and she also referred to him as Jiang Bei. Standing outside the Tunan Palace with his hands behind his back, Jiang Bei heard Xiao En's voice urging him to wake up. Xiao En seriously told him he wasn't a guard but actually Jiang Bei, screaming that this was an illusion created by the Kang Yuan bead and begging him to find a way out. Jiang Bei remained lost in his own thoughts, questioning how this could be an illusion when he had lived there for hundreds of years. The Xiao En system flailed in frustration, shouting about how absurd everything was before starting to tear up. After lamenting that the host who leveled up by being talkative had ended up like this, Xiao En finally gave up and decided to let it go. If the host entered because of Lady Yan Lan and the Kang Yuan bead's resonance, Jiang Bei suddenly seemed to realize something, muttering her name. Xiao En realized that finding Yan Lan might be the key to breaking the illusion, while Jiang Bei toyed with Xiao Gui, wondering if the creature knew Yan Lan since it knew his name. Once he grew bored, Jiang Bei let go and allowed it to roll away, prompting the creature to grumble about how he was still as arrogant as ever. Next to Xiao Gui was a note asking if he knew Yan Lan. Jiang Bei's eyes lit up at the name, and he realized she was the princess of the merfolk. Yan Lan is a princess? Xiao Gui quickly retorted that he and Yan Lan weren't a couple, though he secretly recalled how worried Jiang Bei had been when she was taken hostage. He wondered if they really were a pair since Jiang Bei had looked so anxious. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei stood there with a blank expression, processing the information. If Yan Lan was the princess, and they were a couple, didn't that mean he was with the princess? Having solved this difficult puzzle, he felt a sense of clarity. Jiang Bei suddenly felt shy, realizing he and the merfolk princess were a couple. Seeing him grinning, Xiao Gui remarked that he seemed to have figured it out. Xiao Gui was even more shocked to see him sitting there giggling like an idiot, and couldn't help but mock his creepy behavior. Xiao Gui continued to tease him, noting that he never used to be this bashful, and asking if he was too afraid to even give her a birthday present. Jiang Bei felt embarrassed because his small gift couldn't compare to a kun fish, thinking that as a princess, she deserved something much better. Believing she deserved the best, he looked at Xiao Gui with disdain, thinking this wretched creature couldn't possibly measure up to a kun fish. Sensing his irritation, Xiao Gui turned away and asked why he was looking at him like that, before suddenly being struck by a panicked thought. How could Jiang Bei not know who Yan Lan? His personality had changed so much that Xiao Gui wondered if Jiang Bei was the one destined for the Kang Yuan bead. He begged for it not to be true, lamenting that while others found happiness, he had nothing, all while things were unfolding at the Zhan Yan Palace. Yan Lan was speaking with Jiang Bei. We have a divine mission now. Do you have the confidence to complete it? After speaking, she lightly patted his shoulder and continued, Very good. I have recently discovered that my brother and parents are constantly occupying the divination hall. Therefore, our task is to uncover the reason for their presence. Jiang Bei felt slightly flustered. Just the two of us, this relationship is truly becoming quite intimate. As they both crept forward, Yan Lan added, Your strength is formidable. Help us cast an invisibility art. She then instructed him. We shall employ eavesdropping tactics. However, Jiang Bei was focused on the distance between them, his heart racing with chaotic emotions as he tried to distract himself. He wanted to distance himself from the princess, yet Yan Lan was completely oblivious to his embarrassment. She turned slightly and gently rubbed Jiang Bei's head, saying, Such a good boy. With Jiang Bei's support, Yan Lan activated the invisibility art and began her observation. I must see exactly what my brother is doing. She peeked inside. Within the room, the clan members were in deep discussion. Xuan Jai, the merfolk diviner, spoke with a somber expression. I have divined the future once more, and the result remains unchanged. He announced sorrowfully, The millennial crisis is unavoidable. A young master sitting nearby inquired. Does Elder Xuan have a way to resolve this? Xuan Jai replied, A marsh without water is exhaustion. However, he narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, a gentleman pursues his ambition with his life. Resolving this millennial crisis rests entirely upon the young master. Hearing this, Xuan Yi felt a pang of unease. Xuanjai confirmed that for thousands of years, the boundless sea region had been shrouded by the lunar eclipse continent. He spoke while imagining the impending storm of lightning and rain. Xuanjai continued solemnly, "The millennial crisis of the sea's rage and lightning's fury will occur once more." He could not hide his anxiety and fear. "I do not know how many sea dwellers will be left homeless or perish entirely this time." Xuanyi, recognizing his own responsibility, hurriedly questioned Xuanjai. "Then what must I do? Please speak plainly, Elder Xuan." He uttered two words, "A sacrifice," he further explained. Only the young master's weak water physique can condense the azure origin sea-suppressing pearl. Outside, Yan Lan had overheard every word they said. She didn't dare make a sound, only covering her mouth in shock. Yet she could not escape Xuanyi's sharp senses. He detected her, magic ready in his hand, and demanded loudly, "Who is there?" Seeing no movement, he muttered to himself, "Was I mistaken? Is it just the clear water of the carefree hall?" Suddenly, a tense situation unfolded. Xuanyi did not hesitate to strike Yan Lan across the face, scolding her harshly, "You brat! A Ryuo!" She left immediately in grievance. Jiang Bei called out in confusion, "Princess?" But it seemed Xuanyi intentionally wanted the princess to avoid trouble. He then spoke to Jiang Bei. "You come in here." Inside the private room, Xuanyi asked Jiang Bei, "How many years have you been by the princess's side?" Jiang Bei answered using sign language. "Several decades." Upon hearing this, Xuanyi set down his cup and hummed, "Has it been that long?" He then gave Jiang Bei his instructions. "I have arranged for the clan's juniors to be moved. From now on, you must protect the princess and never leave her side." It seemed something unfortunate was about to happen. This was why Xuanyi wanted to speak privately with Jiang Bei. He continued his request, "I know you are loyal to her. From this moment on, I entrust her entirely to you." After Jiang Bei left, Xuanyi sat alone in meditation, focusing on his cultivation. During this time, he recalled Elder Xuan's words, stating that only a rare, once-in-a-century weak water physique could condense the azure origin pearl to suppress the sea. He then pondered several things. However, he does not know that a Ryu is the one with the pure and pristine weak water physique, while I have only been slightly influenced by her. Looking at the shimmering pearls, Xuanyi said slowly, "It is still not enough. These miraculous pearls have no effect on my constitution." Yet the pearl shells were reacting violently. "Are you using the pearl seeds to purify?" Suddenly, he remembered the heavy slap he had accidentally given Yan Lan earlier, and his heart filled with regret. Xuanyi softly asked, "Ryu, did I hit you too hard this morning?" After leaving the divination hall, Yan Lan confessed to her brother, "Brother, I heard everything you and Elder Xuan said. I won't let you go." Xuanyi gently comforted her. "Ryu, as the young master, your brother carries many heavy responsibilities." Yan Lan's eyes filled with tears as she choked out, "But you are also my brother." "I don't want you to die." Her only wish now was for Xuanyi to live. Thus, she suggested, "Can't we just let someone else go instead?" Realizing words were useless, he feigned the role of a cruel brother, striking his sister and shouting for that wretched Ryu to be taken away. Afterward, he could only pray that Ryu wouldn't despise him, for he knew better than anyone what had to be done if he didn't leave. Recalling his sister's innocent face, he thought that she would be the one to go. 2 days later, the merfolk tribe began their migration. Clutching her plushie, Yan Lan muttered that Xuan Jia was a fool, but her grief remained as she sobbed, certain he wouldn't return alive. Jiang Bei approached and gently patted her head to comfort her. Yan Lan clung to him, sobbing and asking if her brother no longer wanted her. Jiang Bei gently pushed her back and explained that the young master only wanted to protect their home to ensure her safety. Comforted by Jiang Bei's words, Yan Lan wondered when little A3 had learned telepathy and asked him with wide eyes. "Was brother trying to protect me?" she wondered, just as a boy's cry echoed outside, asking his mother if his father might never return. "The sea god will protect him," the mother replied gently when the boy asked if the deity truly existed, adding that even if he didn't. "Your father will turn into seawater to stay with you forever." Yan Lan watched, deeply moved, as Jiang Bei softly called out to her. Yan Lan made a firm decision, stating that as the merfolk princess and daughter of the sea, she couldn't abandon the front lines or the fighting people. Despite her tear-streaked face, her voice was resolute as she declared that she could not let her brother face everything alone. The little turtle and the gossiping fish chimed in, surprised that the little princess was brave enough to return instead of fleeing. Furthermore, even though the fated one experienced the first sea god's life, her choices remained uninfluenced by that past. Everything came from her heart, Jiang Bei embraced Yan Lan, noting her enduring bravery as they shared a shy smile, and he spoke softly. "I'm coming with you," he said, moving Yan Lan to tears of joy as she took his hand and they shared a tender kiss. Before they could savor the moment, the little turtle appeared with a warning not to look as the sky suddenly began to transform. Massive waves surged amidst constant lightning, tossing sea creatures into the air as erupting lava sent marine life fleeing in a panic. Young Master Jia concentrated his power, drawing energy into his hands as a tsunami collided with the lava like two warring deities. Energy swirled around the water orb as young Master Jia prayed for success, his silent tears merging with the mystical sphere. An intricate formation glowed beneath his feet, as young Master Jia ordered his soldiers to hold their positions and support the array while he watched the water orb. He realized the final step required using his Ryu water physique to complete the fusion, which began as lightning enveloped the water orb. However, the attempt failed and the spirit-gathering array shattered, leaving the exhausted young Master Jia and his men collapsed on the ground. As lava overwhelmed the waves and the barrier neared its limit, Yan Lan suddenly rushed forward to seize the water orb and finish the task. Sensing the impending danger, young Master Jia shouted for Ryu to return, but Yan Lan pressed on with unwavering determination. She thought that he couldn't play the hero without her, while young Master Jia cried out helplessly for Yan Lan to stop being foolish. The fusion concluded as Yan Lan merged with the water orb, water enveloping her body as she wondered why their lives were ending this way. Young Master Jia desperately called out to Ryu, but Yan Lan continued her internal monologue, asking the sea god why he remained asleep. She let the question fade, no longer caring, as the fusion process proceeded flawlessly without any further obstacles. Enclosed within the now massive water orb, Yan Lan's voice echoed to the silent young Master Jia, promising to protect them all. A divine radiance flared over the ocean's surface, rising as if to puncture the very sky. As the water orb disintegrated, the sea froze solid wherever it touched. The onlookers erupted in joyous cheers, for Princess Yan Lan had averted the millennium-old peril. The crisis was resolved, the danger had finally ceased. Swimming within the water tank, the turtle and fish sighed with emotion, noting that praying to the heavens and Buddha was futile. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself, even if she lacks a divine spark. Yet she possessed a divine nature. Jiang Bei gazed at the two creatures, his heart heavy with emotion as he wondered if his princess would truly never return. Suddenly, a punch landed squarely on his face with such force that his features blurred. The water tank slipped from his grasp and was sent flying upward. Good heavens, it's airborne. Young Master Zai had approached at some unknown moment, demanding to know what his original instructions were as he grabbed Jiang Bei by the collar and shouted. "I ordered you to protect her with your life, yet what have you done?" His voice thundered with rage, though a flicker of agony glinted in his eyes. "I respect her decision," Jiang Bei thought as tears traced silent paths down his face. 5 centuries later, Jiang Bei sat before the princess's memorial shrine. Overwhelmed by longing, he whispered that today would surely be bustling. The turtle in his arms looked back at him with a gaze full of pity. Following Princess Yan Lan's passing, a sand built a shrine at the very spot she vanished, and he has remained there as its guardian for 500 years. Up ahead, a shrimp and an octopus approached on 2 legs, carrying offerings and announcing they had come to visit Her Highness. Jiang Bei waved cheerfully, while the turtle remained deep in thought, wondering if the millennium-old threat had truly been settled this way. Why hasn't this Kang Yuan illusion dissipated yet? The view shifted closer, showing that the shrimp man's offering was an exquisitely prepared meal. The ritual began inside the shrine as someone offered freshly harvested pearls, still warm, hoping the princess would find them pleasing. Another voice added that their newly molted shell was also being offered. Before Yan Lan's statue, the 2 shrimpmen told Jiang Bei to set aside his grief. He silently told the princess that many still cared for him even in her absence. Suddenly, tears trickled from the statue's eyes as if it were about to awaken. Jiang Bei noticed the change, his heart racing with shock. He cried out to the princess, asking if it was her, but he was met only with an empty silence. Jiang Bei stood frozen as tears blurred his vision. Unable to restrain himself, he collapsed and sobbed her name, crying out that he missed her, when a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. "Boy, why are you weeping?" Jiang Bei's eyes brightened at the sight of the figure he thought was gone forever, and he rushed toward her, stammering in disbelief. Princess, is it truly you? You can speak again." However, Yan Lan's subsequent words left him utterly speechless. I have come to bid you all farewell, she said. Jiang Bei asked why in confusion as countless sea folk suddenly surrounded him, leaving him wondering where he was. Strange voices echoed, telling the mute not to bother because he couldn't hear. Suddenly, a spirit beast manifested, prompting Yan Lan to ask who it was. Why can't that mute hear my voice? The spirit beast introduced itself as the guardian of the Kang Yuan orb, explaining that the reason he couldn't hear her was simple. Standing before Yan Lan's statue, it reminded her that she had died, even if only within this illusion, but told her there was no need for concern. Because the person she sought was actually outside the illusion, and to see him again, she had to comprehend the divine revelation and break this false reality. Yan Lan softly informed Jiang Bei that she had already attained the divine revelation, leaving him to wonder in confusion what such a thing could be. Yan Lan's body began to glow with a faint blue light as she ascended, explaining that the divine revelation was the path to godhood and enlightenment. After witnessing the sea folk offer incense to her for 5 centuries, she realized that gods are not innate, but are born from sacrificing oneself for the people. The living beings of the sea had elevated her to the divine altar, as her sacrifice had secured a peace and stability that brought them immense joy. Yan Lan smiled happily at her people, noting that a god is the embodiment of their faith, much like how Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva attained supreme enlightenment through profound wisdom. The illusion gradually dissipated, and the guardian spirit floating in the void spoke. Congratulations to the fated one for passing the first trial of the sea god. You may proceed to the sea god temple to receive the inheritance. Jiang Bei questioned angrily with a frown. Was it you who made me a useless mute in that illusion? The guardian spirit cried out in a panic. Great hero, please spare me. It was all just an illusion, tailored to fit the situation. The system announced that 1 rage point had been successfully collected from Shui Yuan Ling. Wang Bai then spoke up. So where is this sea god temple you mentioned? The guardian spirit hesitated. Well, it requires. Hey, I'm telling you, old Wang. Jiang Bei quickly covered the guardian spirit's mouth. He threatened, don't forget you are my servant. If you try to steal my Yan Lan's opportunity, you're just daydreaming. Yan Lan blushed, thinking about what he had just said. My Yan Lan? Jiang Bei thought back to the illusion. Wang Bai did not argue because it was all just a dream, and he had already witnessed the sea god's inheritance. Kun Ming immediately spoke up to stop him. Jiang Bei, you've misunderstood. Meanwhile, the system reported the successful collection of 213 rage points from Wang Bai. In the illusion, she made the same choice as the first sea god, sacrificing herself for the sake of all sea demons. He spoke his thoughts plainly. She has long been the sea god in our hearts. Therefore, we are willing to help Yan Lan obtain the sea god's inheritance. Hearing this, Jiang Bei was overjoyed. Yan Lan's charm was so potent that it directly incited the 3 great sea demon lords to follow her. The guardian spirit interrupted. Then let Lady Yan sense the location of the sea god temple. These loathsome humans. This process is so troublesome. The system issued another notification. Successfully collected 113 rage points from Shui Yuan Ling. Jiang Bei feigned ignorance and gestured. You are the guardian spirit of Kang Zhou Yuan. Yet you don't even know where the sea god temple is. What a waste. The guardian spirit screamed helplessly. Only those who have received divine revelation can sense the sea god temple. After provoking it, Jiang Bei received another notification, successfully collected 2,112 rage points from Shui Yuan Ling. Yan Lan clasped her hands and said softly, I have sensed it. Jiang Bei hurriedly asked, Yan Lan, in which corner of the endless sea is the sea god temple located? She replied firmly, It is not in the sea but tens of thousands of meters above our heads. This revelation startled Jiang Bei. The sea god temple was not underwater. He was so angry that he raised his middle finger and cursed, Author, can't you just follow the usual tropes? The system continuously displayed solemn status updates. Director Dong Gyuqiang of the Huashi Mental Hospital said, To be honest, I beg you to let it go. The system continued. Successfully collected 233 rage points from Captain Beard and 1 point from Winter Melon. Kun Ming spoke up. Everyone, do not worry. Although I swim in the water, I can also fly in the sky. Jiang Bei looked at him with admiration. No way, brother, are you an amphibious creature? Kun Ming felt strange. It was clearly a compliment, yet he didn't feel comfortable. The system announced the successful collection of 111 rage points from Kun Ming. The group climbed onto the whale's back to move, and Kun Ming quickly surged out of the deep sea waters. He transformed into a bird, rivaling an eagle. Once in the sky, he spread his mighty wings to carry the group, crossing 3,000 miles of water and ascending 9,000 miles. Sitting on his back, Jiang Bei thought with a smirk, who else could compare to this high-speed flying chicken? He turned back to ask Yan Lan. You must have sensed the exact location of the sea god temple by now, right? She confirmed. It's up ahead, I can feel it. Just as she finished speaking, they saw a floating island. The group landed safely, and Jiang Bei couldn't help but exclaim. It's unbelievable that the sea god temple is located on an island floating in the sky. But he suddenly realized why this place looked so much like the princess temple he had built for Yan Lan in the fantasy world. Yan Lan leaned over and called softly, Jiang Bei, why are you standing there in a daze? Let's go. Jiang Bei blushed and replied hurriedly, all right, let's go. He immediately sped up and ran forward, while Yan Lan stood back, smiling slightly as she thought to herself, so is this all truly fate? This is just like in that fantasy world, and just like me. Suddenly Shui appeared out of nowhere and cried out joyfully, Lord Sea God. After 10,000 years, you have finally found your fated one. The sea god also appeared and comforted her in a soft voice. Shui, it has been a long time. You have worked hard. The sea god looked at Yan Lan with gentle eyes and spoke. My descendant, are you willing to accept the sea god's inheritance and protect the beings of the sea race forever? Hearing this, Yan Lan hesitated, unsure of what to do. She recalled everything that had happened recently and how she had caused trouble for everyone all this time. Seeing her like that, Jiang Bei cheered from the sidelines. Yan Lan, you can do it. Just go for it. Empowered by his words, Yan Lan smiled with determination. Jiang Bei is right. I want to be brave for once. She blushed as she thought, not just to fight by his side. Yan Lan made her decision, not only for him, but also for the millions of living beings in the sea race. I am willing, she replied. The sea god was extremely pleased with her attitude, noting she hadn't disappointed, and then began the inheritance ritual. I now bestow upon you the position of sea god, hoping you will strengthen your faith and protect all life, she declared, warning that Yan Lan's low cultivation couldn't yet handle the full power, so it would be condensed into a fruit. The fruit was then placed inside Yan Lan's body. Once she finished refining it, she would truly become the new sea god. Witnessing this transfer of destiny, Jiang Bei squinted as he hid, wondering if this was a forced inheritance before finally opening his eyes to take in his surroundings. The current situation left him completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock as a mini version of Yan Lan reached out for a hug, leaving Jiang Bei to helplessly ask why she had become so tiny. He questioned the sea god about Yan Lan's childlike form, and she reassured him that she would return to normal as she refined the sea god fruit, though Jiang Bei still felt a heavy burden. He felt immense pressure, suddenly finding himself with a child despite being an unmarried, high-quality 20-year-old youth who had never had children before. Seeing this, Kun Ming feigned comfort, suggesting he could raise little Yan Lan as a child bride. Already stressed, Jiang Bei silenced the rambling Kun Ming, successfully collecting 1,688 rage points from him before cradling little Yan Lan and trying to reassure himself. Fine, I am one of the top 10 best men in the country, he mused, recalling their past and growing determined that since he had kissed Yan Lan in the virtual world, he had to take responsibility for her. The sea god urged them to depart quickly, warning that a difficult and dangerous journey still lay ahead of them. Jiang Bei politely replied that he wouldn't intrude any longer and bid his farewells, and the scene then shifted to their goodbye with Kun Ming and the others. Kun Ming took the chance to complain, mentioning how he was haunted by their previous ghostly antics, which had caused his father to panic and apologize, making Jiang Bei frown. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you helped Yan Lan. I still hold a grudge, Jiang Bei said, while Kun Ming seriously warned him in return. Just wait until I find my father. He'll give you a proper beating, Kun Ming threatened, while Wang Gui hurriedly told them to just get lost already. Jiang Bei successfully gathered another 2,189 rage points from Kun Ming, Wang Gui, and the elder before departing, not forgetting to leave a final instruction. Remember to help our Yan Lan's family protect the endless sea, he called out, and later on the ship, Jiang Bei studied the map on the table. He asked his brother if crossing the Strait of Death would lead to the Eclipse continent, while a worried Jiang Nan asked if he had any clues about their missing mother and captured father. Jiang Bei recalled his father's instructions and smiled, replying that they could contact him through the divine sense he left behind once they reached the continent. The group finally set foot on the Eclipse continent, and Yan Lan looked around excitedly, as did Jiang Bei, marveling at their new surroundings. Suddenly, a loud shout caught Jiang Bei's attention, urging people to register for the Pill Association's recruitment, as such opportunities were rare. Some doubted if they would be chosen, but decided to sign up anyway, and Jiang Bei noticed that the people there were all at the second or fourth level of the heavenly stage, or even the first level of the spirit integration stage. It was an eye-opening experience for Jiang Bei, who wondered if this was the place his father described, where heavenly stage experts were as common as dogs and spirit integration experts were everywhere. He wondered what this Pill Association was, and the system immediately appeared to provide an explanation. The system noted that he was at the same level as the other cultivators on the Eclipse continent and needed to work harder, prompting Jiang Bei to pinch its cheek in annoyance. "Get lost, I don't accept your nagging," he snapped, while the system could only scream for him to let go as Jiang Bei began to calculate his next move. He realized he might find the herbs needed to heal Old Man Du's heart meridians at this Pill Association, and Old Man Du was secretly moved to tears by the thought. "Young master, you finally remembered this old servant," he thought, but Jiang Bei's noble sentiment was quickly tossed aside. "Brother, let's sign up for the Pill Association first. Our old man probably won't die in the next hour or so," Jiang Bei said, a statement that would surely shock Father Jiang. "You truly are my wonderful son," he might have said, and a short while later, Jiang Bei arrived at the crowded Pill Association registration site. Jiang Bei sighed, wondering why the registration for the Alchemy Guild was so packed. This was the Zaiju City branch of the Alchemist Association, and he couldn't even get close to the door. He was determined to find a way in. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "Ah, I've got it!" Out of nowhere, Jiang Bei pulled out a money gun. He shouted to get everyone's attention. "Oh my God, my money! Being rich is such a struggle!" Within seconds, the entire crowd rushed over to scramble for the cash. "Look, it's money!" Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Bei dashed toward the front and spoke urgently. "Quickly sign up Jiang Bei and Jiang Nan." Seeing his frantic state, Tao Bao calmly explained that any young master wishing to join the guild must first pass the alchemy exam. Realizing he had been a bit brash, Jiang Bei softly asked when the exam would take place, and Tao Bao began to explain the details. The exam is divided into 4 rounds: Basic Alchemy Dao, Pill Fire Control, Pill Appreciation, and Pill Refining. Jiang Bei excitedly asked if there were rewards for the top finishers. According to the usual cultivation tropes, there certainly were, and Tao Bao teased him for being so familiar with their procedures, calling him dear and making him cringe. Feeling a bit awkward, Jiang Bei listened as Tao Bao continued, explaining that the rewards included more than just rare medicinal herbs. There were also hidden benefits from the guild's top experts, causing Jiang Bei's eyes to light up as he urged her to sign them up immediately. Tao Bao reminded him that they first needed to test his pill fire to ensure he met the qualification standards for the competition. Jiang Bei was left speechless before admitting he didn't have any pill fire, a statement that immediately made Tao Bao lose her temper. She barked at him for wasting her time if he lacked pill fire, and he successfully collected 233 rage points from her. Without any hesitation, she kicked him out and told him to get lost, leaving Jiang Bei to wonder why she was being so aggressive. Suddenly, a girl named Wang Yuhan, a second-stage He-Gu realm cultivator, appeared and asked if they wanted to become stronger. She offered to help them condense pill fire for the exam, but Jiang Nan was skeptical while Jiang Bei warned him not to trust her childish claims. He joked about it being a pyramid scheme, but Yuhan ignored him, stating they must join the creation sect as a condition. Jiang Nan questioned the sect's connection to the exam, while Jiang Bei teased that she was just looking for an excuse to date his handsome brother. A flash of anger appeared in Yuhan's eyes as she coldly continued her explanation. She revealed the prizes included Sky Star Grass and a spot in the creation sect, earning Jiang Bei 1,688 rage points from her. The system urged Jiang Bei to agree, noting that Sky Star Grass was the primary ingredient needed to heal Elder Du's heart meridians. Jiang Bei realized he had to accept, yet he still questioned how she knew so much about the competition's rewards. He found her sudden appearance suspicious, so Yuhan realized she needed to provide proof to gain their trust. She produced an Alchemist Association badge from her bag, telling them they could verify her identity at the guild if they doubted her. Jiang Nan took the badge while Jiang Bei agreed on his behalf, though he secretly planned to uncover her true intentions. The 3 of them headed to an inn, where Jiang Bei told the proprietor to put the 3 rooms on the girls' tab. The friendly owner explained that only 2 rooms remained, because many sects were in West Peak City for the competition. Jiang Bei had anticipated this cliché plot development and looked visibly annoyed by the predictable turn of events. Glancing at Yu Han's stern face, he decided he didn't want to be stuck with a woman who seemed destined to be paired with Jiang Nan. Suddenly, the sea god fruit leaped out of his bag, followed immediately by a miniature Yan Lan who looked around with curiosity. Yan Lan cutely asked Jiang Bei for food, leaving him feeling helpless as he cursed her never-ending hunger. He suspected that eating the sea god fruit caused her appetite to grow significantly larger over time. Looking at her sparkling eyes, Jiang Bei mourned for his finances, realizing no amount of wealth could sustain her eating habits. Furthermore, he noticed that although she had shrunk, her physical strength had increased, making him wonder if she would become a powerhouse. Meanwhile, Yu Han and Jiang Nam were silently sizing each other up, as he wondered why she was staring at him as if she wanted to devour him. She wondered why he was so anxious since she had no intention of eating him, so Yu Han finally spoke up to break the awkward silence. "You," she began, but Jiang Nam flinched and hid, thinking she was about to attack, so he told her to just say what was on her mind while she grabbed his pillow. She asked what he was so afraid of since she wasn't going to eat him, but Jiang Nam raised his hands in surrender and asked why she kept staring at him then. Yu Han explained that she was observing his bone structure and meridians to find a way for him to condense pill fire quickly, which made Jiang Nam smile as he realized his misunderstanding. He asked if she had found a way yet, so she suddenly turned him around and told him to face her, which he nervously did while wondering why she was so fierce. Yu Han explained that condensing pill fire wouldn't be difficult for a fire attribute cultivator like him, as she began transferring her inner power into his body. She told him to circulate the energy in his dantian and guide it toward his index finger, and Jiang Nam immediately followed her instructions. Yu Han continued to guide him, telling him to focus his mind and visualize a flame condensing between his fingertips. Jiang Nam was astonished when he felt the heat, and joyfully told the girl beside him that he had successfully manifested pill fire. He told Wang Yu Han that he had succeeded, but she stepped closer and emphasized that they had succeeded together since she provided the spark. A few seconds later, they both felt embarrassed by their proximity, while elsewhere, Jiang Bei was walking through the streets with Yan Lan. Her eyes lit up when she saw a stand of candied haws, and she tugged on Jiang Bei's sleeve, pointing at the round, red treats she wanted to eat. Jiang Bei, who was already carrying a heavy load, angrily scolded her and called her a little ancestor, saying they had already bought too many things. Jiang Bei successfully collected 995 rage points from Hu Yan Lan as her face crumpled, and her eyes filled with tears. Moments later, she began wailing loudly in the street, drawing the attention of passers-by who pitied the heart-wrenching sight of the crying child. Even the heavens seemed moved by her sorrow, so a panicked Jiang Bei tried to comfort her by promising to buy her plenty of candied haws next time. He quickly hugged her and explained to the crowd that she was his younger sister, but an old man warned him to keep a very close watch on her. He mentioned that many children had disappeared in Zaiju recently, which made Jiang Bei turn serious as he asked if there had been any investigation into the matter. The old man sighed and said that since Zaiju had no city lord, the sects had sent disciples multiple times but found no clues, just as Jiang Nam and Yu Han arrived. Jiang Nam shyly said that Lady Wang was looking for him, so Jiang Bei picked up Yan Lan, thanked the old man, and they all returned to their room where Yu Han began scolding him. She yelled at him for running off to the main street and making her search everywhere, while Jiang Bei gained 2024 rage points and made an excuse about Yan Lan being hungry. He claimed he was only taking her to get food, which made Yu Han even more furious as she realized he was spending her money again. Yu Han was heartbroken to see her wealth vanishing, but Jiang Bei explained that he didn't recognize the money was hers, which was why he spent it. Yu Han's eyes turned red with rage as she ground her teeth and punched Jiang Bei so hard his soul nearly left his body, though she then tried to act composed. She decided to focus on the urgent business and discipline him later, while secretly feeling proud of how well she had landed that punch. Yu Han grabbed Jiang Bei like a kitten and tossed him into a corner, ordering him to sit on the edge of the bed with his back turned toward her. She then grabbed his head and told him to look up before striking his back and commanding him to puff out his chest. Jiang Bei started joking around by showing off his backside, which made Yu Han turn purple with rage as she screamed at him to pull himself together. He finally sat down seriously, and as Yuhan transferred her inner power, she noted that condensing pill fire would be easy since both brothers were fire attribute. Yuhan instructed him to sink his breath into the danshin and guide the alchemical fire to his fingertips while visualizing a flame between them. Seeing the flame at his fingertips, Jiangbei was amazed by his success, while a somber Yuhan reminded him that this was only the beginning. She whispered that he must never use demonic cultivation methods or he would be killed by righteous disciples, terrifying him into asking her to speak more gently. With the alchemical fire formed, Yuhan noted that while they had condensed the flame, mastering its use would require their own diligent practice. To see how much they could learn before the official competition, she waved her hand, causing numerous slips of paper to appear around them. She began teaching the fundamentals of alchemy, explaining that the competition's foundation rested on understanding the pharmacology of pill formulas. Yongnan carefully examined the paper and expressed his gratitude for Miss Wang's efforts, while Jiangbei studied his own sheet with intense focus. These were the mysterious Eastern skills needed for the exam, but Jiangbei suddenly flipped to a page mentioning 6-ingredient Rahmania pills for kidney health. Jiangbei felt it was a joke and angrily questioned if she was serious about these pills, arguing that even in a comic, such things shouldn't happen. He ranted about the bizarre art style and asked if terms like moonlight water and solar radiance were divine or demonic, causing Yuhan to suppress her rage. The system recorded 2,715 anger points from Wang Yuhan before she sent Jiangbei flying with a righteous punch, to which he cried out that he would return. Jiangbei lamented his misfortune while Jiangnan smiled, believing that Miss Wang surely had a logical reason for her actions. Yanlan cheered enthusiastically, thinking they were playing a game, before Yuhan blindfolded the two men to test them on various herbs. Jiangnan easily identified the phantom shadow grass, illusory dividing petals, and blood spirit root, successfully graduating from Yuhan's crash course. Meanwhile, Jiangbei guessed random ingredients like beef, peeled shrimp, pork skin, and 5-spice powder, driving Yuhan to the brink of madness. Just as she was about to snap at him, Jiangbei mentioned there was more, giving Yuhan a flicker of hope that he might finally be serious. However, he flippantly remarked on the lack of cilantro and its compatibility with beef balls, making Yuhan realize she was a fool for trusting him. They finally moved on to pill refining, where Jiangnan successfully produced 3 realm-breaking pills, while Jiangbei excitedly claimed he had succeeded as well. Jiangnan's eyes lit up, thinking his younger brother was truly a genius, but he was left speechless by the actual result before him. Jiangbei stood there covered in soot with a shattered cauldron, grinning widely as he announced he had successfully blown up 6 of them. The 3 decided to head back immediately, and upon arriving at the Alchemist Association, a weary Jiangbei tried to register for the event. He was shocked to hear that registration had closed the previous day, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. As he mourned his wasted efforts in the cold wind, Yuhan suddenly appeared and called out to a man named Shen Jin. She stepped forward for them, explaining she had contacted the vice president yesterday to register him and was now bringing them to compete. Shen Jin's attitude shifted instantly upon realizing she was the vice president's guest, and he hurriedly ushered them inside as the competition was starting. Jiangbei's mood brightened as he praised Sister Wang's influence, and the 3 entered the arena where everything was being recorded. A reporter provided a live broadcast of the alchemy convention, announcing that the event held every 30 years was finally beginning. She introduced the Xian sect, led by the rare alchemical genius Huang Liang, before moving on to the next participant. Next was the Xiahua sect, led by their famous alchemical expert and second senior brother, Tan Mobai. Finally, she introduced the representative team from the Han sect, led by the renowned ice beauty of the cultivation world. Lin Muxu's talent in alchemy is on par with Lu Yang of the Xian sect. Standing behind the camera, these 3 are considered the top contenders for this alchemy convention's championship. The other participants won't be introduced further, so let the audience watch the competition unfold. Jiangbei sighs as he compares the crowded, grand display on one side to the desolation on the other. Our side is truly sparse with such a pitiful number of people, and seeing him staring at them, Lin Muxu shoots him a cold, indifferent glance. That single look makes Jiangbei feel a chill run down his spine, and then Ouyang Chengfeng, vice president of the Ziju City Alchemy Association, makes an announcement. The rules of the competition were clearly explained during registration, so I will not repeat them. I hereby declare. His clear voice resonates as the competition officially begins, and for the first round, the MC explains that the pill formula on each contestant's table is their exam. Please write down the correct answer as papers will be collected in 15 minutes. Jiang Bei looks at the prompt to create a 6-flavor Rahmania pill and nearly coughs up blood as he curses. Is this supposed to be a god-tier exam? He silently worships Yu Han's brilliance, thinking that she is truly his god. Jiang Bei is so overjoyed that he stands there laughing, and seeing this, Yu Han frowns, wondering what that idiot is giggling about. She glances at Jiang Nan's composure and feels reassured since he is naturally cautious, and 15 minutes later, someone comes to collect their papers. Jiang Bei looks overconfident, and the results are announced immediately. Liu Jianai, Li Hai, and Zhao Bang are eliminated. 84 people remain, and seeing this, Jiang Bei mocks them, wondering how they could fail such an easy test or if they even want the points as round 2 begins. This round tests pill fire control, and after a piece of meat is placed before Jiang Bei, the contestants are required to use their pill fire to cook the beef to exactly medium well. It cannot be even slightly off, and after hearing the prompt, Jiang Bei questions his reality, wondering if he accidentally signed up for chef training at New East. He laughs at the thought and decides to go for it, getting to work while asking Little N to help him monitor the internal temperature of the meat. She obediently complies, and the system reports that the core temperature of the beef has reached 67 degrees Celsius. The juices are minimal, and the interior is a pinkish brown, making it a perfectly cooked medium-well steak, so Jiang Bei finishes and tilts his head back with confidence. If you meet a New East chef, you should just marry them. After passing the pill identification in round 3, Aoyang Shengfeng announces the start of the round 4 pill refining. Congratulations to the remaining 23 contestants competing for the top 5 spots in this round, which will test your practical refining abilities. He continues, explaining that the exam for this challenge is before them, and every 4 contestants can choose one type of pill to refine. Materials are limited, so it is first come, first served, causing the crowd to rush to grab ingredients for the primordial origin pill. Jiang Bei's face darkens at the sight of the scramble for heavenly jade suet, and he stands there paralyzed and helpless, wondering how he is supposed to choose. I don't know a damn thing about the formula for the bipolar pill, and the recipe is so difficult that I actually want to give up. Immediately, many people cry out in frustration and quit because the organizers did not prepare any moonlight water or solar radiance at all. Yang Nan is also so helpless that he starts wailing about how miserable he is, but he is secretly plotting and merely pretending to be distressed. At this moment, only 3 herbs remain in Jiang Bei's mind: solar radiance, moonlight water, and smoke grass ash, with the first 2 being relatively difficult to obtain. He frowns and thinks arrogantly that his battle skill is the void full moon blade, then closes his eyes and calculates as he prepares to enter the Kangyuan Pearl. He then actually enters the space, makes his calculations, and finds Yan Lan to transform the water for him as she holds it like a toy. She says innocently that it is for him, and Jiang Bei is thrilled to have obtained the moonlight water before returning to his senses with a decisive gaze. Recalling the method, Jiang Bei hurriedly begins by adding the main ingredient, smoke grass ash, into the moonlight water he just acquired. Shengfeng had been watching Jiang Bei's every move from the start and was utterly stunned by his performance. He had assumed the person Wang Yuhan chose was a fool, but the boy proved to be quite sharp. Jiang Bei then pulled a spirit pearl from his bag. He held it directly toward the sky. For the next step, the solar mystic light, Jiang Bei felt an even greater surge of confidence, as this was knowledge brought from the 21st century. Inside, Yan Lan was so hot she was ready to scream for her parents. Jiang Bei felt bad for the little girl as a massive flame erupted, leaving him in awe. He added the solar mystic light to his own cauldron. As the incense stick finally burned out, signaling the end of the time limit, Shengfeng loudly announced that the match was over. A few seconds later, he declared that after 4 rounds of competition, the top 5 participants had finally emerged. Hearing this, Jiang Bei muttered, "Freshly emerged? Why use such strange phrasing?" Shengfeng then clearly stated the evaluation criteria, starting from the level of flame control mastery to the understanding of heat intensity and the ability to adapt, all determined through a multi-dimensional scientific assessment. From there, he identified the 5 individuals. Number 1 was Jiang Bei. Number 2 was Qin Mubai. Number 3 was Lu Yang. Number 4 was Lin Muxu. And number 5 was Jiang Nan. While Jiang Bei was still stunned and confused, Shengfeng spoke. "I hereby declare Jiang Bei the champion. It seemed this was so unexpected that even when he went to bed that night, Jiang Bei still couldn't believe it was real. What is going on? How did I actually take the top spot? Isn't this a bit too absurd? Beside him, Yan Lan was sleeping soundly, clutching Jiang Bei's finger as if it were delicious. Suddenly, he remembered something. Jiang Bei bolted upright and looked at the neighboring bed, but no one was there. Where did Lady Wang go? The scene shifts to Xing Feng's residence. Yuhan seriously praised him, saying Vice President Ouyang did an excellent job with the alchemy trial today. I will report the situation to Lord Mingchen. Xing Feng replied respectfully, thanking the saintess. He explained that if she hadn't told him to let Jiang Bei and Jiang Nan advance, he wouldn't have wanted to offend the Ziyun sect and Hanbing Pavilion. That was why he went easy on their talents, placing them in 3rd and 4th place. Yuhan closed her eyes to rest, explaining that it wasn't just because of her that the two brothers were ranked this way. Their innate talent for alchemy is truly powerful. Otherwise, how could they have learned to refine pills in just over 10 days? Xing Feng nodded in agreement. Everything the saintess says is correct, but they remind me of a certain legendary alchemy genius, Jiang Wangyuan. However, this name immediately made Yuhan uncomfortable, and she snapped, "Mind your own business. I advise you to gossip less." He quickly begged for mercy, asking the saintess to calm down and admitting he spoke too much. He then mentioned another matter, wondering if Lord Mingchen would grant him his medicine man. Yuhan looked into the distance and announced that, according to Lord Mingchen's plan, she would accompany Jiang Nan and the others to the Ziyahua sect. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke. When the demon race's civil war breaks out, you only need to bring the righteous cultivators here according to the plan. Xing Feng hurried to obey. Elsewhere, Yuhan handed an item to Jiang Bei. This is the heavenly star grass I retrieved from Vice President Ouyang last night, along with a recommendation letter for the Ziyahua sect. Jiang Nan looked at her with teary eyes. It turns out Lady Wang went to help us get our things last night. I almost misunderstood her. But Jiang Bei spoke as if it were obvious, saying that without the letter, she couldn't have gone to the Ziyahua sect with them anyway. Yuhan explained angrily that she was already a member of the Ziyahua sect. Suddenly, Jiang Bei drew his sword and lunged at Yuhan, pressing the blade against her neck. His voice was cold as he asked what she had been thinking when she first approached them. Was she just trying to trick them into going to the Ziyahua sect? Seeing this, Jiang Nan softly reminded him, "Brother, don't be so impulsive." Jiang Bei didn't back down, telling his brother to stay out of it. Cornered, Yuhan still tried to justify herself, admitting she had a motive but pointing out she helped him win the heavenly star grass. Jiang Bei remained firm, telling her not to change the subject. He demanded to know her purpose for luring them to the Ziyahua sect. Realizing she couldn't keep deceiving him, Yuhan sighed and spoke the truth. "Fine, I won't hide it from you anymore. My real objective is the fallen god Forbidden Land." Hearing her mention that place, Jiang Bei asked curiously about it. "What kind of place is that?" Yuhan took advantage of his distraction to hide behind Jiang Nan. "It's a secret realm where legend says there is a mirror that can show the past of the deceased." Yuhan explained her reason, saying that if she could find that mirror, she wanted to see her parents. Jiang Nan sympathized with her, but Jiang Bei still had questions. "But does this have anything to do with us going to the Ziyahua sect?" Seeing he had seen through her, Yuhan didn't hide it anymore. To enter the fallen god Forbidden Land, one needs a sect jade token and must be below the Pihai realm. Jiang Bei glared at her, questioning her further. "Then why do you insist on following us? If I am not mistaken, you are only in the Higu realm." Looking back at their first meeting, Yuhan had her sights set on the two of them. "I spotted you coming from the Endless Sea, and you still carry the aura of the Origin Pearl. That pearl is the perfect counter to the harsh environments within the fallen god Forbidden Ground, making you two the ideal candidates." Realizing his importance, Jiang Bei played hard to get, asking why they should help her when all he originally wanted was the Sky Star grass. The system quickly intervened to remind Jiang Bei that the fallen god Forbidden Ground contained the final ingredient needed to heal old Du's heart meridians, the flame-bright grass. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei changed his tune instantly, pleading for the lady to take them to the Forbidden Ground. The three of them then continued their journey together. They arrived at a massive gate, and a curious Jiang Bei realized they had reached the Creation sect, where Qin Mo Bai was already waiting to welcome them. Mo Bai welcomed them, noting their arrival, while Jiang Bei was surprised to recognize him as the runner-up from the alchemy competition as he led them inside. Mo Bai admitted he was skeptical when junior sister Wang said she would bring them here, as their performance in the competition could have earned them a spot in a better sect, leaving Jiang Bei puzzled. He wondered why Wang Yuhan, who seemed to be an external member of the creation sect, had not spoken to them at all during the competition. Mobai handed them 2 sets of clothing, explaining that these were their disciple uniforms and jade slips for their time training at the creation sect. He informed them they would enjoy all the benefits of sect disciples, prompting Jiang Bei to bow in gratitude to senior brother Qin, while Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something. He turned back to ask senior brother Qin about Lady Wang, who had disappeared, and Mobai explained that she had been sent on a temporary sect mission. As she had left to carry out her duties, Jiang Bei remained deeply suspicious of Yuhan, wondering why he felt something was off about her. Deciding to verify Yuhan's claims with senior brother Qin, Jiang Bei asked if the fallen god Forbidden Ground was about to open, to which the senior brother replied. Commending Jiang Bei's sharp intuition, he confirmed the sect would select disciples for a trial in the Forbidden Ground, hoping it might provide an opportunity to bolster the sect's strength. When asked about the selection criteria and if the brothers could participate, Mobai seriously replied that while it was possible, the sect master had yet to announce the requirements for the secret realm. Jiang Bei lightly tapped Qin Mobai's bomb, causing him to freeze in place and leaving the senior brother confused until Jiang Bei brushed it off as an accidental button press. His conversation with Mobai only deepened his doubts, as Wang Yuhan had claimed that only disciples below the Bai High realm could enter the fallen god Forbidden Ground. Wondering where she got her information, the scene shifts to Huang Su, who furiously demanded why she had not stolen the Origin Pearl and brought Jiang Bei's group to the 10,000 Demons sect before mercilessly whipping Yuhan. He roared at her for taking them to the creation sect instead, while a trembling Yuhan bowed and begged Lord Huang Su to restrain his anger. She explained that she feared she could not handle the Jiang brothers alone, and planned to use the righteous reputation of the creation sect to lower their guard before stealing the pearl later, which eventually calmed him down. He warned her to keep their true identities hidden within the sect and never forget who raised her, prompting her to bow respectfully in haste. Yuhan vowed never to forget that Lord Mingshen was her benefactor, while Huang Su scowled, recalling how he knew the brothers had obtained the Origin Pearl back on the Eclipse continent. He lamented that the Yuhan he sent was useless for failing to retrieve the pearl, but then smirked, knowing that with Jiang Wangyuan in his grasp, he held the upper hand. He was certain Jiang Bei's group would take the bait, then dismissed Yuhan with a frown, who obeyed while secretly harboring a look of grim determination. Vowing to uncover the truth, she departed, while elsewhere, Yan Lan was hungrily gnawing on Jiang Bei and crying out that she was starving. Witnessing this, Jiang Bei realized they could not go on like this, fearing that the young Yan Lan would be in grave danger once they entered the fallen god Forbidden Ground. He turned to the system for help, asking if there was a way for Yan Lan to absorb the Origin Pearl within her so she could grow up quickly. The system pulled out a beginner's guide and told the host not to worry while it checked the manual for the proper procedure. As Yan Lan continued to bite Jiang Bei, making him wince in pain, the system noted that the ice pavilion contained a frost bed perfectly suited to her attributes. If Lady Yan Lan lies upon it, she will surely absorb the Origin Pearl much faster. Hearing this, Jiang Bei was overjoyed, wondering if such a thing was truly possible. He immediately made a decision to visit the Frost Pavilion. Now that Jiang Bei had arrived at the Frost Pavilion, his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. With his nose running, he muttered that the Frost Pavilion was indeed freezing him to death. 2 beautiful women saw him standing outside and began to question him. Who dares to intrude upon the Frost Pavilion? Jiang Bei hurriedly pleaded for the ladies to stay calm, saying it would be unfortunate if he were injured. Hearing the commotion, Mu Zhu came out to investigate. Qin Qing, why is there such a ruckus within the sect? Qin Qing dragged Jiang Bei forward and complained. Eldest senior sister, this foul man was sneaking around our Frost Pavilion. They suspected he had ill intentions, yet Jiang Bei still had the nerve to greet them. Upon seeing his face, Mu Zhu immediately recognized him. Isn't this the top winner of the alchemy competition? Though he wasn't very famous, he had been the biggest dark horse in the recent contest. She had only placed 4th, and while she was reluctant to admit it, her skills were indeed inferior. Mu Zhu turned and told them to release him, claiming he was her friend, leaving Qin Qing skeptical and Jiang Bei surprised. He wondered why she was helping him cover his tracks. Once inside the hall, Mu Zhu asked him directly what his purpose was for coming to the Frost Pavilion. Jiang Bei replied that since she was being so direct, he wouldn't hide the truth. He solemnly stated that he had come for the Frost Forest. The Frost Forest? Mu Zhu asked. though she was secretly fuming, allowing Jiang Bei to successfully collect 1,631 rage points from Lin Muzu. Muzu's sword moved as she prepared to strike him, but Jiang Bei quickly pleaded for mercy. With a pitiful expression, he earnestly explained that he only wanted to save his younger sister. Muzu withdrew her sword and demanded to know the truth. She warned him that if he dared to deceive her, she would strike him down immediately. Wiping his sweat, Jiang Bei began by saying the child had no mother and that it was a long story. Muzu grew impatient and told him to get straight to the point. In his mind, Jiang Bei had already prepared thousands of excuses. He claimed his sister had turned into a child because she overate and suffered from poor digestion. He claimed she needed the frost bed to aid her digestion and return to her original form. He couldn't possibly tell her that Yan Lan had transformed after eating the sea god fruit and refusing its inheritance. Unbeknownst to him, Muzu could read his every thought. She noted that his inner self was quite a contrast to his appearance, much like an iPhone running on an Android operating system. Jiang Bei panicked, wondering how his inner thoughts had been exposed. Muzu frowned and assured him that if it was to save someone, she could help him. She thought to herself that her master had taught her to be compassionate toward all living beings. If the frost forest could truly help his sister, it would be a virtuous deed. Hearing her agreement, Jiang Bei was thrilled. However, Muzu added that she had one condition. Filled with determination, she demanded that he teach her alchemy, refusing to believe she couldn't take first place next time. Jiang Bei thought helplessly that training with such a person would weigh on his conscience. Without another word, Muzu led him toward a specific location. Jiang Bei continued to shiver as they walked, asking if they should report this to the elders since she was bringing an outsider inside. She replied seriously, "Our frost pavilion always acts with integrity. If there is a valid reason, my master will not blame me." She seemed to drift into a memory of the past. With a distant gaze, Muzu added that her master had been in seclusion for a long time, leaving her to handle all the sex affairs, both large and small. The two finally arrived before a gate. Jiang Bei pointed and asked if the frost forest lay behind that stone door. Muzu suddenly sensed something was wrong and frowned. There had never been such a stone door before the frost forest. Her master had forbidden her from approaching after entering seclusion, which was why she hadn't noticed it. As they were pondering, the sound of a child crying suddenly rang out. Jiang Bei noted there was a child inside, and Muzu urgently pushed forward. They kicked the door open and rushed inside. There stood a white-haired woman with a gloomy aura named Mai Hong, cradling a baby. She asked softly, "My dear disciple, why have you come here?" she asked, only to be loudly questioned by Muzu about what she was doing. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei swiftly snatched the child from Mai Hong's arms. He quickly retreated to the side. Jiang Bei recalled the warnings he had heard while walking with Yan Lan. The street vendors had mentioned that children often went missing in Zaiju City. It turned out they were being brought here. Driven to a frenzy after the child was snatched away, Mai Hong shrieked, "Who are you to dare ruin my plans?" He successfully gathered 1,634 rage points from Mai Hong as Jiang Bei quickly activated his defenses, reversed his spiritual energy, and launched a counterattack against her. This sent Mai Hong crashing into the wall, and as she tremblingly stood back up, she demanded to know if the boy was a demonic cultivator while mocking Muzu. "My dear disciple, has he conspired with demons?" Muzu was now forced to make a choice, wondering what to do since she was the one who had brought the demonic Jiang Bei there. She drew her sword toward Jiang Bei as Mai Hong egged her on, urging her to kill him since an orthodox sect could never harbor such a demonic practitioner. Jiang Bei quickly pleaded with his senior sister not to listen to the old woman's nonsense, all while he successfully gathered another 1,688 rage points from Mai Hong. Muzu swung her sword without a moment's hesitation, but surprisingly, she pointed the blade at Mai Hong and declared that her master was the one in the wrong. Looking at her with profound disappointment, Muzu stated clearly that even if Jiang Bei were a demonic cultivator, she had seen the truth with her own eyes. He was saving people, and Jiang Bei was somewhat surprised by her actions, never expecting Lin Muzu to be so sensible. She was heartbroken to witness this, realizing her master was the true demon, which caused Mai Hong's expression to gradually shift. "If you are so stubbornly unrepentant, then so be it," she said, just as a tower outside the Han Bing Pavilion shook violently, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone looked up at the sky, failing to recognize their own master and wondering who the figure was, or if it was sect leader Mei who had long been in seclusion. With eyes full of killing intent, Mai Hong coldly ordered them all to die, prompting Jiang Bei to curse the madwoman as she caused the disciples to clutch their heads in agony. Claiming she only wanted to consume the souls of children as nourishment, the maddened Mei Hong shifted all the blame onto Mu Zhu. "You are the one forcing me to sacrifice the entire sect. You are the one who harmed them, my dear disciple," she ranted, leaving Mu Zhu fuming at the situation. Before Mu Zhu could react, Jiang Bei charged at Mei Hong with a disgusted frown, even taking the time to mock the old hag by telling her that funerary sacrifices were illegal. He successfully collected 2,233 rage points from Mei Hong, though in his mind, he was secretly pleading for Jiang Zhao Bai to protect his father. Enraged, Mei Hong screamed at the ignorant boy and hurled several blocks of ice toward Jiang Bei, telling him to drop dead. The ice shattered against the roof, leaving Jiang Bei covered in wounds as he realized the massive power gap and wondered if this was the true weight of realm suppression. Mei Hong mocked him for failing to withstand even a single blow, fueling Jiang Bei's resentment as he wondered how many souls the old hag had consumed. Suspecting she had reached the Fengzhou realm, he feared he might die there as Mei Hong prepared another wave of attacks. Vowing to give him a quick death, Mei Hong attacked, but as Jiang Bei felt death approaching, Mu Zhu suddenly intervened to shatter the ice and check on his well-being. Mei Hong smiled at the sight and called her a good disciple before attacking again, eager to see how much longer they could hold out. Jiang Bei's bag tore open, allowing the Kang Yuan pearl to roll out like a ball before Yan Lan finally emerged from within it. Confused by the situation, Yan Lan saw the battered Jiang Bei and worriedly called out to him before suddenly clutching her own head. Water elements surged into Yan Lan as the sea god's reincarnation returned to her adult form, coldly demanding to know which demon dared to act out in her presence. Jiang Bei was overjoyed to see her return, causing Yan Lan to blush shyly before she unleashed a single, powerful technique. Yan Lan completely suppressed Mei Hong, who refused to believe the sea god had arrived and insisted it was all an illusion as she prepared to strike. She charged directly at Yan Lan, but a golden barrier instantly appeared, causing Mei Hong's arm to vanish the moment she touched it. Her entire body then began to dissolve before everyone's eyes, while a battered Jiang Bei joyfully welcomed Yan Lan back. Yan Lan focused on Mu Zhu and Jiang Bei with a jealous pout, though she politely thanked Miss Lin for blocking the ice shards before immediately pulling the two apart. "I won't trouble Miss Mu any further," Yan Lan said as she dragged Jiang Bei away, leaving Mu Zhu bewildered and full of questions. The scene shifts to Tingzhou Pavilion, where Yan Lan is so upset that she refuses to speak to Jiang Bei, leaving him to guess what is wrong on his own. Feeling helpless, Jiang Bei asked the system why Yan Lan had turned into a child, and it explained that she had forced a breakthrough in the sea god's inheritance to save him. Her spiritual energy has been completely exhausted, which is why she reverted to this childhood form. My poor Yan Lan has no idea what happened. Why does she feel so heavy? Jiang Bei wondered, asking if the glacial ice bed was still necessary just as Mu Zhu suddenly appeared and called out to him. "Young Master Jiang," she said, and he turned to ask the eldest senior sister if the disciples of the glacial ice pavilion were safe and if the children had been returned home. The system glared at her with hostility, as Xiao Niu was determined not to let this woman interfere with her interests, while Mu Zhu spoke in a soft voice. "The children have been returned to their parents, but the sect suffered heavy losses this time," she said, but Jiang Bei comforted her righteously, promising they would rebuild the glacial ice pavilion. Seeing their intimacy, Yan Lan's face darkened with rage, leaving Jiang Bei helpless as her jealousy intensified like a rapidly pedaled sewing machine. At the glacial ice pavilion, Jiang Bei held a megaphone and announced to the buzzing crowd that today was the day of their reconstruction, following several high-level management decisions. "We have decided to transform the glacial ice pavilion into the alpha female group," he declared, leaving everyone speechless while Mu Zhu began to doubt her decision. He continued to command their attention by asking why the sect leader of the glacial ice pavilion had succumbed to her inner demons and lost control. "There is only one reason," he said, and when someone asked what it was, Jiang Bei pointed at the disciples and told them they simply weren't strong enough. During his emergency meeting, he analyzed that the only way for the sect to reach the global stage was through self-improvement, which could be summarized in a single word. "Strength," he proclaimed, leaving Mu Zhu bewildered as Jiang Bei, acting like an elite professional, explained that everyone must now find a clear starting point for their actions. He added that all departments must coordinate their efforts and create a perfect synergy, And though Mu Zhu didn't understand, she felt it was quite impressive. Pointing to a power circle, he spoke of empowering the sect through alliances and resource integration until everyone began chanting, Alpha Female Group, while the system watched. "Has anyone ever told you that you're running a Ponzi scheme?" the system asked, just as Mu Zhu thanked young Master Jiang for restoring the sect's faith. Noticing Yan Lan's expression, Jiang Bei told the eldest senior sister not to mind her since she was still a child, and Mu Zhu handed over the glacial ice forest she had promised. She reminded him to return it once Yan Lan recovered, and Jiang Bei smiled, noting that their next meeting would likely be at the fallen god Forbidden Zone. "I believe you will pass the sect's trial," she said, and soon Jiang Bei returned to the disciples' quarters at the Fortune sect, announcing his arrival. Suddenly, Ruhan rushed forward and began pummeling him, coldly demanding to know if he even realized how late it was, or that he still had a home to return to. Jiang Bei cried out that Sister Wang was being unfair by ambushing him, but Jiang Nan took her side and told his younger brother not to blame her. "She only did it because she was worried about your safety," he said, causing Jiang Bei to stop his antics and indignantly ask if his brother had been bribed. "Have you already been won over by Sister Wang to the point of defending her?" he teased, remarking that the two of them were acting like an old married couple. "You two are just like my parents, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop," he joked, only to be met with another flurry of punches. "Hurry up and go cultivate. We leave for the fallen god Forbidden Zone the day after tomorrow," she warned, to which Jiang Bei lazily asked if there were any other options. Ruhan sternly explained that the situation had changed due to strange movements in the fallen god Forbidden Zone, and the sect leader had restricted entry to those at the 5th level of the core integration realm. Jiang Bei fell silent, recalling that previously one had to be above the core integration realm to enter, while those below the sea-avoiding realm were deemed unqualified. He wondered why the requirement was now strictly set at the 5th level of the core integration realm, which was only a single step away from the sea-avoiding realm. Jiang Bei pointed out the obvious problem, noting that his brother couldn't go since he was still only at the 2nd stage of the valley realm. Yuhan immediately flew into a rage and shouted that his brother had been training hard and had already broken through to the 5th stage. Seeing that only this brat was still at the 3rd stage, Yuhan pulled out a pill and said coaxingly, "De Leang, it's time for your medicine." She claimed Jiang Nan broke through easily thanks to her pills and suggested he try one, but Jiang Bei just frowned and thought it over. He didn't believe a single pill could cause a breakthrough. His brother might trust her, but he didn't, so he shoved the pill into Yuhan's mouth instead. He told her to keep the good stuff for herself, and successfully collected 1781 anger points from Wang Yuhan, who stepped aside thinking only Jiang Nan was easy to trick. Meanwhile, Jiang Bei calculated that since he had been hoarding anger points for so long, reaching the 5th stage of the Valley Realm would be effortless. On the day they entered the Yunshen Forbidden Land, an elder announced that the month-long trial would be led by their second senior brother, Qin Mobai. He added that if they faced unavoidable danger, they should immediately crush their disciple Jade tokens, then warn them to survive and return as the teleportation circle appeared. Jiang Bei acknowledged the orders while Yuhan muttered with determination that she had to succeed this time for her parents' sake. Upon stepping into the Yunshen Forbidden Land, Jiang Bei sensed something unusual and wondered if this strange place was truly the Forbidden Zone. Mobai frowned at the map provided by the elders, which only showed previously explored areas and pointed toward a specific location. He suggested they check those spots for the flame spirit grass they needed, but suddenly a massive ant lunged at them, and Mobai quickly struck it down. He warned everyone that these were bone-dry ants, and Jiang Bei, seeing they were surrounded, helplessly asked if there was any way to deal with them. Mobai suggested using fire to kill the swarm, an idea Jiang Bei approved of before glancing over at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan instantly understood and unleashed his blazing dragon heavenly form, sending a sentient fire dragon to tear through the bone-dry ants. Once the ants were finally destroyed, a weary Jiang Bei noted how difficult they were to kill, while Mobai decided they should rest since the night was even more dangerous. He told the group to rest there for the night before moving out at dawn, while Jiang Bei closed his eyes to scout the path ahead with his divine sense. He saw Mu Zhu facing Teng Xiao and realized his senior sister was in danger, prompting him to appear instantly at the soaring dragon ancestral land. He asked if she was all right, but seeing Teng Xiao slumped on the ground, he calmed down as she smiled and remarked on the coincidence of meeting again. Jiang Bei felt awkward, thinking he had intended to play the hero only to find her already training there, so he just poked Tang Zio with a stick. He quietly asked how they had managed to capture the dragon, and Mu Zhu recalled the scene, noting that the creature seemed rather foolish. She explained that it had knocked itself unconscious by crashing into a tree while attacking, leaving Jiang Bei feeling conflicted as he lamented that it was dumber than an idiot. Suddenly, Tang Zio opened his eyes and glared at them, furiously demanding how they dared to plot against a member of the great soaring dragon clan. However, the dragon attacked in the wrong direction, prompting a helpful Jiang Bei to point out that he was facing the wrong way. He boldly grabbed the dragon's whiskers and asked how this lush green forest had appeared in such a place, given the creature's apparent stupidity. With a fierce expression, he demanded to know why there was life here when everywhere else he had traveled was nothing but barren sand and gravel. Terrified, Tang Zio blurted out that he wouldn't tell them this was his clan's ancestral land under the soaring dragon's rule, which was why it was so green. Jiang Bei patted the dragon and smiled, realizing that if this was the soaring dragon ancestral land, it must be filled with treasures, leaving Tang Zio utterly dazed. The dragon wondered in confusion how this foolish human could possibly know this was his ancestral land, driving Jiang Bei into a fit of rage as he shouted, "Didn't you say that yourself, you foolish dragon?" Regaining his composure, he grabbed the dragon's whiskers and dragged it along. "Stop talking and take me to your ancestral tomb to claim the treasures." Deng Zio wailed, "Ow, my whiskers, my whiskers." Jiang Bei scanned the surroundings. "We've been traveling for so long, so why haven't we found it yet?" Deng Zio shot him a sharp look. "I will never betray my own ancestors. I'll exhaust all your strength. That will be my ultimate success." Jiang Bei suddenly turned to face it, realizing this foolish dragon was leading them in circles and they couldn't continue like this. An idea struck him as he looked directly at Deng Zio. "How about this, since you're the last dragon in this green forest, if you agree to take us to the ancestral grounds?" At this point, Jiang Bei began to flatter it. "We will help you find a little female dragon." Its expression shifted instantly and the corners of its mouth twitched. "Human, are you telling the truth? Are you trying to deceive me?" Immediately after, Deng Zio raised its head with a look of determination. "I am the final descendant of the Deng Long dragon clan. My lineage cannot end with my generation. It's not because I miss that little female dragon or anything. Fine, I agree to your terms." A moment later, it spoke in a serious tone. "Close your eyes and I will lead you to our clan's ancestral land." Jiang Bei quickly shut his eyes, his face showing a hint of tension. No wonder. "I couldn't find any traces no matter how long we walked because it was hidden within a spatial rift." After a while, it suddenly bowed and spoke with deep respect. "I am Deng Zio, the sole 78th generation descendant of the Deng Long clan. To ensure the continuation of the Deng Long bloodline, I have brought these humans to our ancestral land. I beg the ancestors not to punish me." Jiang Bei muttered to himself, "So the little Deng Long is named Deng Zio? What kind of name is that?" As soon as he spoke, the doors swung open to reveal piles of gold inside. He excitedly leaped inside, wondering if he had found paradise. Seeing this, Deng Zio didn't forget to remind them, "You may choose any treasure you wish. However, do not be overly greedy or you will fall into delusions." A vision suddenly appeared before Jiang Bei of a woman cheering joyfully, "It's mine! It's all mine." Finally, it glanced down at a withered corpse. "Otherwise, this will be your fate." Jiang Bei jumped in surprise, realizing the dragon hadn't been bluffing. He bit his finger and furrowed his brows. "I need to consider this carefully. Which item should I choose?" Jiang Bei then looked straight ahead. Toward a pile of sweet fruits, Deng Zio gave a friendly smile. "Human, you have excellent taste. This dragon essence fruit is indeed a rare treasure that only appears once every 1,000 years." Suddenly, he pulled out a piece of paper from the very bottom. "I'll just take this one." The dragon was bewildered. "What are you doing with my father's old foot-wiping rag?" Jiang Bei studied the drawings intently. It was indeed the map of the fallen god forbidden area. The system suddenly notified him. Successfully collected 3,561 rage points from Deng Zio. The dragon then tried to snatch the paper back from Jiang Bei's hand. "Who on earth uses a map as both a foot towel and a tablecloth?" He remained firm. "This young master wants this rag." Yan Lan happily accepted 2 sweet fruits, saying, "Then I'll take these dragon essence fruits." Meanwhile, Deng Zio silently judged him, thinking that men always claim to dislike something while secretly wanting it. Elsewhere, Jiang Bei waved his hand with excitement. "Senior Brother Qin?" Mo Bai immediately turned around. Greetings, junior brother Jiang. He tilted his head and studied him closely. Junior brother Jiang. We thought you had been captured by the withered bone ants when you went out in the middle of the night. My elder brother was extremely worried about you. Yuhan whispered softly, Do you want a beating? Hearing this, Jiang Bei scratched his head sheepishly. Brother, I am truly sorry for causing you so much worry. She didn't miss the chance to add fuel to the fire. Look at him, he sneaked out behind your back and brought back a woman we don't even know. Jiang Bei growled inwardly, thinking that Sister Wang was being quite malicious. Are you making up stories just to get on my brother's good side? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Mu Zhu stepped in to explain. Miss Wang, you have misunderstood. Young Master Jiang and I only met by chance. It was a stroke of luck that led to this encounter. All the disciples who were with me are losing their lives every day. Therefore, I had no choice but to trouble young Master Jiang to look after me. Deng Xiao suddenly appeared and said, Greetings, humans, while silently reminding itself of its father's teachings to be polite and well-mannered to win people over. They will surely like me, won't they? Yuhan hid behind Jiang Bei in fear, constantly scolding him. Jiang Bei, are you trying to get killed? Where on earth did you find this dragon? He reached out to gently touch Deng Xiao while reassuring everyone in a soft voice. Don't be afraid, everyone. He is a good dragon. This dragon brother here gave us the map of the fallen god Forbidden Area. Jiang Bei immediately pulled out a scroll and began to show it off proudly. With this map, not to mention the flame underworld grass, even the legendary rebirth mirror is within our grasp. As he finished speaking, he turned to look at the group. All right, let's set off quickly as it will be dark soon. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and an unidentified creature emerged. It was a centipede, causing the crowd to scream in panic, and witnessing the terrifying sight, Jiang Bei shouted urgently. Be careful, he warned loudly. This thing is poisonous. As a centipede as large as an ox crawled from the dust, its tiny eyes gleaming with hatred. Jiang Bei's face turned pale with fear as he whispered, Jiang Xiao Bai, where did this red centipede come from and why is it so aggressive? He spoke urgently, reporting to my great and supreme master this thing is, and the air nearly froze at Xiao Bai's announcement. A blood-hell monarch larva. While the group was still in a daze, the centipede suddenly circled them, and in an instant, a storm erupted before their eyes, swallowing the crowd in a vortex. Ma Bai panicked at the sight and cried, Junior brother Jiang, what should we do now? While Jiang Bei was retching violently and replied that he didn't know either. After a while, he called out her name loudly, Yan Lan, as her body seemed to be suspended in midair. Jiang Bei couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering if Yan Lan had succeeded after absorbing the sea god fruit on the ice bed for 5 or 6 days. At that moment, she looked toward the group and unleashed a barrage of ice arrows toward the vortex, one of which shattered, and a moment later, someone collapsed to the ground, leaving Ma Bai deeply grateful. Fortunately, Yan Lan was here. We finally escaped. Back with Yan Lan, the centipede suddenly lunged at her, but she remained completely unfazed. She calmly waved her hand, and its body was instantly restrained by a thick layer of ice. After a while, Jiang Bei stepped toward the centipede while Ma Bai hurried ahead of him. He suddenly felt curious and asked, Junior brother Jiang, isn't this blood-hell monarch supposed to exist only within the demon realm? So why is its larva appearing here? Before he could explain, Deng Xiao interrupted, Oh, didn't you know? This is the outskirts of the demon realm. Mu Zhu watched intently with a wavering gaze, but the information we received said this was the fallen god Forbidden Zone. He didn't deny it, adding that a god had fallen here tens of thousands of years ago to guard the demon realm, to prevent demons from emerging and harming people. At the same time, Jiang Bei angrily kicked the centipede's body, asking why they were even keeping it. Let's just finish it off to earn some merit. Xiao Bai cried out in panic. Master, you're trampling it. The blood-hell monarch can sense the life aura of its larva. You are definitely dead meat. Before its cold corpse sat a burning incense bowl, and Jiang Bei gave a forced laugh. There, now its father surely won't come looking to trouble us. Elsewhere, Li Feng's voice sounded steady and calm yet carried a clear tone of coercion as he asked, Well, have the 3 of you considered collaborating with me yet? One of the men stood up and asked suspiciously, Li Feng, is what you said true? If we help you kill underworld god Huang Su, will you hand over the underworld god clan and the blood demon clan for us to manage? As he smirked coldly. In an arrogant voice, he replied, Of course. Then Li Feng's tone turned somber as he continued, However, besides this, you still need to capture 2 people for me, causing the blood-hell monarch to narrow his eyes and ask who. His eyes lit up as he spoke in a chilling voice, Jiang Bei and Jiang Nan. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but feel bewildered. "I heard those two are your nephews. How can you bring yourself to strike them?" Li Feng chuckled, snorting coldly that it was ridiculous. With eyes filled with resentment, he said, "Back then, I forged my father's orders to capture my younger sister and imprisoned her in the 9 Serenities for over a decade." At this point, Li Feng appeared nonchalant. "Now it's just capturing 2 nephews, so what is there to be afraid of? That useless Huang Su. And the people with him are also trash, so won't I still have to rely on the 3 of you to capture Jiang Nan and Jiang Bei for me?" The Blood Hell monarch suddenly staggered, clutching his chest and speaking in a weak voice. "I feel that my bloodline's life force in the fallen god Forbidden Zone has vanished. I must make a trip there," he hissed through his teeth. "Who on earth was so blind as to kill my child?" In contrast to him, Li Feng remained perfectly composed, calculating carefully that this could not be a coincidence. "The Jiang brothers are also in the fallen god Forbidden Zone." Shifting to that location, the Blood Hell monarch stared intently at his palm. "Even though the demon realm is under our control, every time we enter the fallen god Forbidden Zone, our cultivation realm is suppressed to the Silent Sea realm." Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in fury, nearly dying of rage when the person beside him suddenly shouted, "Big brother, look." The centipede's carcass lay abandoned on the ground, accompanied by a final letter. "Father, I simply wish to take my own life. Please do not go looking for anyone else." The atmosphere instantly froze as the Blood Prison Lord roared in a frenzy. "Who on earth did this?" Meanwhile, the group had gathered at Mount Dengshan. Jiang Bei stared intently at the drawing. If the map was accurate, he turned and pointed to the opposite peak. That was Mount Dengshan, where the nether grass old man Du needed was located. At that moment, Wang Yuhan's cold voice reached Jiang Bei's ears, reminding him not to forget her rebirth mirror once the nether grass was found. Suddenly, Teng Zio cried out loudly, asking about his female mate. Jiang Bei felt a wave of weariness, thinking about how young he was yet burdened by so many debts, as Yan Lan tenderly took his hand. She gazed at Jiang Bei with understanding, assuring him she would help, which deeply moved him. Just then, the system screen suddenly flashed to life. Successfully collected 9 rage points from Jiang Nam, 99 rage points from Lin Muxu, 999 rage points from Wang Yuhen, 9,999 rage points from Qin Mobai, and 99,999 rage points from Teng Zio. Faced with this unexpected windfall, Jiang Bei chuckled to himself, realizing he wouldn't have needed so many words if he'd known he could farm rage points from these singletons. He then gave serious directions for everyone to hurry toward Mount Dengshan, and after circling the area dozens of times, Jiang Bei spoke up to reassure them. "We're almost there, just a bit further," he said, but 4 hours later he slammed the map in frustration, cursing the delay and wondering if they were caught in a ghost wall illusion. At that moment, Jiang Nam turned in one direction with a look of conviction, telling his younger brother that his intuition was correct and that he had just made a discovery. The mountain had been following them. Hearing this, the group was stunned, all sharing the same bewildered expression as Jiang Bei's face darkened, realizing they would never summit if this continued and that there must be a secret trick. He immediately turned to Teng Zio and asked if he knew of anyone who had successfully climbed Mount Dengshan before, to which the creature gave a brief affirmative. Teng Zio became unexpectedly serious and explained that legend spoke of someone who attained enlightenment and passed away on the mountain tens of thousands of years ago. In other words, Mount Dengshan was the site of his transcendence. Hearing this, Jiang Bei speculated whether the man had already become a god before his passing, but Teng Zio was quick to deny it. "Not at all, he only became a god after his transcendence," Teng Zio replied, leaving Jiang Bei to reflect on how Yan Lan was able to become the sea god. Because she made the same choice as the first-generation sea god within the Kang Yuan illusion, then this fallen god Forbidden Palace, as Teng Zio had mentioned before. Jiang Bei's expression suddenly shifted as his thoughts raced. 10,000 years ago, that senior had perished here in order to suppress the demons of the demon realm. He became a god after death. Suddenly, Jiang Bei's eyes lit up with realization as he reached toward the cliffside and made a firm declaration. "This is Mount Dengshan," he said, turning to reassure the others that while everyone previously assumed Mount Dengshan had to be a physical peak. Someone interrupted, but the true meaning of Dengshan was to ascend to godhood. At this, Jiang Bei's tone shifted as he explained solemnly. "Yan Lan became a god to save the sea race, just as the senior from 10,000 years ago became a god by suppressing demons, which means..." At this point, Jiang Bei clenched his fist with determination, stating that as long as they possessed the heart to sacrifice their lives for all living beings, then they could attain divinity anywhere, and any place could be the site of their ascension, for there was no such thing as a physical Mount Dengshan. That was why the illusion of Mount Dengshan had been following them. Suddenly, a cold voice accompanied by a savage laugh echoed from afar, saying, "Boy, you possess great divinity." Immediately, Jiang Bei and his group began scaling the boulders, looking out for one another and urging caution as they climbed, until he was left panting from the exertion. Finally steadying himself, Jiang Bei looked up, his eyes brightening as he stared intently at what lay ahead. Before them was the volcanic heavenly pond. Observing the spiritual energy around him, Jiang Bei shivered, noting that the infernal nether grass was half yin and half yang. With an internal yin nature and an external yang nature, he wondered if the guild leader was at the volcanic heavenly pond. Just as the Blood Prison Lords group charged in, roaring in fury, "Jiang Bei, you killed my son. Let's see where you can hide now." Jiang Bei felt a surge of tension. Damn it, that little Zhang's father had tracked them down. He cried out in shock, "Senior, didn't I discover Mount Tianshan? How did these three freaks manage to get here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Bei fled desperately. Mount Tianshan appeared, where all beings are equal and everyone has a chance. Nearby, the group looked at Wang Yuhan in confusion. "Aren't you the saintess of the Snow Demon tribe? Why are you traveling with these righteous cultivators?" Meanwhile, the Blood Hell Sovereign pursued him relentlessly, shouting, "Stop right there." At that moment, Jiang Nan looked at Wang Yuhan with suspicion, the saintess of the Blood Demon tribe. Suddenly, another voice shrieked in front of her, "I must eliminate you, this traitor, on behalf of the myriad demon sect." During the intense heat of battle, Wang Yuhan bravely raised her golden shield. The old man, his eyes filled with murderous intent, unleashed a fatal strike that sent the shield flying, leaving her in pain and helplessness. The old man raised both hands, condensing a bizarre flame within his palms, his gaze radiating arrogance and cruelty as he muttered, "If you think you can resist." Before Wang Yuhan could react, his menacing figure descended from above with a world-shaking impact. "Then I shall grant you your wish." On the other side, Jiang Nan immediately turned to look at her. Amidst the hazy atmosphere, a vortex emerged. In that instant, blood stained her face, and she looked at her crimson hands in shock as he rushed forward to take the blow for her. Blood gushed from a deep wound on his back. Jiang Nan spoke weakly, "Miss Wang, it's good that you're unharmed," as the chaos subsided. She reached out her hand toward him, crying, "Jiang Nan!" The water had already been dyed red with fresh blood. Massive tentacles from a ferocious sea creature rose from the depths. Jiang Nan let out a sharp scream, "Watch out!" Without a second thought, he spun around and quickly pushed Wang Yuhan behind him. Despite the looming danger, the tentacles lunged forward and tightly coiled around him. She screamed in panic, "Jiang Nan!" as he began to lose consciousness. He didn't forget to reassure her, "Miss Wang, don't be afraid, I'm fine." After those words, Jiang Nan's body was dragged straight into the lake, while the old man behind them chuckled softly, "It seems I misunderstood the demoness." He continued to mock her with sharp words, "Isn't this just dragging a righteous man down with you without the slightest hesitation?" At the same time, Wang Yuhan bit her lip tightly. The old man was right. Fundamentally, they were not traveling the same path. She suddenly recalled her own words from back then. Wang Yuhan alone could not deal with the two Jiang brothers, so she intended to exploit the righteous reputation of the creation sect. She wanted to lower their guard so she could rob them later. Wang Yuhan fell into deep thought, realizing she had approached them with an ulterior motive from the start. Thinking of this, she gnashed her teeth in fury. However, a flood of memories instantly returned, Jiang Bei's constant troublemaking and Jiang Nan's unwavering defense of her. "Miss Wang must have her reasons for doing that," Jiang Nan would say, even when she repeatedly rebuffed him. He had always silently tolerated her. He even constantly played the fool just to make her happy. Wang Yuhan screamed in a fit of rage, "I've already considered them my friends." She then dove headlong into the freezing water. "Jiang Nan, wait for me to save you." Witnessing this, the old man shouted in shock, "Do you have a death wish?" Below the surface, Wang Yuhan struggled to reach out for Jiang Nan. However, his body drifted further and further from her grasp. At that moment, Wang Yuhan's breath grew faint and her eyes turned hollow. She couldn't stop blaming herself. "I'm so useless. Not only can I not save him, but I've also brought disaster upon myself." Suddenly, a strange object appeared before her eyes amidst the lake's depths. Her eyes lit up. It was the rebirth mirror. Wang Yuhan instinctively recalled the legend of the rebirth mirror, which could see the heavens and the seas. She realized its true meaning and sighed. No wonder I could never find it. After a long while, Wang Yuhan fell asleep on the grass. She suddenly jolted awake in confusion. Where is this? Why was I sleeping here? In that moment, familiar voices rang out once more. Yuhan. She turned around with tear-filled eyes. Father, mother. Wang Yuhan rushed toward them. She wept uncontrollably. Father, mother, I missed you both so much. Wang Yuhan suddenly snapped awake, realizing the legend of the rebirth mirror was indeed true. She had actually met her deceased parents. Her mother gently stroked Wang Yuhan's soft hair and said, We've only been apart for 2 hours. Why is little Yuhan missing us so much that she's sobbing like this? Stop crying now. Her mother tenderly embraced her. Yes, yes, your mother and I missed you too. Unlike her, the father laughed heartily. Your uncle Wang Su has come to visit us. Little Yuhan, do you want to go see your uncle right now? Her expression shifted as she made a firm internal resolve. This was the moment. From a distance, Yuhan watched as Huang Su found her behind the mountain. He then told her parents that he had led the Blood Demon clan to battle righteous cultivators, prompting her parents to ask him to take her away immediately. The horrific scene replayed in Yuhan's mind, causing her immense pain. Back then, she had refused, but by the time she found her parents again, they were already dead. Everyone cried out for Ming Chen, even though Huang Su later adopted her. He had struck back in anger, claiming that destroying the Blood Demon clan wasn't enough and that they were now targeting a child. Yet, Yuhan always suspected Ming Chen. She secretly began to plot, determined to uncover the truth this time. Yuhan turned to act spoiled, her eyes shimmering with a hidden light. Mother understands. Yuhan wants to stay here and catch butterflies. Her mother agreed without a second thought. Then stay here and be good. Don't go running around, do you understand? She nodded repeatedly, her voice crisp. I understand. Please come back soon, mother and father. Yuhan's gaze then darkened with resentment because she hadn't followed her parents that year. She never even knew who their killer was. This time, she had to see their face. Inside the meeting hall, the atmosphere was as tense as a pulled bowstring. That man approached the father. I've come this time because I have a favor to ask of you and sister-in-law. From her high vantage point, she watched them in silence. Now she could see them clearly. The father replied politely, Brother, there is no need for such formalities. Speak your mind. Huang Su looked up, his tongue wagging smoothly. Big brother, sister-in-law, you both know the old demon lord is advanced in age and frequently in seclusion. He no longer manages the affairs of the Wanmo sect. Hearing this, the father slammed his cup onto the table. He questioned him angrily. So you want us to betray the old demon lord and help you take the throne? He shrugged slightly and gave a soft, calm smile. Calm yourself, big brother. Betrayal is such an unpleasant word. I simply wish to show consideration for the old demon lord. He is old, after all. It is only right that he abdicates. At that moment, the mother spoke up coldly. Let me remind you of one thing, to become the lord of the Wanmo sect. One must obtain the inheritance within the Tianmo garden, the father interjected. Otherwise, uttering such treasonous words is useless, even if you were to kill the old demon lord. Huang Su spoke with confidence. That is why I have already brought the Yang and Yaoming clans under my control. Yuhan was momentarily stunned. It turned out that Huang Su had already subjugated the Yang and Yaoming clans by this time. No wonder Aunt Wan Wan had been captured. There had been no Yang clansmen left to save her. Turning back to Huang Su, he gestured with his fingers. As long as you two support me, then the true power of the Wanmo sect will belong solely to me, Huang Su's voice thundered. As for that inheritance in the Tianmo garden, what need is there for such a thing? As soon as he finished speaking, the father ruthlessly hurled his cup straight at him. Staring at Huang Su with icy eyes, he spoke with a piercing tone. If you persist in your errors, I will have no choice but to execute you on the spot. Hearing this, the man clapped gently, his eyes flashing with malice. It remains to be seen who will execute whom. Huang Su openly voiced his wicked intent. I specifically prepared these people in case you two did not agree. He pointed directly at them without a shred of respect. Once you are dead, it won't matter whether you agreed or not, Huang Su continued. His voice grew heavier. The people of the Wanmo sect will simply believe this was the work of those righteous cultivators. He then burst into an excited laugh. In the end, no one will ever suspect me. Yuhan's eyes were fixed on the group. Her intuition had been correct. It was indeed Huang Su who murdered her parents. At this thought, she was so consumed by rage that she burst into tears. Damn it, I actually treated my enemy as a father for all those years. From above, Yuhan screamed frantically, Huang Su, I will kill you. Just as she was about to charge, a circle suddenly appeared and she was sent flying toward it. Jiang Nan caught her in a gentle embrace. "Miss Yu, do not be afraid, I have you." Yuhan blushed in embarrassment. "Why are you here? Where is this?" he explained without any rush. "I was brought here by the water weeds in the heavenly pond." Jiang Nan pointed in one direction. "This is Master Sanzang. He is the one who saved me." He continued, "He said I possessed the roots of wisdom, so he taught me these things before passing away." Hearing this, Yuhan was startled. Is Jiang Nan going to become a monk in the future? At that moment, he suddenly took her hand and turned to walk away, his gaze fixed on the distance. "I'll get you out of here." Back with Jiang Bei, the Blood Hell Monarch waved his hand in a rage, sending Kai and Zhu to give chase. Panting heavily, Jiang Bei looked back and shouted, "Why do you keep chasing me? You have 1,000 legs while I only have 2, aren't you ashamed?" Suddenly, Jiang Bei tripped over a stone. He tumbled to the ground as the man behind him snorted coldly, mocking him for being a mere valley-merging realm cultivator. The Blood Hell Monarch sighed with reluctant praise, noting his resilience, when Lion Yu suddenly appeared and knocked him down. The Blood Hell Monarch roared in fury. "Lion Yu, what are you doing? You're ruining my moment." He frantically replied, "Boss, something is terribly wrong." Lion Yu looked toward the sky, impressed by the two women's fighting skills, before wailing that they were stabbing him and his bats with ice needles. At that moment, Li Feng's voice reached his ears. "Blood Hell Monarch, capture Jiang Bei immediately. I am losing my patience." The Blood Hell Monarch looked around tensely. The fallen god forbidden ground restricted their power, and these cultivators were tough. He saw Jiang Bei was unconscious and realized Holy Son Li Feng's target was secured. Believing Jiang Nan was dead after falling into the lake, the Blood Hell Monarch waved his hand and ordered his men to retreat instead of lingering in battle. On the other side, Yan Lan tried to stop Mu Zhu, who was worried about Jiang Bei, but Mu Zhu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Mu Zhu cried out in alarm as Yan Lan wiped blood from her mouth, explaining that their enemies were too strong and they had already reached their limits. She told Mu Zhu they must save Brother Jiang and Miss Wang, as she could still sense their life force in the heavenly pond. Then, Yuhan hesitantly apologized to everyone. "I lied to you all," she admitted, lowering her head. "I am not a disciple of the creation sect, but the saintess of the blood demon sect." As Jiang Nan stared at her, she confessed that she had initially approached them under Huang Wu's orders. Her mission was to steal the origin pearl and capture them, but she had entered the fallen god forbidden ground to find the mirror of rebirth. "I betrayed Huang Wu's orders. He has no idea I brought you here." At that moment, Yan Lan approached her. "Did you find the mirror of rebirth?" Yan Lan asked. Yuhan confirmed she had and that she also found her parents' killer. "Who is it?" Yan Lan asked. Yuhan replied with hatred, "The underworld god of the desolate ruins. I have been raised by the very clan that I now realize are my enemies." She turned to Jiang Nan with resolve, deciding to help them rescue Jiang Bei, and handed jade tablets to Miss Lin and senior brother Qin. "Go find President Yang Shengfeng and tell him the time has come. He will know what to do." The scene then shifts to the 10,000 Demons sect. At the Cliff of Reflection, Li Peng, the sovereign realm sect master of the 10,000 Demons sect, was cultivating when he suddenly sensed something and looked away. Li Peng stood up and walked out, wondering why he could suddenly sense the aura of his descendant after more than 10 years. "It is time to end my seclusion." Li Peng then soared into the air and looked down at the group, including Jiang Bei. Li Peng let out a powerful roar, confirming that the bloodline he sensed indeed belonged to his descendant. He flew down and ordered them to release the man. Under his crushing pressure, the Blood Hell Monarch froze and stammered, "Demon Lord." Rapid footsteps echoed as Jiang Nan rushed forward, shouting for them to release his brother, with Mu Zhu following close behind. "That's right, let Jiang Bei go." Meanwhile, Jiang Bei scrambled up and looked back, surprised that everyone had arrived so quickly. His mother also pleaded for his release. "Yes, release my Bei-er." Jiang Bei was confused to see his mother there, but his father angrily threw a shoe at him for only acknowledging her. With a proud look, his father claimed that as a genius of the Starfall, he had allowed himself to be captured just to infiltrate the enemy and save his wife. Suddenly, Li Feng's voice rang out. "So you're all here? Perfect, the whole family is finally gathered together. I don't need to search for everyone individually." Upon seeing Li Feng, Li Peng demanded loudly, "Fenger, what is the meaning of this? Furthermore, what do you intend to do by bringing so many troops out here without permission?" He looked up with a chilling gaze and replied, "What am I doing?" Just as he finished speaking, Wang Su thrust his hand forward with a roar. "A rebellion, of course." Instantly, an explosion rocked the area, sending the crowd reeling backward. Witnessing this horrific sight, he grew suspicious and asked, "Wang Su, have you possessed my Fenger?" Li Peng continued his interrogation, "What have you done to him?" But Jiang Bei interrupted, "Now is not the time for this," as he firmly grabbed the man's wrist. Immediately, Jiang Bei turned to flee while shouting, "The priority is to eliminate this pest Huang Su." Meanwhile, on this side, Yu Han and Mu Zu's group roared in unison, "Kill!" Hearing this, those nearby were thrown into confusion, wondering what was happening. Back to Jiang Nan. His gaze suddenly shifted. Simultaneously, Jiang Bei shouted at the top of his lungs, "Strike him! Kill him for the sake of justice!" His face was etched with determination and an indescribable resentment. Instantly, the crowd surged forward, chanting, "Kill! Justice will prevail! Kill for justice!" After a while, Jiang Bei joyfully grasped the hands of Yu Han and Jiang Nan, cheering, "We won!" Li Peng then asked solemnly, "Little Bei, what are your plans for the future?" He suddenly suggested, "Why not stay here at the myriad demons sect with Nanner and your parents?" Upon hearing this, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I'll pass. Grandfather, I still prefer our home on the Eclipse continent. Besides, the director wants us to wrap this up quickly and follow the script." Having said that, Jiang Bei turned toward Yan Lan and added, "Furthermore, I must return to the Martial King's mansion to propose marriage." He then leaned in close to her. Every word he spoke was filled with conviction. "Yan Lan cannot keep wandering around with me forever." Meanwhile, the airship had already begun to power up. Li Peng was so moved that he began to weep. "Very well, but you must all come back to visit me often." At that moment, the vessel reached the shore. Jiang Bei hurriedly climbed aboard, muttering under his breath, "I know, grandfather, you should head back. This sudden father figure." "Oh, right." Suddenly, the man hoisted Yu Han up. "Good things come in pairs, and I can see Yu Han has feelings for Nanner." Li Peng decisively tossed her toward Jiang Nan, adding, "Why not just go together?" He quickly caught Yu Han in his arms. Jiang Nan cleared his throat and replied, "I understand, grandfather. I will take good care of Yu Han." The old man hurriedly called out, "Be sure to visit me." This concludes the story. Don't forget to give a like. Thank you, everyone.